Hey there, welcome to the dojo of Vaibu. And we take Zergs who drop the soap in the shower, and we, instead of making them the one who bends over to pick it up, we turn you into the guy who gets behind the guy picking it up. Should I leave that as my intro? Ah, fuck it. Why not? I can start a new one right now. It's not too late. We'll leave it. What's up, guys? Thanks for tuning in to Diamond 3 Zerg, where we're going to teach you how to be a badass Zerg player. All bets are off. Micro is now on the table, and we're, like we said before in the intro to B2GM for Diamond League, pick a build. Pick a macro build, pick an all-in build. And in this game, guess what, boys? We're going to do some fucking aggression. We're going to do some aggression. You know what I'm going to do? Cancel that fucking larva. We don't want it anymore. I didn't even mean to make it. It's just habit that I made it. But you know what? It's okay if I canceled it because it didn't actually have any downside to it. 100% refund if I cancel an egg. We're 12 pulling this guy. Oh, now shit's gonna get real. Get ready. So we're gonna break every game down, and we're gonna talk about how to execute builds properly and what you should be looking for and stuff like that. But we're still doing all the focus that we did before on the build up to getting ourselves to this point as a player. So I've stacked all my close patches. All close patches are stackoled. They're sticked. And now let's get ready to 12 pull this guy. Another thing about this is if you're, this is a disclaimer, okay? If you are someone who wants to do builds exactly the way someone else describes them to you, well, guess what? You're probably going to be able to mostly handle it now. If you're able to be in Diamond already, you're more than welcome to do that if you want to. So, like, for instance, if another streamer or another pro gamer or something like that makes a build guide and it's like to the T exactly what you need to do, if you want to copy that and try to go down that road, you're more than welcome to do that. But if you want to stick with the guide that I'm showing you right here, what we're going to be doing is it's going to be basically how do I effectively do things in StarCraft 2. But the build order, again, is not going to have to be exactly precise. It just needs to be efficient. It just needs to be efficient. Okay, so let's start beating the shit out of that hatchery. Oh, God. I'm finally attacking. Oh, it feels great. Whew. Sneaky Urkel, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. So far all we did this game was a 12 pull. You're more than welcome also to save these replays, because I post all my replays, and you can check out my exact build order I did in this game. If you want to copy my build order I did for this game, it's totally fine. But I did a 12 pull, right? We did a 12 pull. And I made Lings all the way, with the Queen, all the way to max supply. And then, I mean, we didn't really need to fight those Broodlings, but it's okay. You know, this is Diamond 3. You make mistakes sometimes. It's okay. Not a big deal. What we're going to do now is we're going to now, where our rest of our Lings are grouping up. Let's go ahead now and run into his main. And see what we can do with the main base. Okay? So let's go ahead and run away now. And why are we running away? Because we just forced 3 spines out of our opponent. It's fucking crazy good. That is crazy good. And now you know what we're going to do? You want to know what we're going to do now? We're going to turn this into B2GM ZVZ of Platinum and above. Or, sorry, Platinum and below. We're going to turn this into a layer with 3 queens and then going into roaches and stuff like that. That's it. That's all we're doing. That's all we doing. Vibe, why'd you cancel the drone, though? I canceled the drone because I didn't even mean to make it in the first place. It's habit that I make a drone. It's just habit. And when you cancel it, like, we'll talk about it later. Check this out. Let's focus fire that drone, and now let's run away. Now, let's make our own spine crawler. And why are we making our own spine crawler? Because we turned our opponent into an all-in, essentially. And again, we're going to break down this whole game when it's over, so don't worry. It's not. If it's going too fast for you, we'll talk about it when this is over. Let's go ahead now and also give ourselves a wall. Okay, well, you know what? Get the queen in the doorway. We can start making Lings again, but this is now looking kind of dicey. We can pull our drones down here and help. Have our drones go back to the queens. And we're okay.
Now we learn the power of the dark side.
That's right. Okay, so he actually was owning us really fast, and it was kind of scary. But now that we got ourselves covered by the Evo wall and stuff like that, we don't need to make lings anymore.
Thanks for all the help, vibe, Zugmas Terrace.
No worries. Thank you. Okay. And now here's something cool that we can understand too. Our opponent just threw away all of his lings on our base. Okay?
After B2GM, let's do single 2GF.
Okay. So our opponent just threw away all of his lings. Okay, he's still owning us. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't freak out. Don't worry about it, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't freak out. Don't worry about it. So, again, we'll break it all down. I know it's going kind of fast. But what's happening right now is our opponent is, he's all in as fuck. He's freaking out because we just killed his base and now he doesn't know what to do. You can see his natural has nothing and he's making Zerglings still. So we still saturated our base to the point of having an ideal drone count on our bases, and now we're making roaches behind it. So we're doing the 3 gas, 2 base, fully saturated build of roaches, you know, with move speed and +1 weapons, all that stuff. We're doing that build. We've gone right back into that build. Now our opponent's all-inning us once again. It's all good. We now have roaches coming out here. Let's go ahead and build another Evo here because the queen might die. We can put another roach in the doorway, which means that it's a new blockade that he can't get through. And if he runs away, we can just put a roach in the doorway now and cancel that. Let's go ahead and get roach speed. Let's make sure our gas is saturated properly up here. But this is basically what's happening is we still did the same build we were doing in B2GM. We just got about doing it a different. We just started doing it a different way. Like we started the build off a different way. That's the only thing that was different. And now again, we're gonna fall back into very similar aspects of what it was before. So what we can do now is again we have our opponent's being super aggressive. We're trying to take a 3rd base. We have +1 weapons on the way. We have roach speed on the way. We just made a lot of safety roaches, and now we're totally okay to start making drones for our 3rd base. Okay, and so what we've done is we've forced reactions out of our opponent. We've made our opponent feel like he's in the hot seat. We made him feel uncomfortable with what's going on here. Okay, let's go ahead and send a bunch of roaches to our 3rd, and we can leave more roaches now, a few more, just like on hold position in the doorway at our natural, just so we're not going to have lings run into our base. Again, that's the last thing we want is lings to run into our base. Okay, Overlord is actually not going to die, which is nice. And we're still making drones. Okay, let's go ahead and send a queen to our 3rd base. Move these roaches out of the way for a second. Move them back in the doorway, hold position them. And now we have roach speed. And now here's a cool thing we're going to do, okay? This is a cool thing we're going to do. We did an aggressive build, and we're going to follow it up with another aggressive timing. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to check our drone count, and we're going to get our drone count fully saturated mineral line here. So we're going to go 16 out of 16. We're going to go 16 out of 16, 16 out of 16. 2 gases in the natural, 2 gases in the main, fully saturated, and that's it. And now what we're going to do is we're going to make mass roaches. We're going to make mass roaches. This is what we call a timing attack. Okay, so we're giving ourselves a decent economy that is going to ramp up quickly for a timing attack. Okay, our opponent's attacking our base over here. It's all good. We're already in the phase of making more of our roaches as well. So although this might be a problem right now for a moment, we'll definitely, there's a good chance we're going to be able to come out of this in a decent spot. So keep making roaches the whole time. Just keep making roaches. Keep making roaches. Keep making roaches. Make another queen to replace the queen that died. Keep making roaches. Keep making roaches. Keep making them fucking roaches, boys. Keep making roaches. Notice how we're actually like overpowering this. Keep making roaches. The power of macro. You see, if you didn't have good macro there, you would have fucking died. Like, you would literally have died right there if your macro was a bit off. What we can do now is we can get level 2 weapons and level 1 carapace. So we can get our upgrades going further. And we're still just making roaches like crazy. Keep getting injects, keep injecting, keep injecting. Our main base is getting oversaturated. And at this point now, I would say we have We can just send our drones down to our other base that we just took, and it'll eventually we'll start mining that. Fix this queen that died right there again. And keep making roaches. Keep making roaches. And now, if we notice, my opponent actually can't run away from us properly. It means he doesn't have roach speed. Our opponent doesn't have roach speed. Now, here's a cool thing I'm going to teach you really fast. So, there's a lot about this game we're going to talk about, okay? So, it's going to feel overwhelming, right? It's going to start feeling overwhelming in Diamond League. I know this game went a lot faster than you're probably used to handling. But, as we break it down, hopefully for you, it's going to start making more sense. And then it's going to start clicking and things are going to start making sense here. So a cool thing to know, here's a cool thing to know. This is something a lot of people don't know right off the bat in StarCraft 2, but check this out. Big piece of information right now. Have you ever looked at a unit and moused over the unit and been like, okay, well, he has 0-0, but I don't know really what's been upgraded. If that's you, well, guess what? Here's a cool thing you can know. Just know, if there's ever an upgrade that modifies something on these stat cards, that modification is going to be yellow. Okay? This modification is going to be yellow. So look at this. Look at this roach. This red roach. White armor 1. White move speed 3.15. White damage 16. White range 4. White weapon speed 1.43. And targets ground. Now, a roach doesn't have any upgrades that increases its attack range. It doesn't have any upgrades that makes it now hit air units. And like you can't make a roach now auto attack air, for instance. But it does have, and it also does not have an upgrade that modifies its weapon speed. But it does have upgrades that modify its weapon damage. It does have upgrades that modify its armor. And it does have upgrades that modify its move speed. So if you ever modify your unit's upgrade in some way, if you now you look at my roaches, you will see the damage is going to be yellow. The range, the weapon speed, and the ground attack can't be modified, so they're all white. But the damage is yellow, which means it's been upgraded. And now if we look at the armor, notice how there's 2 yellow numbers on there. That means the move speed has been modified, and the armor has been modified. Yellow means an upgrade has taken effect. So if my roaches are running his roaches down, I can clearly see, not only visually, that my roaches have move speed upgrade and his do not, but I can also now see, if I click his roach and I mouse over the armor and go, oh, his move speed's still white. It's 3.15. If you know 3.15, that's wonderful. It means you have an understanding what 3.15 means to a degree versus what 4.2 means. 4.2 is faster than 3.15, so that's why our roaches are faster. But at the very least, as long as you understand that his move speed is white and ours is yellow, it means we're fucking faster because we have the upgrade. Our unit, our number has taken effect. So that's a good way to understand that you have an upgrade initiated and your opponent does not. Here's a cool thing as to why this is relevant and why you should understand this. I can already tell before even looking at my opponent's base. Thank Nom 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 for the bits.
I tried to snipe Vibe in Diamond, but then he ate the muffin and I had to fight Protoss Cheese, Karma KK.
Okay. Thanks, dude. So what happened is here's a cool thing to know, okay? This is something that there's like a very high chance that this is relevant. Think about this for a second. A lot of players don't think about the game this way. But do you remember how in Bronze League I was like, don't even scout. Fuck it. In Silver League I was like, just check their natural. In Gold League I was like, let's do one pass through their main base. And then in Platinum League I was like, let's actually pay attention a little bit more to the opening of their main base and see what tech they go for to a degree. Like we talked more about what was going on. Well, guess what? Now that we're in Diamond League, we can actually tell what our opponent looks like tech-wise based off of his units. So if my opponent has no upgrades in terms of weapon and armor, and we are 2-1, that is a big deal in the fact that our opponent is definitely behind in the upgrade department. That's not good for the upgrades. That's it's not good. Now, not only that, but our opponent also went for mass roaches and attacked us with a lot of speedlings. He went all in, essentially. And if he doesn't even have roach speed is a layer required upgrade, which means I can already tell my opponent is on hatchery tech still. So if I click his natural, it's a hatchery. If I click his main, it's a layer.
Oh, yeah.
It's recent. It's recent, okay? So we'll go back to... we'll go back. So there's 2 things this could mean, okay? There's 2 things it could mean. Number 1 is he just forgot to get it. Or number 2, yeah. I mean, like, he either forgot to get it or, like, the layer just finished. or he might be going for a different tech. But I mean, you got to think about it like this. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense if he's going to go for a different tech path if he's massing roaches and lings. Like, if he's spending all of his resources on roaches and lings, how can he afford different tech? Right? So I imagine the layer probably just recently finished. It's been up for a little bit. Okay, so I feel like he just forgot it. Maybe he just panicked and he forgot it. His layer's been done for a bit. We already have roach speed done. But here's the thing, right? I already have roach speed done, and his layer is just now finishing. He's already like attack. He's actually already like at my base as his layer's done.
Oh yeah.
So think about it like this, okay? Think about it. Let me explain something now. This is okay. Everyone in my chat's freaking out. They're like, "Lol, he got it wrong." But think about it. What is the point to go for a layer if you're gonna do a speedless roach all in? What is the point to go for a layer? There is no point. So if you really think about it, if we're trying to understand efficiency, it makes no sense to all in someone with slow roaches and also get a layer. Because if you did not get a layer, you could afford more units. If you did not get a layer, you could do something like maybe take a third base faster and just get more larvae to make more units with. You could maybe make some ravagers with your roaches. You could do so much more shit with your economy rather than getting tech that doesn't get utilized, right? So this is how we're going to start making logical conclusions to what people are doing based off of what they're doing with their units. We're going to talk about this a lot. It's a way you can actually understand the game based on how your opponent chooses to do things. Thank you as well, Oblivionix, for the 15 gifted subs. What a fucking boss. Oh my god. Jesus. Cheese and rice. All right, check this out. We'll go from the beginning now. Let's talk about our perspective of the game. Let's actually break the game down now. What about burrow vibe? You can get burrow on hatchery tech. You don't need to be layer for burrow. Okay. So you can see that I made it. As people are freaking out about this as well in the chat. You saw that I made a drone and then I canceled the drone. I just want you to know that that's not part of the build. Making a drone and canceling a drone is not something that needs to happen. The only reason why I made a drone is because we're so used to making a drone that I just did it subconsciously. I just was like, hey guys, drone's already been made. Oh, okay. But we wanted a 12 pool and it's okay. I canceled the egg that was the drone. And it's not a big deal. And here's why it's not a big deal. A drone costs 50 minerals. And if you cancel an egg of a drone, you get returned 50 minerals. It's a 100% return from the egg. And I cannot even start a spawning pool until after my third larva is back. So I actually lost literally zero. Like, there was no loss there. I lost no larva. I lost no minerals. It did nothing to disrupt my economy or my larva. So it's not a big deal. I got my third larva back once again. And why did I get my third larva back once again? Because if I make a drone within the first second of the game, and a drone spawns about once every 10 seconds, well, now we're at 13 seconds, and I still yet can't afford a pool, means my larva's back. So it's not a big deal. I could have had 3 larvae sitting there for 13 seconds, or I could have 3 larvae sitting there for 3 seconds. Either way, who gives a shit? I actually canceled the drone. We're fine. We don't want to make a drone for 12 pooling, though. We don't want to make a drone for 12 pooling, which is why I canceled it. Not a big deal. So I 12 pool. Which means I go to 12 supply, I make no drones, and I make a pool at 12 supply. So there's our 12 pool. And then what happens now behind this is I go drone, 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 and then our fourth larva behind this is going to be an overlord. So we want a supply cap on drones first, and then make an overlord. So drone, 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 overlord. 3 drones. And now the last one right here we'll make an overlord with. And why this is important is because if you time it like this, number 1, you get the most money possible, because you get drones as a priority. And number 2, 2 things are going to happen now at the same time. Your overlord is going to pop right as you have 3 larvae sitting at your hatchery and your spawning pool is done. So your overlord will probably pop like a couple seconds early, to be fair, as long as you don't delay it. But you're going to have 3 larvae sitting there and your pool is going to be done. And now your 3 larvae and your pool they're going to line up perfectly to where right as your pool's done, within like 1 second of that, your third larva is going to spawn out of the hatchery, and you can make 6 lings all at once to go attack your opponent. Is that a 13 pool? No, it's a 14 pool. Okay, guys, so whenever someone says a 12 pool or something like that, what it represents is the worker supply you had when you started the building, not what it was after you made the building and a drone gets deleted. That's just silly. Because if you tell someone to go for a 13 pool, you're not telling them indirectly, make 14 drones and then you're going to lose one. You're just telling them, stop at 13 supply and make the building. That's what you're saying to someone. You're not telling them to do the subtraction as well. So 12 pool means I have 12 drones, I make the fucking pool at 12. 13 pool would mean you make one drone to go to 13, and then you make the pool. Do not do the calculation afterwards of what you lose. Just do what you have, what you stop at to then make the building. It's talking about what you stop making units at. So we 12 pooled, which means we stopped making drones right away because we already had 12. Anyways, Overlord's going to line up now with the pool, like we said, and 3 larvae, which is going to give us potential now to do aggression with, like as you can see I have 2 larvae right now? I have 2 larvae right now. And then my pool is right now finishing, like right here. Watch, within 1 second of this, a 3rd larva is going to go, like right out of the hatchery. There is the 3rd larva. Perfectly timed. This is a super easy aggressive build to do. It does not have to be super all in, but it flows really well. And now suddenly, there we go. Here we're going to have 6 lings all at once, popping up. And now I have my aggressive position. Now we are not making a queen. The reason why we're not making a queen is because we want to set up our expansion quickly. There's multiple reasons for this, which we will talk about in just a minute when we get attacked. We'll come back and talk about it. We'll reference, this is why I made a hatchery before a queen.
Get coins at rally.io.
Twitch user, thank you very much for buying Vibe coins. There's a lot of them at that. Thank you, man. Much love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we make our 6 lings. We take a drone off the mineral line. After we make the lings and we make our hatchery and our natural, we go back to making lings. And now, while we make lings, I am going to have excess minerals. I'm mining minerals faster than I can spend, making just 1 ling at a time off of automated larvae. So what I'm going to do now is I'm still going to keep making lings, and I'm going to make a queen when I have enough minerals to do it. So I will still make a queen, obviously. I'm just going to make queens or lings as a priority. So now I could probably make a queen here or another ling. I made another ling. So now I will definitely be making a queen next. Because I have enough money for it. So I should be making a queen like right now. There's the queen. And then we can make another ling right after and go to 22 supply. This is... So here's something to know. Do we want to stop at 20 supply? Do we want to stop at 21 supply? Or do we want to stop at 22 supply? All of these things matter. But it really just comes down to, is your build going to be a little bit more aggressive or going to be a little bit less aggressive? But either way, it's going to be aggressive. It means you have more reinforcements coming to back up these first lings you send out. Okay? That's what it means. You could do any one of those, but we chose to go to 22. So if you want to just not think about it and you want to go to the extra aggressive side, I mean, it's better. It increases your chances you're going to actually get damage done if you make 22 out of 22 lings. If you go all the way to 22 supply, because you have more backup coming to help your lings, and if this fails, that kind of sucks. So we're trying to increase the chances that it's not going to fail. Okay, so we make all the way to 22 supply of lings. There we go. 4 more lings coming. And now behind this, we're going to now make an overlord. We can make a second queen, and we can make our first queen, inject the hatchery, run down to the natural, and then have a second queen spawn in the main base. That's the plan. And then behind that, after the overlord finishes, go back to making drones then. We're then going to go back to making drones. This is not a full-fledged all-in. It's just aggressive opener. It's aggression into macro, okay? It's an aggressive opener. So because the reason why this is going to work like this is because if we continue, if now we're supply blocked and we then have to wait for an overlord, which is 18 seconds, and then we start making lings again, our lings are the next lings we make after 22 supply are not going to be spawning for a good like 35 seconds or so, which 35 seconds after these lings are over here, a lot can happen in 35 seconds, and we're either probably going to win or lose the fight at that point. Like, it's going to be decided one way or the other. We're either going to have, we're already going to have done our damage that we were looking to do, or our opponent's going to have defended it like a boss, and we're going to do no damage. Like, one or the other is going to happen. So, you don't want to keep making lings all game. It's fucking silly. So, we're going to make drones behind this, and we're just trying to do, we're not trying to win the game with this either. We're just trying to slow our opponent down with this right now. So we get over here and we smack his hatchery. Hatchery is guaranteed damage. I would not recommend you go into the main base and go for drones. Now, we will do some Zergling, Baneling all-ins, like 13-12 all-ins. We'll talk about that when we get there. But we will do some builds sometimes where we go for Banelings and we literally want to kill their drones. And when we do builds like that, it makes more sense to run into the main base and kill workers. But in a game like this where we have no speed and we have no Banelings, we have no gas right now. It makes no sense to run into his main base, because if we do that, all we're doing is 12 pulling. We give him a chance to defend his base with drones, And if we take a bad fight and he has good drone micro, we might just lose our lings and have a shitty situation where our opponent has a faster 2-base than we do. Because again, we delayed our natural so that we could do aggressive lings with slow lings. But here's the thing. If we don't run into the main base right now, because we don't have speedlings and we don't have banelings, we don't have the better form of aggression. All we have is crappy slowlings. If we don't run into his base, we can either kill the hatchery, or number 2 is also good. We can force him to pull drones off the main base, come down to the natural. He loses a bunch of mining time to come down to the natural with his drones, and we could potentially fight his drones at his natural after he just loses a bunch of mining time in the process, which is another way we can get an advantage. So it's best case scenario for us to kill the hatchery if he lets us, or at the very least make him pull drones down to the natural and fucking fight him there.
What is best response in 12 pool versus 12 pool?
People love to ask me questions all the time about what is the best case scenario about things that aren't happening right now. And I want to answer all you guys all the time, but it's a bunch of tangents that we're not doing right now. And I promise there's going to be plenty of times where we're going to run into situations like that. There's so many more games we got to play still before this is over. Before the series isn't over after this game, right? I'm probably going to play like another 60 games of Zerg, or 70 games of Zerg still. So there's going to be tons of chances to see what's going on. But I can't answer that question. It depends what you do. It depends what either player does with their units. There is no answer there. That's like, you got to do X, and that means you win. Micro is not static. That's why I'm going to explain every game as we play it to show you how to micro. Because if you think micro is always one thing, it's not, because there is no guarantee if your opponent's going to play more aggressive, more defensive, more conservative. Whatever your opponent's going to fucking do has different responses from you. So I cannot answer that question. Like, here's an example. If your opponent was really aggressive in 12 pool and he was mindlessly stupid, you should play defensive and absorb his lings with superior numbers and then counterattack. If your opponent's more conservative, what's a good response in ZVZ 12 pool? You could either go for banelings and play aggressive with banes now, or you could just stop making lings and you can start making queens and make drones. And you can make like a spine, and you can wall off your natural if he does it, like if he actually pulls up lings to attack you. Like, it depends how your opponent plays. Is he playing aggressive or conservative? Like, you don't really know until you see the game. So again, we'll talk about a lot of different kinds of situations with micro, but there is no one answer on how to just play against a build. It really depends how you want to use your units. And we're talking all about it throughout the entire series. So I would say just be patient, and things will probably start to click over time, and you'll be like, wow, I understand how to actually think about how to use units better. Yo, Wonder Boy, thank you very much for the Prime. So again, all we're doing is we're breaking his natural, again, because it makes the most sense, because we're not invested into superior aggression here. We're not going banes. We're not going speed. Makes no fucking sense to run into his main base. It just increases the chances we're going to lose the fight. So we want to pull him to us or kill his natural. We kill his natural. Great. I just got a super... I got a super good fucking... you know... That's good damage right there. I just killed my opponent's natural, and mine's about to finish. I have now turned the game into a situation where it's 1 base versus 2 base, and now it's reversed 1 base versus 2 base. I opened up with pool first, he opened up with hatchery first, but now I killed his hatchery as mine's about to finish. So it reversed, it totally just turned the game upside down on its head. So now I'm the one on 2 bases versus my opponent who is now on 1 base, and he does not want to be on 1 base. This is not ideal, right? He doesn't want to play the game by losing his hatchery. Now, I don't want to let my lings fight broodlings. This is stupid. You don't actually want your lings to fight a bunch of broodlings. Now, the only reason why I let it happen is because this is Diamond 3, and again, I'm not playing like a fucking god right now. It's not required. It's okay. But if you want to know what you're supposed to do, definitely run away from the broodlings. It serves no purpose to fight them. They're going to expire in 6 seconds anyways and just die. And if you fight them, they're actually very, very close to Zerglings in terms of stats. A broodling has 30 hit points. A ling has 35. A ling does 5 damage. A broodling does 4. And they have a broodling actually attacks faster than a Zergling by 0.04 of a second. Like, broodlings are actually substantially strong against broodling Zergling. They kill each other pretty well.
What would be the best way to win the current game you are explaining?
I'm telling you right now, Jason Bingo. Thank you very much for the $1 dono. So we shouldn't have fought the broodlings. It was silly. I lose lings for no reason. So these are my lings, and I lose 1. I lost 2 lings there. No, 3. I lost 3. I had 10. Now I have 7. I had 10, now I have 7, and I look at all the lings as well. Almost dead, half dead, half dead, half dead, half dead. So many of my lings are fucking almost dead. That was a silly fight to take. I did not need to fight that. Don't do it in the future, obviously. We're trying to go through a learning process here. I'm trying to give you examples, right? But yeah, it served no purpose to kill broodlings there. I could have ran away and it would have been fine, and I would have had all my lings still left over. Now, once you kill the natural, it is totally within your right to move into the main base and see what's going on. Now, look at my production behind this. I am making drones. I am not all in. I have no gas. I am making drones behind this because we're setting up our natural. Our queen's going to come down to our natural and set it up with injects and all that stuff. And this is how you decipher. This is basically a scout to see how my opponent wants to react to a fucking 12 pool. How is he going to react to it? Again, everyone reacts differently. And look what we see. I see lings, which means he's not making drones. I see spines, which means he's being super defensive. And I poke him for a second, and the spines finish. And now what do? I run away. He just let 3 spines finish, and he has lings. So here's a good way to read this. Okay, my opponent has less lings than I do right now. How do I know that? Well, he just fought me when I have like 10 lings or something. When I ran in there a second ago with just like 6 lings. So now look at it. It's 8 lings versus 5. I'm still in the lead on lings. I do not feel like I am threatened right now by a superior ling count. So that's a positive sign for me. That means I guaranteed have more drones now. Why do I know that? Because I have a fully saturated main and I'm starting to saturate my natural. And I'm still making drones. I'm going to be making drones in a second here. So we know we're in a good spot. My opponent doesn't have an overwhelming amount of lings right now, and the reason why he doesn't is because he made extra drones to make spines with, which also means because he made spines, he doesn't have a lot of drones either. So don't freak out, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. Now, here's another follow-up to this. If my opponent has a bunch of spines, does it make a bunch of sense for us to attack him right now? No, not really. There's 2 reasons why we shouldn't attack him. Number 1, I have no gas. I have no fucking gas. So if I have no gas, number 1, I shouldn't be attacking him already because I have no gas. Number 2, he has spines and 3 of them, so I really shouldn't be attacking him because that makes no sense again. I would get destroyed if I attacked him, right? Yo, Tempo Jesus, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, guys. Doing some B2GM right now. Hello, welcome to the stream. So yeah, I should definitely not attack him because we have no gas and we forced spines out of him. Double negative and for us to attack that. Double positive for us to sit back and make drones. This guy also has no way to really attack us either. But think about it like this. If you notice, when we hit his base, watch this. We run into his main base, look at this. We see this drone right here. Watch. That gas. That drone. There's a drone, isn't there? I thought there was a drone. Okay, I didn't see it. I thought I saw a drone, but I guess I didn't see a drone. But he has a gas. Okay, he has a gas. And that gas has mined over 100 gas. The gas has mined over 100 gas. And what does that mean? It means he has the ability to go for Zergling. Even though I haven't seen the spawning pool, which is probably back here or something, he has the ability to go for Zergling speed. And if he's going to have the ability to go for Zergling speed, we definitely need to keep that in mind, right? That is going to be a potential threat in the future. So if I'm going to follow this up with making a bunch of drones, and if my opponent's going to follow this up by making a bunch of Zerglings, that means obviously right now I can't die, but I might be able to die in about like 2 minutes. So if I respond to this by doing something like making a spine crawler and making a wall off, suddenly I can't die anymore. And I could just go back into the build we were doing before, which is roaches with gas, with a layer, with +1 speed, +1 weapons with speed, and we're right back into the B2GM build of ZVZ. But now we're doing it versus a Zerg who we've disrupted, and now his build is super fucked up. We've pushed him back into a 1-base uncomfortable position. This feels great for us. And then all we're doing right now is, this is the final thing we're doing. All we're doing right here is these lings are kind of irrelevant. There's two things my lings are doing right now while they're here. My Overlord kind of has an overlap with one of those 2 things. The overlap is they're scouting. This Overlord and these lings are both scouting to see if my opponent runs at our base. Like, if he leaves his base, we'll see it. The second thing they're doing that the Overlord is not doing, so this is what the lings are doing by themselves, is I don't know if my opponent's going to go for mass speed lings. He hasn't showed me that yet. It's a possibility, but he hasn't showed it to me yet. And what if this guy wants to expand again? What if my lings are here and I just instantly kill the fucking drone or the hatchery as he makes a hatchery? Like, what if I deny the hatchery longer? What that does is it puts my opponent into an even more uncomfortable position throughout the game now, where he's feeling like he has to all in me because I'm still delaying his expansion further than what it already is. So our lings run over here, and what do we see? We see nothing for now, and we see this in a second. We see a drone, and we see lings. Now here's a cool micro trick, okay? Cool micro trick. If I A-move, what's going to happen? My lings are going to attack his lings. And that's going to suck because he has more lings than me. So I'm going to all my lings are going to die. That's going to be pretty shitty. However, what if there's now a couple ways I can micro this in a different way. What if I focus fire the drone? If I focus fire the drone, I'm going to kill the drone, but my lings are going to do it in a way where they're all going to smack the drone from the side, and the drone's probably going to run away from my lings. I'm only going to smack him from one side. And it's going to take longer for me to kill his drone because he's running away from me while I'm attacking him. And there's a chance that his lings they might, not guaranteed, but his lings might kill all my lings before the drone dies. Or maybe I'll kill the drone as my lings die. That could very well happen. However, if I just move command my lings past the drone, what happens is my lings will surround the drone by default. They will all run around the drone. They'll run around him like he's a rock in the middle of a river or some shit. And then when I'm fully surrounding him, I can then tell my lings to attack the drone itself. And what that does is it gives my lings an immediate surround. My lings will immediately surround his fucking drone, which means I can kill it in this, like a snap of a finger. Because I'm now fully surrounding it. It can no longer run away. And I have like 6 lings in a surround around it, smacking it, which takes like 2 hits and the drone's dead. That's exactly what we do here. I run past the drone like that. I then A-move the drone. See how fast it died? It wasn't able to kite anymore. It was stuck surrounded, and it's like, I'm dying, and it dies, and then I run away with my lings because there's no way I'm going to kill his lings. There's no way I'm going to kill his lings, so I start running away. But I just delayed his natural again even further. And the reason why I'm running away, there's 2 reasons for this. Number 1, I wouldn't win this fight. This would be a terrible... I might kill 1 Zergling, and I might lose 6. Like, this is a terrible fight. This is 13 Zerglings versus 6 Zerglings. Not a good fight. And also, half my lings are, like, half dead. This is not a good fight for us. If I run away, though, you know what that does? The second thing it does? It buys my lings more time to not only see where he is, but I also get to see when he gets Zergling speed. I get to be alerted when Zergling speed happens, because if I just threw these lings away and let them die, before his ling speed was done, I would have no fucking idea when ling speed's done. I'd have no idea. However, if I run away from him, and ling speed finishes and now he starts killing me, now I know, oh, okay, he's got ling speed. We should probably start making our fucking wall now. Because his ling speed is done. And we should probably do something about that, right? It's a scout. Now, he actually breaks in before we're ready, unfortunately. We made the wall a little bit too slow. It happens, right? You're like, ah, dang it. So what do? We ran our queen. Now, this guy could have microed and fucked us over. If he would have moved his lings in position to block us from walking forward, he could have actually killed my queen. But he A-moved my queen, so he allowed my queen to run away. The exact same thing I was talking about with the drone. If you don't surround something, you don't move past it and then attack it, you don't block it, it can literally run away from you while you smack its ass. And because of that, I got my queen tucked into a doorway between the Evo chamber and the wall of the map. Which means this now is a problem for him because I blocked him off. And now it's creating a situation where my queen is causing a lot more problems. It's buying way more time for me to deal with this, and it's also killing more lings than it should. Now my queen dies, and I pulled another queen. I pulled my other queen from my main to come help because my queen, my natural, is definitely going to die, and he's breaching the base. This is scary. So now instead of letting all my drones die, how about I move command my drones back to the queen? Because if they just fought over here, they're all going to die super fast. But if I move back to the queen, I can use the queens to help me in the fight. So I move back towards the queen. My queens are now together, and now I can help fight with, now I can make a stand here with my queens, also near my spine crawler that's about to finish. Way better situation for my drones. And then he decides to run away, so if he decides to run away, what can we do? Let's just fill in the wall and block the wall. So I closed off the wall there, and I put a queen in the doorway, and now suddenly this is a serious problem for Zerg, because we have spine crawler, queen, queen. And now look at the income. 27 to 14. This is now a position for red that is almost unwinnable. Unless he breaks me right now and breaks into my base and kills me, he's fucking dead. Because this economy is not great. Not only that, but we're about to start making roaches. So this is rough. This is fucking rough for our opponent. And you know, he's trying to break in the base, and in the process of trying to break in the base, he loses like all of his lings. So now we don't really care about our lings. We just made these because there was a chance we might have died before the roach run was done. We were getting kind of scared. But now he lost a lot of lings. So what if we just ran our lings across the map to try to go to his base? This would just make him feel pressured to make more lings as well, and it would guarantee the fact that he's going to continue to flood lings instead of make drones. So we run away from his banelings and we run towards his base. Now he catches us with more speedlings, which is fine. Not a big deal. But I mean, we're also pulling his speedlings away from my base. And we have roaches coming out now. Or some of my... we're about to start making roaches because we're saturating the gas right now. And there we go. Now look at the drone count. Again, remember I talked about how before it was almost unwinnable? Now it is unwinnable. You could never fucking win the game from Red's position at this point in the game now. We are way too far ahead. We are so far ahead, it's crazy. Now we have roaches. And now here's a cool trick, right? Remember how we always talked about if your queen is in the doorway, if you plant a Evo chamber behind your queen, you can wall it off and suddenly you're totally fine. Well, in this game, my queen's ass was too far back, and I couldn't actually put an Evo chamber behind my queen. So what I did was I put an Evo chamber one grid spot above my queen, which put a hallway right there between my Evo chamber that's building and my Evo chamber that's done. And I now put another roach horn in between the buildings on hold position. It created a second door behind the first door, essentially. And he can't get in my base. And now that he leaves, I can now put a roach where the queen was, cancel the Evo chamber, and go back to my first door. Again, like we were saying before, I cannot lose this game now because we have so much fucking supply advantage and so much economy advantage. We are in such a good position right now. And it's all because we made our opponent struggle versus a 12 pool. We disrupted his build like crazy. And this is when our opponent goes for like an all-in. Again, what we're doing right now is we're going for, again, the build we were going for was we were going to go for 3 mineral lines fully saturated and 4 gases. So 4 gas geysers with 3 mineral lines. So we're not going to take gases at that third base. And the reason why is because all we were going to do with this build, we knew we were really far ahead, and all we were going to do with this build is we're going to follow it up with max roaches. 3 base, max roaches. That's it. And our opponent actually catches us right at the end of our drone phase. And he caught us like right at the end of our drone phase, right as we started making roaches. And look at the supply right now, 64 versus 108. This is why, in theory, you think to yourself, oh my god, Vibe's going to fucking die. Oh my god, Vibe's so dead. Look at that. Look at the army. Red's just got more. And he's flooding right now. He's flooding units on the map. He's bringing more lings. More lings are on the way right now. 8 more lings are on the way and eggs. Vibe could totally die right here. But in reality, I'm making roaches like a fucking madman right now, which is why our supply is so damn high. So at first it looks scary, but we just look at the roach count. We're making 11 right now. 12, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15. Our supply is maintaining the entire time. Our opponent's supply is dropping because we have a good economy that he cannot keep up with at all. Overall, we take the fight. And then ultimately, if we just keep making roaches from here on out, what can he do to live? He's dead. Super dead. So we chose to go for roaches as a follow-up because our opponent took damage and was behind. And then also was sticking to ground units. Even if he was or wasn't sticking to ground units, it wouldn't really matter that much. If he was going air units, all we got to do is add a hydrogen, and we're good to go. But yeah. We definitely got a lead, and if we just capitalize on that lead with a lot of roaches, there's a good chance we're going to win the game. So there's been this is pretty much it now. We kind of broke down the end of it here already, but this was a breakdown of early 12 pool into aggressive maneuvers, and you can see we're all, like, you know, We're more than doubling supply of our opponent, right? And it's only going to get worse for our opponent because we have a really good economy. Now we're almost tripling the supply. Like, it's getting fucking nuts. We're going to max out super quick. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. That was our first game in Diamond. That was the first all-in I've showed you guys. That was definitely... it wasn't like full in, all-in. It wasn't like as deep into the all-in territory as you can go. But it was definitely aggressive. That was definitely an aggressive playstyle. Holy shit, we have so much MMR we have to go. That's a lot of MMR, boys. And now we'll kind of bounce around. We'll do a macro-based build now this time. We'll go more into the macro territory of things. So we got a random player. It's all good. Doesn't matter. We'll go macro-oriented this time. So we don't have to all in every game. I'm not telling you all in every single time. That was just an option. If you can add that into your repertoire of how you can play, it's definitely good. Okay. So again, everything we've already learned. I don't mean to be rude but are you going to play any more games? Yeah. I'm just helping people understand how to play the game. Okay, so we got everything from plat to bronze to plat. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Bronze to plat. Let's go. Thank you, Raven, for the 29-month resub. Thank you, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go take our natural. Okay. Okay, we're going to now... Let's do a speedling build this time, okay? We're going to do a speedling build. We're not going to do a B2GM build right now. Like the classic bronze to plat one. We're going to still use the same ideology that we used from that build, but we're going to do a speedling build this game. So stack all of our patches with 2 per patch. We can now rally our gas, our hatchery to our gas, and we'll make 3 new drones for it. Rally our eggs to the gas. Rally our hatcheries to the natural, because the eggs are still going to prioritize the gas. We can now take another overlord. We don't know what race our opponent is yet, and it's okay. It's not a big deal yet. We'll figure it out. Okay, we'll make a couple more drones. Okay, he's Protoss. So we're going to scout to his base as a Protoss player. It's all good. We're doing a speedling expand. This game will go into like a really standard macro style. We'll go like Ling Bane Hydra. Okay. So now we're going to put drones off of our gas. We'll take 2 off and leave 1 on. And the reason why we're going to do that is because we're going to slowly develop our gas very slowly to like a layer later on. But we're mainly doing this for Zergling speed early. Okay. Now we can fly into his base. And right now behind this all we're doing is we're making drones and overlords. And right now we're going to make our 3rd base. And now we're also going to start making just a couple of Zerglings and a 3rd queen. So we can guard our base. And if you're someone out there who's like, Viable, if you're doing a speedling build, why did you wait so long to make a couple of speedlings? And the reason why is because our opponent is Protoss, and he expanded with a core and a battery, or sorry, a core, a gateway, and a nexus, which means the only reason why we would ever need to make lings the second the pool was done is if it was like Zealot Cannon Rush. Like a Stalker and an Adept can't come into your base until like after 3 minutes. So don't freak out as a Zerg player and think that you need to make things ASAP. It's not actually real. So what did we see? We saw a Stargate, right? We saw a Stargate and we also saw a Stargate and we saw a Stalker. So what are we gonna do? We're going to make another queen because we want to saturate our bases quickly. And we're going to keep making drones for a little bit because he made a Stalker, which is not threatening to our drones at all. And he made a Stargate, which is, you know, a Stargate. So if we make another queen, we're going to be okay. Let's use a Zergling really fast. And let's scout the right side and the left side of the map really quickly, and let's go see if he has a third base. Meanwhile, behind this, guys, what are we doing? We're making drones. I am making drones right now. We're making a lot of drones right now. Let's go ahead and get our injects going. Get our injects going. Get our injects going. Now check this out. Our natural is fully saturated. And our third base has some saturation on it as well. Let's take a couple drones, put them on our main gas. And now that our one drone is mined 100 gas, let's pop this bad boy into a layer. And let's grab one of our free drones somewhere and just make a roach warren. Okay? Now we're going to make one more round of drones. And we're going to use our queen to keep making creep. Keep injecting our bases. And now let's make one quick round of lings. Just like, maybe like an extra like 5 eggs of lings. We're going to go crazy on it. We're just making some extra lings really fast. And the reason why we're doing that is so that we can have the ability to go poke our opponent's base now and keep him defensive, or at the very least scout what he's doing with a little bit of a poke. Now behind this, look at our bases. Fully saturated, fully saturated, fully saturated. What we can do now is let's re-rally all of our hatcheries back to their own bases. Let's make another round of drones, and let's make all of our gases. Okay? We're going to do all of our gases. We're making drones and all of our gases. All of our gases. Injector hatchery, injector hatchery, injector hatchery. Okay, so we're going crazy on the economy, right? And what do we see here? We see a fucking forge, a cannon, a stalker, a battery, a core. This guy's super defensive. So what are we going to do behind this now? We have a layer. Let's make a hydra den. Let's also make, just like we did before in old B2GM videos, in platinum and stuff like that, let's go back to the same concept we were doing before with, let's make some safety roaches. So first of all, we're saturating our gases properly. Gases all look pretty good. We just fixed that mineral line. Now let's make some safety roaches.
Vibe,
just
no
some.
one else would give this much to our community even when you don't feel well. I know doing B2GM wears on you terribly, but our community would be so much worse without it.
Thank you,
I
dude.
troll a bit in your chat but sincerely love you and your work, man.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate it, Sword State Zero. Much love, man. Okay, so we have, and thank you very much for the 20, dude. Much love. So we have our safety roaches. We have our safety lings that we made, just for like the scouting lings. What if we got attacked early? They would have definitely helped. But now that we have a good situation of, we can now go into hydras. Now let's start doing that. Let's also take our fourth base, and let's do something similar like what we did before with old B2GM, and let's make hydras, and now like hydras and lings until 120 supply. So hydras with whatever gas that you can, and lings with excess, like whenever you don't have any gas. Okay? And now look at our ling. It died over here, right? Our ling is fucking dead at his third base. So now I have 120 supply off of 3 base saturation. Similar to what we were doing before. Now we're going to go back to making drones again. But this time we're not just going to make drones and sit on our ass. We're going to actually make drones and poke our opponent. So let's move to where our scout died. Let's go poke his third base. Make drones. Spread creep while we're waiting. 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 Make drones. Injector hatchery. Injector hatchery. Injector hatchery. Move to the base. What do you have? Drone count's currently 85. We're good to go. Okay, we found his base. And what do we see? We see a bunch of voids. Okay. Let's go ahead and back off. There's no way we're going to beat that right now. We only have a couple hydras, and that's a lot of cannon, battery, void ray. We don't have any hydras really, but now that we know what he's doing, guess what we're going to do? Pure fucking hydras. Pure hydras. Okay. Let's make an infestation pit and make one new drone for this base. Let's keep getting our creep. Where's our queen that has creep spread? Okay, here she is. So one tumor towards our main and have this queen now become an injector for our fourth base. We could even take another base because this base is fully saturated. Okay, and now just make a bunch of hydras. And then keep it making overlords because we don't want to supply block really hard. And eventually we're going to go into more hydras to go to max supply at 200. Meanwhile, upgrades, we've chosen, because we're going for hydra focus again, we're going for range weapons and carapace this game. And the build is looking really similar to what it looked like before, right? With B2GM of roaches and hydras. It's just this time we made lings instead of a lot of hydra, or instead of a lot of roaches. We didn't really make much roaches this time around. We made lings instead, in the order of what we did. And again, if you're confused, it is a VOD, right? You can go back and watch it all over again. We'll also break it down again afterwards, but we're gonna try to do these breakdowns a little fast because this could be like a 20-hour video if I do every game is like an hour. Okay, so we're scouting around. We're just poking around the base. Am I attacking him yet? No, I am not attacking him yet. I am poking around and I'm checking bases. And why did I choose the bottom side? Because I have a ling on the top side that has still not died yet. It is literally sitting there telling me Oh yeah, there's no Protoss here yet. He has not taken that base yet because he's not actually here right now. Okay, so we know that he's not expanding there. Now let's fix our economies. Don't let that shit be a problem for too long. Current drone count's currently still 86. That's really nice. Let's inject. Let's inject. Let's inject. Okay, cool. And now let's actually go for an attack. And now this time, let's do this. Let's do a two-prong attack, okay? Just like we talked about before. Grab a bunch of my units, go from the south side, and grab a bunch of my units and go from the north side. Move these units up a bit more. And now let's go like this. Right-click into this guy's base. And now, A move. I just got good surface area of all my units. So I didn't just A move. I right-clicked to get my army in there into his face a bit more, and then I A moved. Go behind it, inject, 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 and inject. Check our army really fast. Okay, we're chasing immortals. We don't need to do that right now. Let's just kill this base. Go back to our creep, 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 and creep. Go back to our army. Okay, now move into him, A move. 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 Okay, he's running back. So let's take a second. Because he's getting to his base now, what I just did is I stutter stepped into him. Move, attack. Move, attack. But now that he's there, give him a second. Back off. Because we don't want to push into his battery and cannon anymore. We're losing army pretty hard right now, right? So make another maxed out army. Wait for it to arrive. And then push again when it arrives. And what are we going to do in the meantime while we're waiting? Take this Zergling. A move here. Shift A move back here. Does he have a base there? Nope. Take this army. Go down here. Does he have a base there? Nope. He doesn't have a base there because I just checked it. And we just killed this base. So, we know this guy's starving. We know that if we wait, we're still taking the advantage further and further and further. So while we're waiting for our hydras to spawn, let's go ahead and spread some creep. Spread some creep. Spread some creep. Run away. Okay, he's actually pushing me because he's getting impatient. Now he knows he's going to die otherwise. He's going all in. So let's do this. Are you going to push me? Or what are you doing? Okay, he's not pushing me. So let's go back and push him now. Let's go back and hit him again. Let's go hit most likely what is his third base again. So let's get our army going. Maybe take a couple lings and go scout the front. Do you have a base here? No, you don't, but your army's kind of situating there. So let's take my army and split it 50-50. Some of you guys go down and some of you guys go up. And now let's A move towards this direction. Okay? Look at that. Now move command, A move. Move command, A move. Move command, A move. Move command, A move. We just fucking dominated that Protoss. Now what am I going to do behind this? Let's make another army. He's actually making a lot of ground again so we can make some more lings and some more hydras. We can also now, here's a cool trick we can do. I'm going to show you guys what it means to grab eggs and add them into your control group. So notice how right now there are some larvae here and there are a bunch of eggs. If I hold control and click, well now I can't do it because I have lings here. If I hold shift and control. So if you hold control only, I'll give you two examples. We'll just do shift control first. So if I have hydras, lings, and larvae in this army, I can hold shift and control and I can click a larva. And it deselects the larva. And now I'm only selecting hydra ling here. And then I can hit shift 1. And now suddenly my group 1 has gained all those units. So now I have just now did a addition to my group 1 of hydra ling. So group 1 was hydra ling and we just did that maneuver, which was shift control deselects an entire unit category. And then shift number adds whatever you're selecting still into your army of whatever it is. So for instance, again, if I only select the hydras, for instance, and I want to have hydras on group 7. Look at 7 over here in a second. Just hydras. 40 hydras on group 7. If I want to, let's just say I select only these hydras. If I hit shift 8, I'm going to have 13 units in group 8. It's going to be 12 hydras and 1 ling. There you go. Now, let's just say I want these zerglings right here to be in group 7. If I only have the ling selected and I hit shift 7, this hydra group is going to go up now to 84 because I just added lings into that group. So that's how we're adding in units into the group. And whenever you make units out of your hatcheries, like this for instance, let's say I just want to make a bunch of hydras again. I have a lot of larvae, for instance. I don't know if I'll actually, or you know, I just won't do all of it. It's all good. Let's say I want to make 6 more hydras and put them in my group 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I have larvae and also eggs in this group. And I don't want the larvae always to be in there because what if these become drones eventually? Or what if they become overlords? Or what if they become a unit that I don't want to be in group 1? I can hit control, hold control, click an egg, and it deselects all the larvae, then hit shift 1, and it'll turn to 73, 79. And now I have eggs that can be rallied while I move my army around. That will, once they spawn, go with the army wherever I tell it to go. So we're adding in eggs to our army now as well. We're basically just trying to keep presence on the map and as much as possible with builds like this. And we're just trying to control our opponent. It's really the whole focus of what we're trying to do. So just a quick little gist of the game now about how this went. And again, if you're really, anyone out there who is a stickler for build order, just know, I'm going to tell you guys this right now, okay? I'm not going to do this very often. If it's something that's super unique and it needs to be talked about, I'll try to talk about it. But if it's standard, I'm not going to talk about it, and here's why. I am posting replay packs to Discord all the time. Like, there is, let me show you. There is, on my Discord, there is a channel that literally says B2GM 2021 B2GM replay packs. You can come here and you can download the replay pack. And I make it super organized to where it matches the game in the YouTube video to the game I play. So if you're like, okay, I'm like an hour and 15 minutes into the YouTube video, and you know, that's gonna probably be like game 4 for vibe, or like game 3 for vibe, and it's gonna be like a ZVT, and it'll be like game 3 ZVT, Diamond 3, blah blah blah. Like, you can literally download the replay and you can have the build order at your fingertips all day. So if you want build order, just download the replay pack. Because honestly, if I do every build order every single time in the replay, like talk about the build order and go, okay, so build a drone, build an overlord, build a drone, this video is going to be literally 20 fucking hours just for Diamond 3, and it's going to take forever. So if you want build orders, you have it at your fingertips. The videos are mainly going to be about just download the replays, right? But the videos are mainly going to be about concept, about how the fuck you should be playing the game. It's going to be about helping you understand what you should be doing, right? Not about just being a monkey and telling you how to do a build order. That's why I haven't been telling you how to do build order this entire time. Again, these are more realistic builds though, so if you want a build order, you could actually use it yourself now. It is legit. Like, these are good builds that you could use in ladder, and it will definitely give you good results. It's not just like B2GM build anymore only. But anyways, concept, right? Concept. So we have a pool, we have a gas, we have a hatchery, we went pool gas, or you can go hatchery gas pool. Either way works. Just understand concept, okay? What is the difference between a hatchery gas pool or a hatchery pool gas? So the difference is you're making a pool first after a gas, or before a gas, or you're gonna make a gas first before a pool. What's the difference there? The difference is you're gonna make gas faster or slower. That's the difference. And what happens if you have gas faster or slower? If you have gas faster, your build is more likely to be has more aggressive aspects to it. Means you'll have speedlings faster. Means you'll have upgrades faster. All these things that cost gas could be done a little faster. So it means your build is a little bit more in the aggressive territory. However, if you go pool first before gas, it means you have gas slower, and it means you have more minerals to work with for longer. So you'll probably have a little bit more economy in the mineral department, which means you're more defensive. It means you have a little bit more of a boost in your economy. It means you have queens a little bit faster because your pool went down quicker. It means your larva spawns faster.
You the man. Thanks for the content.
Thank you, Nataz, for the 3. Much love. So that's the difference. They're both really minor one way or the other. It's not like it's going to make or break the game for you. It's really minor if you go pool first before gas or gas first before pool. It's really up to you. Think about it logically. Do I want to be more defensive or do I want to be more aggressive? Prioritize gas if you want to be more aggressive. Prioritize pool if you want to be more defensive. Because again, it speeds up your queens and shit. It's all good. Just for the, like, if you want to understand that concept, it depends on what you want to do with your units. So, going in deeper, I scout his base, right? And look at the timer of the game, right? It's 2:20. Remember this. It's 2:20, and I just saw his core finish with my Overlord as I left the core. Like, it just finished as I got there. And I just want you to know, or his core finished like at 2:15, really. But I just want you to know that a Protoss cannot build a Stalker or an Adept or a Sentry. Any of the, like, Sentry is never going to attack you. Stalker maybe, but not really. Adept, yeah, most likely. And the reason why is an Adept is the most self-sufficient unit because of its shade ability that you could use right off the bat. But If the Protoss can't even make this unit until 2:15, it means it won't even spawn until like 2:45, or if you chrono boost the gateway, then 2:35. And then not only that, but you also aren't even including the time it takes to run across
Zerg
the map.
together strong. I like the microbial stock.
Thank you, Nom Nom Nom. Much love, dude. So like for him to cross the map, he wouldn't be able to get to my base until probably like almost 3 minutes. So if I'm a Zerg player and I'm freaking out right now, making lings because my pool's done as I make my queens, it makes no sense. Unless I was going to be aggressive. Think about shit like this. If I'm making lings for defense, why am I making lings that will sit there on their ass doing nothing? It doesn't make any sense. So I don't make lings yet. I make lings much later in case it was an adept. I make lings like right about now, honestly. As you can see. I made them like 20 seconds later because then, for all I know, a unit could actually be starting to walk across the map, which means, look at the timer. These lings are going to be finishing roughly right about 3 minutes, which is if he went for an adept and he chrono boosted it right after my overlord left, that's right around the time when his adept would probably be getting to my base. Again, you don't need to know these timers all perfectly right now. You don't need it. All these timers I'm giving you, if it's like going, what the fuck? Oh my god, vibe is like going crazy right now. I don't understand. Don't worry. You don't have to know all the timers. It's not that big of a deal. Slowly learn them over like days or weeks or months or however long it'll take you. It's okay. Just understand the concept of the game. If you understand the concept, everything else is so much easier. Okay, so he killed my overlord and I scouted a Stargate. It's all good. Now, again, we have some links.
Get coins at rally.io.
God, Ethereum, thank you again for buying 10,000 Vibu coins. Holy good God. Jesus. Good Lord, dude. Ethereum, you're a fucking legend. So, at this stage of the game now, what we've been doing, again, am I all-inning him? Am I playing aggressive? No, I'm not. Is my plan to bust his base open and kill him while he's making Void Rays? If it was, well, I better stop making drones and I better make a bunch of roaches and lings. And if that's not my plan, why the fuck would I make roaches and lings? Because my opponent is opening up Stargate off of one gateway. So if I have a few lings, again, safety units are super relevant in StarCraft. If my opponent were to attack me at like 5 minutes or like 4.5 minutes with one gateway, as he went Stargate really fast off of one gateway, he could attack me with a total of like 5 units at like 5 minutes. Roughly. Like, it's not a lot. And if I already have like 14 lings or so, or 15 lings, I could easily handle 5 Protoss units with that. Like 5 Stalkers versus 15 lings. 15 lings are going to be okay. And you know what I could do as well? I could just make more as I start defending myself. Like, as soon as I see him walk on creep, and let's say I send lings over there to fight, I could start making more units then, and I would be totally fine. This is something I'm trying to teach you guys throughout all of the series again so far, which is like, notice how I don't give a shit and I just make a bunch of drones, and if we get attacked, if worst comes to worst, I could just pull my drones and fight in the fight. But otherwise, we could just make units to follow up our safety units, and we're totally fine. Much better to do that than it is to be like a guy who has 30 roaches sitting here in a big ball right now being like, well, I only have 29 drones and 34 roaches just sitting there. What do I want to do? I don't know. Like, don't be that guy. If you immediately fall back into that mindset, go back and fucking start over in bronze and progress yourself again and try to like really understand the concepts of economy. Concept of economy is all about getting to the good economy as fast as possible and then making units. And only making a little bit here and there between checkpoints of your army. First checkpoint is our natural. Second checkpoint is our third base. And then what happens after the next checkpoint, after our fourth base? We're done. We have 85 drones. We have like the good realm of like good economy of like 80-ish drones. And we can make units forever then. And we don't give a shit about the economy. It just becomes maintaining it then by rotating it to new bases. Not making more, really. Only making more when we make buildings that lose drones with. So we're poking around, right? We're just poking around seeing his base. We poke around the front of his base. Our link died like we talked about, right? So we should actually send something over there to go confirm if he expanded. And that's what we do. We go send over some shit over there and we go, did you take a third? And the answer is yep. And he's got cannons and voids, so we definitely can't beat that right now. Why would I take, like, even though, look at the supply. Even though I'm crushing supply right now, which it just is a merit to how good our economy is, makes no sense to fight right now. And why does it make no sense? if I am developing at an economy that is 30 workers faster than my opponent, why the fuck wouldn't I just hit that power spike of 200 supply rather than fighting him right now? Because think about it. If I have more money than you, okay? If I am making more money than you are every minute, and I need to make 70 supply, and you need to make 110, do you think that in the time it takes me to make 70 supply, that he's going to make 70 supply? Because if I'm mining more than he is, how the fuck does that make any sense? That would mean that my macro sucks. That's the only thing that would mean. That's the only thing that that would mean. So in reality, if I mine more than he does, and I still want to go to 200 supply, my biggest power spike is going to be right when I max out, because then I can't go any higher. But I will definitely increase the supply difference of the two of us between now and when I hit 200 supply. So as you can see, right now, I'm at 133, he's at 93, which means he's 40 supply down, right? And does that mean I have to sit on my ass and do nothing? No. What I can do instead is I can check for more expansions to punish his base, because even though this army is not really at the best power spike that I want, it is still super fast. This is still a very mobile army. I have roach speed, I have zergling speed, I have hydra speed. I can run around really quick and avoid fighting the void rays. And remember how I only, I can check bases and stuff like that. We just checked this one recently, and we just checked this one, and we just killed a probe. Perfect. This guy is fucking, we guaranteed now. I am on 4 bases, and we know for a fact creep is everywhere up here. Creep is down here. I have a base there. My zergling has recently just checked this base, and that's all the bases on the map. We know this guy has no 4th base. Remember how we had a 40 supply lead? Now it's a 80 supply lead, roughly. Give or take a 4 supply. But you get the point. Like, we are power spiking right now really hard, which means if I power spike like this, my chances of winning the fight now are way higher. So now all my units are spawning and coming across the map, and now we go for it. And now we stutter step. We set up a concave around him, and we stutter step the fight. And the time it took my hydras to get across the map that were just made, now the supply lead is shrunk from 80 to about 60, which is okay. It's 60 supply is still more than 40 from earlier. And not only that, when I only had a 40 supply lead, I had like 3 hydras to kill void rays. Now, I have 40. I have a lot of hydras. So what I can do now is, instead of A-moving this fight and just going A-move and forget about it. Now what I can do is I can move command into his army. And the reason why is because I can move my range units within their max range. So if my hydras can shoot from 6 range away, but I have like 40 hydras, if I just A-move, I'm going to have, a front concave of probably 10 shooting, and the other 30 behind it being like, running in circles, being like, we can't get a spot in the concave. We're waiting until shit dies, and then we can take the spot of a hydra that dies, which is really bad. But instead, if I just move my army closer to where the hydras that I have that are in the front are only like 2 range away from a void ray, and then another row of hydras is like 3 to 4 range away, and another row of hydras is like 5 or 6 range away, all my hydras can shoot at the same time. It increases my DPS of my army like crazy. And all I'm doing is I'm going A-move, move command. A-move, move command. A-move, move command. And here's the reason, the logic behind that. How does that make any sense? Vibe, what the fuck does A-move, move command mean? Well, A-move means that if you attack the ground in an area, your Hydra, as soon as it's within range of a unit to attack it, it will attack it. And if you move command, it will just move to a location. Now here's the way you line it up perfectly. Here's the thing that some players might not know, and it makes perfect logical sense once you understand this concept. Moving and standing still does nothing to change how the attack cooldown works. So if I have a Hydra that shoots and then stands there, and then it shoots and then it stands there, and then it shoots, and why does it have to stand there between shots? Because it has an attack speed that is 0.59. So it's going to go like this. Shot, 0.59, shot, 0.59, shot, 0.59, shot. It's going to shoot every 0.59 seconds. But if I stand there, or if I move for anything within 0 to 0.59 seconds, and then let's just say hypothetically I shoot, I move for 0.55 seconds, and I reinitiate an A-move command. Well, for 0.04 of a second, my Hydra will stand there again, and then shoot. Let's say I shoot, move for exactly 0.59, and then shoot again. It means the Hydra will shoot and have no difference of if it was just standing still in terms of how fast it was shooting. But instead of being right here, it might be like right there. And if I shoot again and move and shoot again, it might be right there. And I shoot, move again, it might be right there. I get closer. I close the distance on my opponent. And then let's say I fuck it up and I literally wait a full second. I shoot, wait
Get
a second.
coins at rally.io.
Yo, Vibe Next GME, thank you for buying Vibecoin. Much love, dude. Thank you guys for popping Vibecoin off. Much love, guys. But let's just say I wait for a second. Let's say I shoot, wait for a full second by moving for a full second, so I kind of fuck up the timing, and then I A-move. Well, you know what that means? It means I just missed 0.41 of a second of attacking. So yeah, that's definitely over-microing and not great. Which is why a lot of players who are lower level don't understand these timers in their head, and they fuck it up all the time. And they're like, oh, that's why I did not teach you how to micro in like silver and shit like that, when you have so much other shit to worry about as well. Because if you want to actually micro units properly, you want to know attack speeds of units. So you move in the dead time of the attack. And you don't overlap it, or you don't wait too long for it. So that's to micro Hydras perfectly. And if Hydras are the focus right now because we're worried about Hydras killing voids, because it's all he fucking has, if I move, attack, move, attack, move, attack, every 0.59, there's an attack in there, and then I move. 0.59, attack, move. 0.59, attack, move. And why do I attack and then move right away after? Because if you attack, you initiate the attack, and then you move for the 0.59, and then you attack, and then you move for 0.59, and you attack. That's all it is. It's all we're doing here with our Hydras. So if we want to micro this perfectly, we could do that. If you want to be really lazy about it, though, if you want to be really lazy about it and not be super perfect and precise with it, you could just straight up fucking walk into it and move. And why does that make sense? Because we have 4 bases guaranteed. Our opponent has 3 guaranteed. We guaranteed have a supply advantage right now because we have more money. Just like we talked about earlier. So if we want to make it really easy, we could just fucking move Commander Army into the area like we do, and just fucking then A-move, and our Hydras are already really close, and they just A-move forever after that. And there we go. Now the Hydras just decimate everything. So that's how we ideally want to set up the micro situation there. How to properly micro that, that sitch. Hopefully that makes sense. And then again, it makes it makes no sense to overdo it. If we just broke a base, it makes no sense to continue pushing if our army supply is dropping. Now he still has a formidable ground army. We only killed Void Rays. Now if his army that was here as well, and we broke all of it, and this was only like 4 stalkers over here, I'd be like, totally just go for it. Just attack him. But he didn't use any ground units. It was just Void Rays that died. So we only killed a chunk of his army. It wasn't even his entire army. So if we want to play the game super safe, if we just back up and power spike ourselves again, it's guaranteed going to be an advantage for us. And why is that once again? Number 1, remember how we were mining more than him before? Now we're really mining a lot more than him because we just killed an entire economy. And number 2, you know how right now we have about like a 90 supply lead? Well, if we get to 200 supply, it's going to be even bigger than 90 because we have more money to max out faster with. So our power spike is actually bigger if we just take a second to max out and then push. If you push right now, it is a little bit impatient, and sometimes it might fuck you if you miscalculate. Because what if this guy was actually like at 158 instead of 88 because you read the game a little wrong, and you throw your army away, and suddenly you're like, wait, what? Oh shit, I threw an army away, and you give him positioning now to retake his 3rd base. It could totally happen. But you can see we chose to push him now. He's overextending really hard. We chose to push him for just a second because he's like really deep out there, and it's whatever. It's really up to you, right? You can either way. We have a big bank, guys. We could totally remax either way. It's just as long as you have good macro, you can give yourself lots of options, right? He pushes out really far. We decide to stutter step towards him, and what are we doing? The exact thing I just described to you. Move for 0.59 seconds, attack. Move for 0.59 seconds, attack. Move for 0.59 seconds, attack. We're trying to time that as good as we can. Get as close as you can to it every time. And what happens is the Protoss runs away and you just beat his ass. And then he gets really close to his base with the shield battery cannon. We can back off, remax, push again, and then it's GG. And now we do it again. We do the same thing again. We actually surround him again and we do a move into him. Stutter step, stutter step, stutter step. Stutter step, stutter step. And he gets destroyed. And now he's dead. Nice. So hopefully, Again, these concepts are making sense. I'm going to go really hard on some of these concepts right off the bat, just because I'm trying to really explain them, and then we'll just kind of like reflect on them later. All right, we'll do another all-in this game. Okay, this game will go for a Ling Bane all-in, just because I'll show you guys another all-in. We're gonna bounce a lot between all-ins and macro. Now that we actually have the ability to micro a little bit.
We require more minerals.
Burr, burr, burr. Stack our patches. And take our natural. Noise. Noise, 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 noise. 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 Oh wait, what am I doing? Shit, whoops. I said I was gonna all in. I totally forgot. Okay, we're not doing it. I'm sorry. I was reading chat. I kind of got sidetracked in my brain. I stopped thinking about our build, and then I just kind of autopiloted a macro build. So this time we'll just go for a speedling build. Sorry. We'll do the same build we did last game, more or less. A speedling opener. My bad.
We require more minerals.
Okay, let's rally our eggs onto the gas. Let's put our overlords around the map so we can see what's going on. Yeah. What's happening here? Okay, we got a natural that's about the same as mine. Cool, 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 cool. Very cool. Get my overlords over there to scout properly. So we're going to have an overlord sitting like right here for like one exit of his base, and another overlord over here for another exit of his base.
No reading chat.
Thank you, Gru. Much love, dude. How about we do a 2-base, really aggressive build this game? You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I'm actually going to leave 3 drones on gas the entire time. So this is going to be, it's still going to be an all-in, but it's going to be a 2-base all-in, okay? There's tons of this is why I'm saying you don't have to just have one build order. There's so much fucking flavor to this game. There's so much possibility that you can do in this game. So I'm just making drones right now. I'm going to make drones all the way to 33 supply, which is coming up really soon here. Okay, let's try and save this drone if we can. Okay, and now we're basically there. Let's make ourselves a roach warren. Let's also make ourselves a 3rd base. And I made no lings. I just made drones until 33 supply, and then I made a roach warren and a 3rd base. And now let's make a couple of overlords. Let's make like literally 4 overlords right now. 4 overlords. Look at the supply. I already have a lot of open supply, right? But I'm making 4 more right now. Now look at my gas. We're at basically 200. Grab 2 drones off, leave 1 drone on, put it on the natural. Now we have 200 gas with only 1 drone staying on gas. Now, hold down the roach key. Hold down the roach key. So we have 33 drones. We then also stopped mining gas at 200 with 2 of our 3 drones, and we took our 3rd base. And we have and we made a bunch of overlords to give us a big supply cushion. Now I made 8 roaches. Okay, and now I'm gonna walk these roaches. Oh, here we go. He's attacking us. It's all good. Okay, just trying to defend my base. Roaches, A, move the area. He's all-inning the crap out of us too. We're both all-inning each other. So what am I going to do? Am I going to freak out? No, the queen died. Making another one. This queen's still good, but let's make another one. And why are we making another one? Because this queen's going to go to the 3rd base. So now I'm still going to have 3 queens injecting 3 hatcheries. I'm making zerglings behind my roaches. That's all we're doing. Now let's go attack his ass. Let's surround these queens because it's a terrible place to fight. Okay, and now he's got a lot of stuff here. Let's try and run our lings away for a second, and let's just wait for the roaches to arrive.
Require more minerals.
Okay. And now our roaches are here.
Our forces are under attack.
Now we can take our roaches, and we can like get in there, and we can just kind of focus fire down. Or just move the area. It doesn't, don't have to really focus fire, realistically. Move the fucking area. Just don't let your roaches bottleneck in the doorway and get all stupid. Move the area. Move the area. Don't stand in the doorway like a derp. Let's eject our bases, because again, macro still happens during cheeses. And now let's hit the next base. The whole time I'm attacking, you know what I'm doing? 5SZ, shift 1. 5SZ, shift 1. A move. 5SZ, 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 shift 1. A move. 5SZ, shift 1. A move. Camera hockey to main. Inject. Camera hockey to natural. Inject. Camera hockey to third. Inject. 5SZ, shift 1. 5SZ, shift 1. 5SZ, shift 1. 5SZ, shift 1. A move. The area. That's all, what we're doing constantly. And if your roaches ever get into a situation where it's like this, where your roaches literally are doing this, they're like, your roaches are just derping out like that, and your lings are like, we're trying to get through, and your roaches are like, wait, hold on, we're fighting by ourselves. Don't fucking do that. Make sure you walk through the ramp and just get in there and go. You want all your units fighting as much as possible. Now, advanced micro. Now, I know I put roaches on 2 and 1, and it's because I was going to actually do advanced micro this game, and I was like, wait, this is diamond 3. Let's not do that. So I didn't even use group 2 at all. I literally did never use group 2 this entire time.
What the difference between Diamond and Master in terms of B2GM?
This is Wallach, thank you for the bits. The difference is Diamond, Masters, and even all the way to like the lower 100 of GM, they're all the same kind of player. And that player is intermediate at StarCraft. Which means let me give you an example that like everyone knows Marvel movies, right? So you have like pro gamers. You have like Cyril. Okay, we'll use Cyril for an example. Cyril is like, we'll use Thor as an example, okay? Cyril is like Thor from Thor Ragnarok. He's like, when he takes his fucking armor off and he's like buff as shit, he's in his best shape of his life, and he's an absolute badass. That's like Cyril status. And then you have players who are like in like the, like, you know, lower, or rather, okay, hold on. I don't need to, I'm kind of fucking my example up because Cyril's actually in his own category with like pros and shit. We're not actually talking about pros at all. We're talking about lower GM all the way to diamond. Sorry, I shouldn't use Cyril there. So start over. People who are like rank 110, rank 124, GM, rank 131. These dudes in this category are like Thor from Thor Ragnarok. Best shape of their lives. They're looking great. They're really hitting their stride. And then players who are in Masters League are like Thor in game when he was really fat. And he was Fat Thor. And he was sitting in his room playing video games, just eating like chips, Doritos, and fried chicken. And he's got grease going down his fucking belly button happy trail. He's just like, leave me alone. I want to eat. That's Masters players. And then Diamond players are like guys who are cosplaying as Thor, but they're not actually the real Thor. They're just like, they see Thor, they think Thor is cool, and you get all different kinds of Thors. You get like really tall, skinny Thors, you get really short, fat Thors, you get all different kinds of Thors. You get Thors that sound high pitched, you get Thors that sound really deep, and you know, they're really hairy Thors, super bald Thors. They're just all different kinds of Thors. They're the cosplay Thors. They don't have any of the power that the actual Thor does, but they're trying to do the same thing. It's kind of what it's like. The point I'm trying to make here is Diamond and Masters are the exact same player, except Masters does it better. They're the same fucking thing, but Masters does everything that Diamond can do, but better. I know it sounded weird with my analogy. But Diamond players just can't do shit as good as Masters players, but they do the same thing. Another way to explain it, This is another way to actually explain it for StarCraft standards. I'll do it 1 second when this bit donation's over.
Who is noob master in this analogy?
No. As well, like, no. Thank you for the bits. Let me tell you this. Here's another real example of what it is for Diamond and Masters, okay? Here's a Diamond player. A Diamond player is a guy who's got like a spreadsheet. He's got like a big notepad game plan, and he's like, all right, these are my checkpoints. I'm doing all my things in a list. I got myself ready to go. And then he like fucking gets Q, and the guy attacks him with some type of a weird timing. And then the Diamond player literally might as well just take that list, crumple it up like a piece of paper, and throw it off the monitor. And he's like, fuck it. I don't know what's going on anymore. We're going to free ball this game. We're going to freestyle. I have no idea. I have no plan anymore because something disrupted me, and now I'm going to play terrible. That's a Diamond player. If you don't disrupt a Diamond player, they have a chance to play all right. But if you disrupt them at all and make their build kind of fall apart for them, they don't know how to react, and they're like, well, I don't know what to do now. Which is why I'm trying to teach you guys how to be efficient and how to react to games and how to like play properly. I'm trying to teach you that really hard because that's the biggest problem Diamond players have. Masters players, they can just get further along before they break. They can make it like 3 times longer than a Diamond player can. Like a Diamond player might break it like 1 minute and 30 seconds into the game if they play against someone who annoys them. Whereas a Masters player might break it like 4 minutes. And then that's the same fucking thing though. They both break eventually. And they're like, I don't know what to do anymore. Freak out. I don't know. Just do random shit. That sounds like a good idea. It sucked. I lost. That's the difference.
Yeah.
They both break. It's just one lasts a little longer than the other.
Less than 3.
Versus players that push them to the limit. Okay, let's talk about this really fast again. Let's not talk about build order, because again, you guys can download the replays for build orders. You're more than welcome. It's free. My Discord costs nothing. It's free to download build orders from my replay packs. I encourage you to do it as much as you like. You have to pay nothing for it. Habsrock, thank you for the 513 sub. Thank you, dude. But let's talk about concept, okay? Concept. Thank you for the bits, Senior Lobo, for the 100 biddies.
I'm a Diamond player and I approve of this message.
Yeah, it's because it's true. Yeah, thank you. But you guys don't have to be Diamond forever. Everyone can improve. So what did I do this game? Notice how I went gas before pool. What does that mean? What did we just talk about? Gas before pool insinuates we're going to do something aggressive. So this already conceptually makes more sense. Gas before pool as well is okay defensively as well. If you think your opponent is going to do something really aggressive to you and you think speedlings need to be had a little bit faster, that's also okay. But if you think the game is going to be a standard defensive macro game, going gas before pool is for Diamond. I want you guys to understand that the concept of it doesn't need to be like that. I want you guys to always know it doesn't always have to be gas before pool every time, and I don't know why. I want you to understand that if you go pool before gas, it means your build is going to have delayed gas, but it's going to have faster queens, faster larva, faster income, faster money. It's more greedy. You have to understand that. Like, you have to understand the reasoning of why someone does something to really understand StarCraft. Thank you, 39 stripes.
Hey Vibe. For a Marco Speedling opener, after taking a third in ZVZ, how do I properly react to a Ling flood? I die to these late floods when I take my third at 30 supply, after starting my Bane nest.
Well, guess what?
Less than 3.
That's exactly what happened this game. I got fucking all-in this game by a Ling flood. He all-ined me before I all-ined him. He went for Lings, and I went for Roaches into Lings. This game is a perfect example for you. Again, if you're using a Baneling Nest, though, and you're dying to a Ling flood, your Baneling Nest is way too late. That's all I can tell you. You build a faster Baneling Nest. But again, we're talking about this game, right? This is this particular example. This is the Roach. We're gonna have so many examples, guys. Calm your tits. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. But everyone asks so many questions about shit I'm not even doing yet, or haven't done yet. So we have 3 drones on gas still. We drone up to 33. This guy actually sends his first 4 lings to kill my drones. He actually ends up getting one of them as well, which is annoying. Or sorry, his first 2 lings rather. He gets one of my drones, which sucked. It's okay. And then I made drones all the way to 33. And now look at him. Look at him already. He's making lings, boys. He gonna flood my ass. He got Baneling Nest almost done. He's doing a Ling Bane bust. Right? Now again, we made our third base.
Let's call it $1/replay instead of free.
$1 replay instead of free. Yo, thank you very much, Park Canyon. You're a fucking boss, dude. Thank you. For the $200 dono, you're a fucking beast. Park Canyon, you're way too nice. Thank you very much, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to do. I'll give you I'll make an OnlyFans just for you. No, much love, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. You're a fucking boss. So again, we went for 33. Then we got a Roach Horn. We leave our drones on gas until we get 200 gas. All right, that's the big parts about this build that we need to keep in mind. We don't want to keep mining too much gas because we're not making more than 8 roaches. We're just making 8 roaches for the big push.
Oh, yeah.
And then we make a bunch of overlords. We made about 4 extra overlords.
Less than 3.
After the Roach Horn, so that we could have a big supply cushion to make a large amount of units out of our third base, our natural, and our main width. Because we're going to have 3 bases injecting 3 queens, injecting 3 hatcheries. Literin, thank you for the 3-month resub. And
Roses
KK,
are red,
thank you.
violets are blue. When you gas pool, better get aggressive. Ooh.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Gas is more aggressive. And we can see banelings are morphing outside my base. Lings are flooding across the map. But I'm making roaches right now, right? And I'm making lings as a follow-up. And now what am I doing during this? I'm not fucking tunnel visioning my micro. 5SV, 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 shift 1, 5SV, shift 1, 5SV, shift 1. Shift 1 adds it into group 1. 5SV makes Zerglings. 5SV, shift 1, 5SV, shift 1, 5SV, shift 1, 5SV, shift 1. Over and over and over. It never stops. Like, watch my lings. Look up here in top left for a second. Watch my lings. They're going to keep fluctuating in number a lot. So I have 14, 18. Now I have 6. Now I have 10. Now I have 8. Now I have 6, 4, 6, 10. 10, 12. It was 12, 10. 18, 12, 6, 2, fucking blah, blah, blah. You get the point, right? The number's fluctuating a lot. It's not just like one wave, idle for 30 seconds. One wave, idle for 2 minutes. One wave, idle for minute 45. No, we're not doing that. We're not waiting until we have 15 fucking larvae to make lings. We're making lings every like 3 seconds. 5SD or 5SZ, shift to 1. 5SZ, shift to 1. 5SZ, shift to 1. Make fucking lings. Macro is still important while you all in somebody. This 100% is an all in. 100% is an all in. Yes, we're making lings, by the way. Someone just said, are you making overlords a lot? We make overlords right before we make roaches, guys. We make overlords right before we make roaches, and we make like 4 of them to give ourselves a supply cushion. We've still not made an overlord since then. If it came to it, we like got close to supply blocking, we could definitely make another overlord. That'd be fine.
Oh,
we're not prioritizing mass overlords. That makes no sense. Ultra Hugs, thank you for the
hey
29.
looks, it's another subversary.
Oh my
High
God.
vibe less than 3.
Hi, thank you very much for the 29. Thank you. But again, the macro is still the biggest focus here. We're still microing, but macro is so fucking important right now. This is why I'm telling you it's multitasking. It's not just micro. And you just like drool out the mouth and you're just like moving one roach around, right? You're multitasking. It is never micro only in this game ever. It is macro to learn how to macro only. And then once you're Diamond League, it's multitask. So if you're going to all-in somebody, you need to fucking multitask. You need to macro while you attack someone. Now let's talk about this concept again, right? Let's talk about our attack. See what we can learn here, or what we can talk about. So you guys get the point about the build, right? You get the point of what you're supposed to be doing here. Well, watch the build. So look at these lings. These queens right now are defending 3 brand new spines, and it's just 2 queens. If this guy allowed me to fully surround his queens, it would definitely be a good fight for us. However, the second I saw those lings, you know what we should have done? Because there's no fucking way I'm going to beat like equal number lings with equal number lings on his queens as well. What we should have done, and my roaches are still pretty far away. What we should have done is these lings should have either gone up and ran out, or just grabbed these lings with that green box and ran them down here and like ran them to the left or something, or just ran them down here to wait for a second. Because these lings are only going to die right now. These lings are going to take a terrible fight. So we should have actually ran away with these lings. Now, I didn't run away with these lings because, again, like I said before, this is Diamond. We're not trying to play perfect. But it makes no sense to think that we're going to beat not only equal number of lings to lings, but also beat 2 queens as well. We're not going to overpower queens and an equal number of lings with just our lings. And if we lose our lings before our roaches arrive, it's really fucking silly. It weakens our push. But that's what we end up doing. We end up losing a lot of lings here. As you can see, not a great fight for us. He's got a lot of lings left over. We ran away with 3 lings. Or, sorry, 4 lings. These are our 4 lings right here. That was a terrible fight for us. So like I said before, if we start really like understanding the game more and more and more, we'll start actually playing better as we go. But if you make a mistake like that, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's just try to understand that concept, right? It makes no sense to think I can be queens and lings with just lings. Especially when we have the same number of lings. No, in what fucking world does that make any sense? It's like saying I can make 4 roaches and I can be 8 roaches. That works. No, it doesn't actually. It makes no sense, right? So I want you guys to understand that. And people love to get impatient and they love to do things all hasty and make mistakes. It's okay. Give yourself some time. Be generous to yourself. Allow yourself to learn over time. Don't beat yourself up. If this happens to you and you happen to lose the game because of it, just think about it. Be like, ah, shit, I probably shouldn't have taken that fight right there. But at the same time, look at our macro. This is still the macro. By the way, this is a disclaimer. Macro is still always the priority. It always is the priority. So macro should not even be a thing we should be thinking about in terms of like, well, how can I win this game? Should I move my lings or blah, 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 whatever? Should I do this or that? As long as the macro is still the focus, then yes, you can still say, I should maybe move my units in some other way or attack from a different angle or things like that. But the thing I don't want you guys, the trap I do not want you guys to fall into in Diamond League is I do not want you guys to think to yourself, oh, I lost this game because my micro sucked. And in reality, you have 2,000 fucking minerals and you have no macro at all. And you're trying to win the game with what could be like an extra 100 Zerglings and you're just not using any fucking units and you're like, oh, I should have microed a different way. And you just completely are devoid of the macro element of the game again. Don't be that guy. Don't be the guy that just forgets about macro. It's still the priority. And our macro is cranking like a boss. We are cranking out that larva like crazy. As you can see, my lings never stop, never stop, never stop. And now finally my roaches arrive. And when my roaches arrive, here's what we do. So my roaches get up here. We initiate the fight. I do not want my roaches sitting there up with their thumb up their ass, just having 3 attack and the other one's just sitting there going, I can't fight yet. So we commit to the ramp, we walk deeper into it, and we could do something right now. We could either walk forward and try to kill the queens and the lings. We could walk forward and try to kill the banes as they morph. Or we could stay where we are, closer to the wall here, and kill the spine crawlers. And now I want you to think about something. Out of those 3 choices, if you said it makes the most sense to kill the spines, you are correct. And here's why. Roaches, right now, are not being supported by lings. And why are my roaches not being supported by my lings? Because we just threw them away in the previous fight, like what we just described. So if we make a mistake like that, you can make a mistake here and there and still win the game. But if you make multiple mistakes in a row, that's how you're going to usually lose the game. So we don't have any cover for our roaches because all of our fucking lings are dead. Now, if I walk out of the choke point, if I literally leave this choke point and go deeper and dive on the banes or like the queens and where his lings are, this guy could actually run his lings past my roaches and surround me before I could leave his base. Not only that, it would now lock my roaches in place longer for the spines to get closer to finishing, and they might even finish. Also, not only that, we're also at his base, which means defenders. I don't know if his larvae are about to pop. I have no idea, right? I don't have a map hack. For all I know, another like 20 lings are about to spawn. The only reason why they're not about to spawn is because this guy is not using his larva. He just isn't using larva. So that's nice for us. That's super nice. I love that he's not using larva because it makes he's making a mistake now. That's definitely a problem. So, I mean, if he was using larva, If he surrounded me with these lings, and then more lings came out and continued to surround me while the spines finished and killed me, I could actually lose my roaches. And if I lose my roaches, this push falls apart and dies. This push is heavily based on the roaches.
Yeah.
So if I instead stay in the choke point, you know what happens? I can't be surrounded. I cannot be surrounded. You know, Tommy Stud, thank you very much for the 3 months. He can't surround me if I'm in a choke point because it's a wall. My roaches are the only surface area available, and his lings will get bottlenecked into the first 3 roaches. So if I just focus fire his spine that is in my face right now, what can happen now is I can kill a spine and not overcommit my roaches, and instead wait on the rest of my lings that are currently also still reinforcing across the map. Get like a regroup with my other lings. I can regroup myself and also fuck over some spine in the process. So that's what we kind of do. We kill a spine and we back up. Notice how I don't go forward. I go back. And now I start kiting the same exact way. It's called kiting, stutter stepping. Stutter step is usually what someone says when you go towards someone. And kiting is usually what someone says when they stutter step away from somebody. So kiting means if I attack and then I move command and run away for 1.43 seconds and then attack again, thumbs up for me, right? I'm doing it perfectly because the roach's attack speed is 1.43. So we're kiting backwards, back towards more of our lings that are on their way, you know, across the map and shit like that. We're trying to like catch up with more of our units. Now look at the money, right? Look at the larva. We have 4 larvae, but we only have enough minerals for 1 Zergling. He has 9 larvae. He has enough minerals to make all of them. He still is not making any fucking larvae. 0 eggs. Look at us. Eggs in every base. We are beating this guy because of macro. 100%. Okay, now look what we're doing. Holding the choke point. And now finally, more of our lings have arrived. We held the choke point until that point was over. And now our lings are here, and now we're actually overpowering the fight. So, fight's going really well for us now. We did not overcommit the roaches. And now that we just broke his spine crawlers and his banelings and his dreadlings, now it's really hard for him to win because now, again, this is that point where once we breach his economy, we're going to pile, we have more bases than him, and we have more larvae than him, and now we have more economy than him. We're going to pile the pressure on until he dies because this is an all-in. And then he's just going to die. Like, he'll never be able to have enough to keep up with us. And so he's dead. So again, I hope this is another game that makes sense about how to set things up. It's all super relevant, right? It's all really relevant. So that was an all-in anyway, so now next game I'll try to play another. I'll try to play macro, all-in, macro, like, you know, give you guys a good balance. And I'll try to give you guys diversity about how the builds we're doing. The thing is, well, is all-ins can be a lot more diverse, and macro builds are usually mostly the same. So this game, we're playing another Zerg player. Let's actually do a macro build this time. We'll do a macro build this time. Sorry, Terran viewers. Vibe, how do you know when you need to stop making drones? Well, I told you 33 drones is when you need to stop making drones for that build, and the reason why it's when you stop making drones for that build is because it's just enough money to make your lings constantly the entire time. You'll never have a big bank. You're able to flood the entire time. And think about this logically. Are you going to make drones while you're killing your opponent if you're all-inning him? If you're trying to kill him and you make drones in the middle of that, that makes no sense. If you start making drones while you're killing someone, it means you're going to transition out of attacking them into an economy. And although that can be a thing you can do, if you're like a guy who's like, well, I'm going to make 4 drones and then another 10 lings and then 2 drones and then another 6 lings and then 3 drones, I would ask why. How does that make any sense?
We require more minerals.
You just got to think about the game logically. You got to think about what your plan is. Like, what are you trying to accomplish, and what is the goal to get that? Making drones makes no sense if you're flooding someone and trying to kill them. if you're already able to flood. Okay, so his natural is going down about the same time as our natural. All G. All good. This game we can go for a baneling nest. So this game we're going to take 1 drone off of gas when we hit 100 gas for speed. We're just going to take 1 drone off of gas because this game we're going to go for a Zergling baneling build. Zergling baneling. Let's go ahead and make one of our drones go up and take our 3rd base, right around 30 supply, because this is when we can afford it. With a speedling opener.
If Master League players are Fat Thor, which Thor your oppo?
He's cosplay Thor. This is Diamond, right? This is Diamond League. Okay, let's go ahead and make a baneling nest. Make it like right there or something. It's all good. Okay, and let's make a couple more Zerglings. Just like a couple more, not a ton. Make an Overlord because we're getting close to supply blocking. And let's run through his base. This is a scout, guys. Scout. What do we see? Drones. Looks like my drones. Super similar, right? Okay, and what am I doing right now? I'm macroing during the process.
Oh,
We saw a 3rd queen. We saw a
yeah.
gas. Everything looks fine. Nothing looks crazy. Okay, now our baneling nest is done. Now let's make what I like to call safety banelings. Now, once we get to mass... Oh, look at it. Look at what's happening. He's flooding us. He is flooding us. So now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make more banelings. And I'm going to start making more Zerglings. So if my opponent's already flooding this many lings at my base, and I don't even have that many lings yet, you know what that means? I already know I have a higher drone count. I already know I have more drones. That is a fact.
Zerg is the best. I appreciate you and your teaching, vibe. Take care of your health.
Okay. Thank you, dude. The guy, sorry, I can't really read the chat right now. So I'm just A-moving everything. Again, we have 1 control group. We're not going too crazy. I'm just kind of trying to defend my creep and stuff like that. And if our opponent's being really aggressive, you know what we can do? Let's just make some more queens. It's all good. Let's also make some more banes because this guy's being really aggressive and he's popping my banes like crazy. And what am I doing right now? I'm making drones. Why am I making drones? I've been looking at the mini-map this entire time, and I have not seen a flood out of his base. He is not flooding me. Let's go ahead and make our wall here for our natural. He is still not flooding me. Now let's take our Overlord here and go like this. Do you have a 3rd base? Yes, he does. Okay. Transfer all.
Get coins at rally.io.
Thank you. Much love. Sorry, I'm trying to focus. Oh god. Okay. Okay, so we're just A-moving. We're making lings. He's getting in our base, right? We're A-moving. This is looking pretty bad, so let's use our drones as well. A-move our drones, shift, mind the middle line. Cool. This is looking bad. A-move our drones, shift, mind the middle line. And now look at the flood. Nothing's happening again. So let's make drones. A lot of times in ZVZ, you play the game off of the minimap. Also, sorry guys, when things are gonna get a little more intense in StarCraft now, I cannot fucking read everyone's nation. I apologize. If I miss it, don't take offense to it. I do appreciate it a lot, but I just no fucking way. I'm gonna be able to explain everything about this game and also be like thanking everybody all the time for supporting. It's rough. Look, he's attacking again. But look at my army. Do I have enough? I'd say probably. Yeah, I think our army is pretty decent. So let's aim move towards it. Yep, let's aim move towards that. Now look, he's flooding me again. So it's starting to get to a point now where I'm losing units and he's still making more, so let's make some more banes. It's okay. Okay, GG. Looks like he, unless he's offensively GGing me. I don't know what's going on. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? Okay. So if I had to guess, my opponent's economy is probably like fucking 25 drones, right? He's got 29. And how did I know that? How did I know that? How did I guess and get somewhat close to what he's actually at? Because I made units as a response, and he was flooding the whole fucking time. I'll thank you guys now really quickly before we go into this. Pause it really fast. Children of Vibe, thank you very much for the 5-month resub. Thank you, dude. C9, thank you very much for the 16. Is Wallach, thank you for the 100 bits. Tommy Stud, thank you for the 3-month resub. 9pool, thank you for the 11-month resub. Appreciate you guys very much. Thank you, thank you. Some of those happened during, some of those happened before that game. I can't remember. But either way, I appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope I don't ever miss anybody. I always feel bad if I do. But look at this. Okay, watch. Our perspective. So our build is super standard. We're going for macro, right? We're trying to macro. We're trying to set up our macro game here. We got our pool, we got our gas, we got our hatchery. We're making queens, overlord, drones. We're making A's they're going to go scout his base with. Wherever it is. I don't know where I made it. There it is. So these things are going to go scout his base. All good, not a big deal. And we took one drone off of gas, like I said before, when we got speed. And why did I do that? You're like, someone out there like, Vibe, I don't understand. Why did you take one drone off of gas? Please explain. I don't get it. That made no sense to me. Look at my hair as well. Holy fuck. This hat is making my hair poke through like crazy. So if you get speed on speedlings, okay? You get speed on the spawning pool. You start the upgrade. If you don't take a drone off of gas after that, if you do not take a drone off of gas after you start speed, your gas is going to go up very fast. And if you're not planning to make mass banelings and attack your opponent, it doesn't make any sense. Brian, thank you very much for the dono, dude.
Invibe your coin from rally.io.
Brian, thank you for the 10. You're fucking boss. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. If your plan is not to if your plan is basically, I could say a lot of things, but if your plan is not to use gas like crazy, it doesn't make any sense to leave 3 on the gas. Okay? And I need you guys to understand this concept. The more gas you mine, for the longer you mine it, the longer it's going to delay your economy. And there needs to be a good reason for that. The reason needs to either be you need it to not die, or you want it to fuck over your opponent. That's the only reasons why you should ever be doing something with your gas like crazy early to sacrifice economy. Okay? So, some people might think to themselves, well, Vibe, it's only one drone though. You had 3 and you took 1 off. Is one drone really that impactful? And it's not just about one drone. Because think about it like this. If I left 3 drones on that gas to mine gas to make banelings faster, things like that, you know what that does? It gets me to enough gas to make my baneling nest 1/3 faster than what I would have gotten previously, because I'm doing 2 out of 3 drones here and I'm missing 1/3 of my gas mining. So I would be getting my baneling nest, like my timing of my baneling nest would be ready to go faster, which would mean it puts more pressure on my economy because it's not free to build it. It also still costs minerals. It would then mean when the baneling nest is done, if I want to still use that gas to make banes, it puts pressure on my mineral economy again faster, because I get banelings, which cost minerals as well as gas, faster. Like all the things that cost gas aren't fucking just gas. They cost minerals and gas. And if you can't justify why you make it so fast, it doesn't make any sense. And here's the reason why. For those of you who may or may not understand this, here's the reason why we do not make 3 out of 3 on the gas. Watch this. So if we mine with 2 out of 3 on the gas, if we mine with 2 out of 3 on the gas, and we need to get 50 to make a bane nest, by the time we make a bane nest, a Zergling speed upgrade is 79 seconds, and a baneling nest is 43 seconds. So what does that mean? If you subtract 43 off of 79, which is 36, that means that you have 36 seconds after you start speed to mine enough gas to start a bane nest. How is this relevant, Vibe? Please explain. Because if we confirm our opponent with our first overlord, took a natural first, like we did, means that he's going hatch, gas pool, or pool gas. Either way, again, remember how I told you it's really minor about going gas spool or pool gas, but it's the concept that I want you to understand, but it is very minor either way because you make them both really close together. Generally speaking, you're going to be getting speed by about 330. So if there are not speedlings on the map, why the fuck do I need to rush banelings? I don't. If I rush banelings and I get banelings out on the map by like 305,
Get coins at rally.io.
yo, Malp, thank you for buying Vibe coins. Much love, man. If I get banelings on the map at like 305 or like 310, and I'm sitting there for like 20, 25 seconds until 330, being like, well, I have 3 on gas still. Are you going to hit me or what? And he finally gets speed at 330 because we also get speed at like 330. There's no reason to like not understand why that's bad. Like if you really think about it, it's like, well, we just wasted a lot of minerals that we could have mined otherwise because we're over mining the gas really early to literally have banelings sitting here for no reason. Again, if we're going to do the build that is baneling opener. So you have to understand these concepts. Now, it would be, let me tell you in a second. Thank you for the bits. What's theory?
It's better to have 2 drones on close patch and 0 on a far patch than 1 on each, right?
Just want to let you know if you do that, there's no real, okay, I'll come back to the baneling talk in a second. That's very unrealistic what you just said. What's theory? And the reason why is this. You start with 12 drones, which means you can only have 4 patches that are stacked with 2 and 4 patches that have 1 because 8 plus 4 is 12. And the only base I tell you to do stacking on is your first base. I do not tell you to do it on your third. I do not tell you to do it on your fourth or your natural or whatever. I just tell you to do it on your main base. So it's unrealistic already. This is like a hypothetical that doesn't exist. But now let me tell you something else. Even if you did that, if you put 2 drones on a patch that are close and 0 on far patches, there is a chance that your drones would go, oh, well, there's no drone mining another patch, and they would automatically separate themselves and go 1 per patch. It really, like, if there's any overlap, even for a millisecond, like 1 fucking millisecond, they would rotate to an open patch. So there's a chance that drones would do that. So then again, like, this hypothetical would only make sense if, like, let's say you started mining like your third base and you were trying to stack patches at your third base. And if you're doing that, that's really bad because there's so much more important shit you need to be doing at that point in the game. So I feel like there's maybe a hidden meaning there that I don't want you to think that's a good idea. But yeah, hopefully that explains and answers your question. A lot of drones will not stay 2 per patch, and they will actually spread themselves out to 1 per patch because drone micro or the drone AI doesn't like having unmined patches. Okay, now back to the baneling thing. So, again, point being, if you mine with 2 drones on the gas after you get speed, it gives you baneling nest fast enough to not die to a speedling all-in. And a speedling all-in is what you're actually afraid of when you make banelings. You still have banelings before you get killed by a speedling all-in. As you can see right now, I even took my baneling nest when I had like 20 gas in the bank, which means I waited 20 gas longer to make it than I could have. I could have made it even faster. And even though I delayed it this long, I am still going to have my baneling nest almost right around 330. It's very close. And this was actually a game where I got speedling flooded. And my opponent didn't do it right at 330. He did it more like 345 or something. So the fact that my baneling nest was delayed by a few seconds was totally fine. Notice how right now at 330, my speed is like about to kick on. If I was already walking across the map and my lings were here and speed finishes, same thing for him. Because look at this, right? My speed is at 75 out of 79. His speed was actually delayed. His at 68 out of 79, so he fucked up somewhere. He definitely missed a beat. He might have waited too long to make the gas, or he might have waited too long to make the upgrade on the pool because he forgot about it. But he opened up he opened up hatch first, and I confirmed that with my overlord based on the timing of it. So I knew we were okay. I hope this is making sense. We're comparing our opponent's build to our build. That's the whole point of what's going on here, which is why we know if we start thinking about numbers and how they work, we can actually accurately maximize our economy and minimize wasted time. Like, I'm going to give you another concept. This might actually make sense to somebody. I feel like this might be a shitty concept, so I'll make it go really fast. But let's just say, hypothetically, you have $20. Okay? Let's say you have $20. And let's say every single minute that goes by, you get like 10% of that in interest. And it like, it literally, it goes up on top of itself. So if 10% of 20 is 2, and now you have 22, you get 10% of that, which is now 2.2, and then you get 24.2. And you get 10% of that, blah, 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 blah. It keeps going up. And what if the goal is you have to like buy something with that money at the time that you need it, but let's say you don't need it. Let's just say you need to buy something by like the 5th turn of investment. Well, if you buy it on like the first, like let's say this thing you need to buy is worth like $15. If you buy it on the first turn, you know what that does to you? Your first turn is now 10% of 5, which is fucking terrible. Vice versa, if you know, if it's 10% of 20 instead of 5, you get so much more. This is the exact same concept for what we're doing with like making units in StarCraft 2. We're not making them way before we need them because it fucking owns your economy. It makes everything crap. So we're actually trying to understand when we need shit, and when we need it, then we make it. So this is huge. This is a big concept to understand. I hope that made sense to some people. I hope it does. But that's why, again, this makes sense to get 2 banelings or 2 drones on gas to get a baneling nest, which is still for the purpose of coming out right before speedling attacks could possibly be a thing. Which it was a thing this game, and this guy literally ling floods us, and as he's ling flooding us, we're making banes. And as he gets to our base, banes are done, and he arrives at our base. You know what I mean? Like, this is totally fine for us. Now, this is Diamond 3, so I'm not going to actually micro my banelings at all, really. I'm just going to have them A-move with our lings, because I don't expect anyone to be able to micro banes properly. But there's a lot of baneling micro we're going to talk about later. Putting them on their own control group is very important later on. These units are so fucking good if you use them properly. Because again, you can like bait Zerglings and stuff like that, and like make them not kill banes, but he like wastes slings anyways to try and he's trying to blow your banes up, but you can cover them and shit. So there's a lot of cool stuff we can do with micro. We're microing super fucking basic right now, super basic. It's still minimal micro with maximum macro. We're focusing heavily on the economy department, and because we have enough banelings and Zerglings right now to feel okay against his current army, we don't make any more, and we go back to making drones. And we start making units again as soon as we see more units flood out of his base. So right now it's drones, drones, drones. Okay, he sent the units at me again, so now I can make lings. So if you just watch this. Just watch this for a second. We'll go back to this one really quick. Look at the production. I'm making lings because he's currently attacking me. Now, as soon as he loses his lings, I will make drones. I can make drones now because he just lost a lot of lings. So watch the production. See how I make drones? See how I make drones right there? Super fucking nice. But I'm not tunnel visioning this fight. I am still hitting 5 SD, 5 SD, 5 SD. I'm making drones during the fight. I'm making queens. I'm rotating queens around to come over to the third base to inject and shit. Now look at this. Look at the mini-map. Watch the mini-map. Okay? I'm not just making lings on a whim being like, I don't know, I might need them. I can't tell. I might need it. I'm making more drones because he's losing lings like crazy. And I just made a wave of lings. But now look at the mini-map. See that? Do you see that move out? Look at the move out. Look at the move out. Look at the move out. Look at that move out right there. Get ready for it. And here comes another one right now. In a second. So he's not really moving out yet, so I made more drones. It's a big one coming in a second here. Show me the big one. I thought it was actually closer than I am in the replay, but apparently I'm not. There we go. There's a big move out right now. Big move out right there. A clump just went down the south side, and more of a clump just went on the north side. I can tell he's flooding us with more shit, and another wave is coming, and another wave is coming, and another wave is coming. So even though he hasn't attacked me yet, and I have a lot of drones already in production, I should be starting lings as soon as possible right now. Because I just saw a wave of lings come at me again. And if a wave of lings, like here's the thing, right? If I don't make lings and a wave is coming at me, it puts a lot of pressure on my banelings to get good connections. However, if he sent a wave at me and I was making drones while he made that wave, I can respond to that wave as he gets to my base, and I now make a Zergling wave of my own because defender's advantage means my units can spawn in the fight right away, whereas his units have to spawn and run across the entire map to get in the fight because he's attacking me. I still always have the advantage of when he made these, I made drones, and then I made lings as a response to seeing him make these. So I always have the advantage regardless of that, so I should be making lings now. The next thing I should make is lings. If I'm playing this game properly. Where are the lings at? Let's see the lings. He's now attacking our base, and I should be making lings right now. There you go. There's our lings, right? We just made fucking lings. It makes sense because we're responding to his attack. We are, again, it's reacting to him because we're macroing. That's what macro is you focus on economy and you react. You focus on economy and you react. Now look at the economy. It's fucking really high for Zerg, for red. We are taking so much control of this game right now. We are so far in the lead right now, it's crazy. And as a result of this, we can go into things like Roach Hydra or just mass roaches, Roach Ravager. We can do a lot with our Roach Warren here off of a good economy off of 3 bases. And then now look at this. What happened to all the lings? All the lings just died over here, and all the lings over here are also dying again right now. So now, and look at the current lings we have. We still have 7, and we have another 12 on the way. Now, because we killed all of his lings, it's actually, once again, a judgment call. Because no more lings have flooded yet on his side of the map, because our overlords are spotting for that. And now, if we want to, here's where the big thing about ZVZ comes into play. If we make more lings right now, and he does not attack me, we should go attack him, because it means we overmade lings. If we make drones right now, and he does not attack me, fucking awesome. That's perfectly guessed. If we make more, if we make more drones right now when he attacks us, well then we got to make lings once again right after as soon as possible to make up the difference as he attacks us. The point is if we make the aggressive unit and he doesn't make aggressive back, he doesn't attack us, we should attack him then, because it means he made us overmake lings for his current attack. So we're trying to calculate 2 things. Number 1, how many more lings are coming, and number 2, how many lings are left over. And we're the ones ahead now in what's left over because we're crushing his lings right now. And we also have more in production. We still have lings in production, and we haven't seen more come out of him yet. But like do I feel confident? Do these lings that I just made make me feel good enough to go, I can make some Banes out of this and make more drones? Or should I fucking make more lings, and then if he doesn't attack me, should I just go attack him and maybe kill his 3rd base or something?
Best.
This is where the tempo of ZVZ goes. It's really up to you to see how well you can watch the mini map while you're getting attacked. So what do? We make... I feel like we're going to make drones because no attack is coming. And we're going for the macro side, generally speaking. So I would not be surprised if we make drones right now. And we make... We're still defending all these fucking lings in our base. We make drones. See how I made drones? I made drones because he did not attack us. And I have enough lings left over that it just reset. It literally starts over again. And now I have Baneling Zergling sitting here, and if he attacks me while I'm making drones, I immediately will go back to making lings again. But here's the beautiful thing, though, is if I actually get to a point, which I'm super close to now, because I'm making 14 right now, which means I'm going to go to a total of 57. Once I get to 66, and I have 3 base saturation, if I really wanted to, because now that we're in Diamond Plus, we're going to kind of, in ZVZ at least, we're going to kind of stop going to 85 drones. It's a little different. We'll talk more about it as we go. But 3 base saturation is more ideal for ZVZ. Once we get there, we're going to definitely start shifting gears into full unit production, and we're going to go for it. And the reason why is because roaches are actually amazing in ZVZ, and we're going to focus a lot on roaches now, and they're cheaper than hydras. Hydras are really good, or we're really only going to make hydras when our opponent goes for mutas, if we're going for ground ourselves. So you can see production. My opponent made a bunch of lings. We made drones. Watch the minimap. Look at the minimap. See that flood right now? Do you see that big blue flood right there coming out of his base? What does that mean? It means in the red production, we should see lings or roaches. Because I have a roach horn now as well, so I should start making defense. And if I make drones right now, that is risky, because once again, it puts a lot of pressure on my Banes to not let me die. Because this means he did not make drones, and I just did make drones, so all those drones are just made, which is now putting me in a humongous economy lead. He didn't make those, So if I respond to his units with units, it means I maintain drone lead while I defend them. So what am I going to make in production? I make... He's still coming across the map. I haven't made shit yet. I'm rotating a drone around. I make some overlords. He's attacking. And I mean, okay, now it really doesn't matter what I make because he just threw away a bunch of lings with the baneling. Like, he just threw away the whole clump of lings. But he is flooding more again. But because he threw away a bunch of lings, we make drones. Like, he gave us confidence to go, okay, well, that was not great by him. Not ideal. And now, again, look at the drone count. We're really fucking close to 66. So now we're about to go, we're about to start exploding in just roaches. And just go for it. So hopefully that made a lot of sense. But that's ZVZ. ZVZ is probably one of the harder matchups to learn right off the bat than the other two. Because you don't really know if your opponent's going to flood you or not. And the only way you really know that is by paying attention to the minimap. You have, like, ZVZ will force you to learn how to pay attention to the minimap in this game. Because if you don't, you'll die a lot for it. I played that game so much through the minimap. Alright. Let's do another macro game. Lingmane Hydra is a super solid choice as well. It's a super solid choice.
We've acquired minerals.
Stack my close patches. What should your opponent have done? My opponent was playing with 0 info. If you play ZVZ and you just literally roll the dice and you go, Zerglings, Zerglings, Zerglings. Okay, now I'll make some drones. Okay, I'm going to go Zerglings again. Learn how to micro better because you're putting a lot of emphasis on your Zerglings to win the game. And if you don't micro very well, you're going to lose the game. Okay, so now that we can micro, let's respond to this cannon rush in a cool way. I'm going to respond to it with Ravagers. And he's cannon rushing me for sure because there's 2 probes in my base. So this is 100% happening. Guaranteed. Ethereum, thank you so much for the dono.
From rally.io.
Oh my god, Ethereum, you're too fucking good to me, dude. Thank you, Ethereum. Okay, guys, move our Overlord down to the 3rd base right now. And then take this hatchery and cancel it. So what we just did is we just started a gas and a spawning pool. Now build our hatchery at our 3rd. And a lot of Zergs out there are probably like, oh my fucking god, I hate it when Protosses chase my drone and build more cannons at new hatcheries. It's the worst. It's actually not bad because you make them waste so much money. This guy's wasting so much money repeatedly. Okay, let's build a Roach Warren. He's cannon rushing me right there as well. This is okay. Okay. Let's build ourselves a queen.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Notice how he doesn't have a natural, guys. This is fucking all in. Okay. And now let's make one more Overlord and just chill for a sec. Let's take a lot of drones here. Let's pull them off the mineral line and just tell them to kind of chill up here for a second. Just have them wait because why? The cannon's going to kill a bunch of drones if I don't do that. Okay, let's make a bunch of roaches. Let's tell our drones to all kind of run away from that zealot for a second. We can A-move it now because we're surrounding it. Tell the drone that's being focus fired to mine the mineral patch. Same drone. Do it again. Save a drone. Okay, good shit. Don't let any drones go down to these bottom 2 patches or they will die. Like that, get them off. Like that, get him off. Now, I just made 3 roaches. Or I just made a 4th roach. I don't want that though. So I'm going to make these 3 roaches. Oh, no, get off that patch. You're going to die. So I'm making drones again right now. I am making drones again. And on this base, check this out. I'm going to make drones here. I can also make a queen here. So what I can do as well is I can make this hatchery and this hatchery in the same hockey and just make a bunch of drones again. It's all good. And now take our drone, or take our Ravagers, And let's kill the cannon that matters the most right now, which is the one that's blocking my mineral line. So come down here and corrosive bile that. Corrosive bile that. And just wait. Don't let a drone go down there. Keep it. It's annoying, right? You're probably super annoyed right now and you feel like you're going to shit your pants. But it's okay. Let's make another Ravager. Keep making drones. And finally, let's kill that cannon. And now take all these drones and remine that patch.
Get coins at rally.io.
Okay, let's go ahead and have the Ravagers now periodically kill these. Have this queen over here start injecting his base and keep making drones. Keep corrosive biling these cannons. Keep making drones. Again, I don't give a shit right now what's happening. Okay, we back up a little bit. Corrosive bile those cannons and back up. Keep making drones. Okay, let's have our queen transfuse that one Ravager because it's almost dead. And look at my money. My money's starting to go up a little bit. Okay. This guy's also being really, really, really aggressive with these stalkers and shit like that. So you know what we can do? Let's back up for a second. And let's go like this in the main base. Let's make some more Ravagers because he's being super aggressive with... Look how much static he's making in my base. He's making a fucking shitload, right? It's okay. Don't freak out. Go over here. Expand again. Okay? And now in my main base, let's make another Roach Warren. Or, no, sorry, another Roach, not a Roach Warren. Okay, let's back up and let's make more Ravagers again. Let's make another Roach. Over here, let's make drones. Let's make another Overlord because we're supply blocked. Let's make another Roach, or another Ravager with our Roach. Okay, now he's making Voids, so let's go ahead and make Queens. Let's make a couple of Spores. You can corrosive bile that Void Ray, but be careful about not letting our units get hit by it. Okay, make another Spore. It's all good. He's so fucking committed on this base. Let's go ahead and start Zergling speed. And let's come down here and try to get rid of one of the cannons down to this side. Just to get rid of something, right? It's all good. Go back to our expansion over here. Make drones. Let's rally this hatchery to this hatchery over here. Let's try and kill that cannon again. Cool, we killed the cannon. Make another Ravager. We can kill another cannon over here. Back up. We can try and kill the Void Ray if he doesn't move it. Awesome. This is where corrosive, rapid fire, corrosive bile is super nice. Let's go kill these batteries up here. Corrosive bile right in the middle of those and run away. We just killed 2 fucking batteries. Let's make a couple more roaches. Let's also take our second gas now that we cleared out the gas, and let's make another queen here. Just hold back behind your base. Hold back behind your base. What am I doing on this side? Let's make another fucking expansion. Because look at my money. It's really high. You know what this is? You know what's happening right now? Our opponent's one base outletting us, and we're not even playing one base anymore. Let's throw a round of corrosive bile at that Void Ray. What if we kill it? We almost kill it. Awesome. Put 3 drones on that gas. Let's throw another corrosive bile at these units just to get them off of my base. We could also even move our spore crawlers forward a bit to guard more. Let's go kill this cannon. Run away. Let's make another queen. Let's kill these batteries. Back up. Just use the corrosive bile to kill shit. Let's make some more roaches over here. Okay, build another gas. Come over here. Let's build some overlords because we're getting really supply blocked. Make some injects. Make some injects. Let's take a layer down here. Let's make another spore. Let's make like another spore. Let's go up here. Let's corrosive bile again. Run away after we corrosive bile. Nice. Go back in again. Look at corrosive bile. It's almost up again, right? Corrosive bile again right now on some buildings. Run away. Make some more roaches again. Make another queen. Tell the queen to come up here. Make like 2 spores up here. We're just responding to what he's doing with what we, you know. Oh, you kill my voids? Or you kill my spores with voids? I make more spores. Easy peasy. I don't care if my drone count sucks ass here. I am still making drones on the other bases that we own right now. Okay, let's go kill some more batteries. Pick your best judgment call. Whatever you think you can need to kill. Let's build another spore right there. Let's build a couple more drones in this base because we're losing drones. Drone count's getting kind of low. It's all good. Corrosive Bile the Voids. Sick. Run away from the voids. Notice how we haven't tried to push the cannons once. All I've been doing is poking him with biles. And I know it sounds hard and confusing, but all we're doing as well is we have our other hatcheries on a different hotkey. So we put these hatcheries on the outside on group 6, and we're just making drones. And now what am I going to do? He's going air units, so how about I just make a fucking hydrogen? Let's make 2 Evo chambers over here as well. In the main base, what are we going to do? Let's cross biles, cannons, and batteries again. Let's make like 2 more Ravagers again. Let's make 1 more drone mine that gas. And let's rotate our spores forward. 1 spore there, 1 spore there, 1 spore here. Okay, back up. Put drones on the gas. Put drones on the gas. Over here. Put drones on the gas. Put drones on the gas. Get Hydra upgrades. Come back to this base. What are we going to do? Corrosive Bile a battery. He's all about the batteries. Corrosive Bile that shit. This base is like mining out. It's okay. Get another queen here because our queen died. Corrosive Bile again. And look, we're going to kill Void Ray Wall because he didn't move it, right? What am I doing over here? Make drones again. Why are we making drones? Because this is already a stalemate, and I'm still not at my ideal drone count that we want to sit at. Let's go ahead and inject our bases. Let's go ahead and inject our bases. I know this game sounds confusing as fuck, and it sounds hard. But if you just don't notice how I have not tried to kill this at all. I'm just trying to push it away from me. I have not once tried to kill it. I always play non-committal. I always back up every time. He's killing a spore. What am I going to do? Let's build a couple more spores at this base only. Let's Corrosive Bile this cannon down here. And the battery next to it. Nice. Okay, look at our drone count. 85, guys. We're looking fucking sexy over here. And now, you know what we can do? Let's start making a bunch of fucking Hydras. Let's go for a couple creep tumors. Creep, creep. Get upgrades. Get a couple creep tumors. Make Hydras. Meanwhile, let's throw Corrosive Biles down on this base right here.
Oh, yeah.
More Corrosive Biles. More Corrosive
2
Biles.
years, still eating cannon rushes for breakfast.
Yep. Let's throw a couple more spores down because this guy's breaking through my base a little bit. More Corrosive Biles. Okay. Make more Hydras. And we're making Hydras at the base that's not the one that's under siege right now. We're making spores over here because, again, we're just trying to stall. I'm not trying to engage all these cannons. Let's throw Corrosive Biles at the Void Ray. Maybe he doesn't move it. He moved it. It's okay. Spore. Oh, God, a spore died. What are we going to do? Build another fucking spore. Build a couple more drones. Let's build our gas again. Corrosive Biles units. Run away. No fights. No commitments. Look at this base. Oversaturated. Let's go take another base up here. Oops, that was off. Spread some creep. Spread some creep. Spread some creep. Creep. Inject our bases. Inject our bases. Inject our bases. Put some dudes on gas. Put some dudes on gas. What's going on up here? Oh, it looks like my base is dead. Uh-oh. I lost everything, guys. Ultimately, I ended up losing that base. That sucks, right? Well, guess what we can do now? Let's take another fucking base somewhere else. Let's take another base somewhere else. I have so much fucking money, right? At this point, too, if you're like, oh my god, this is so hard to do this, let's make a fucking macro hatch. Make 2 macro hatches. Now he's actually finding my expansions. Let's bring our Hydras down and let's go defend it. Now it's all the fucking all bets are off. Now we're actually using our real army. And why are we using our real army? Because our main base is dead, which is okay. I mean, it bought us a lot of time, right? It's okay. We've managed to make an economy behind this all fucking day. This is, if you can play a game like this and you can not panic while your opponent wastes so much fucking time in your one base, you can do anything as Zerg. You can do fucking anything. If you can master a game like this, you can do fucking anything. Look, he's attacking me, right? But he's like, oh my god, how do you have so many Hydras? I can't beat that. My opponent's fucking supply right now, guys, is probably 64. Or like 68. I'm at 176, 180. We're seconds from maxing out. He's not looking good. Let's get 2-2 upgrades. Let's go for like a bunch of speedlings now with our Hydras. Because we don't have a lot of gas at the moment. Okay. And now I have two choices. Number one, do I want to just go kill his base? Or number two, do I want to kill his proxy? Either way it works. Because I'm already next to the proxy, fuck it, let's kill the proxy. Let's just go here and kill everything in my side of the map. What's up, dude? Now let's move command, A move. 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 Now we killed all that shit right there. Now let's go up the top of the ramp. Move command, A move. 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 Make Zerglings. Grab them into their army. Group 1. Move command, A move. Move command, A move. Move command, A move. Cool, Proxy's dead. Not even a fucking battle. Now what can we do? Let's go retake our base that died. Retake our bases. Spread our creep while we're at it. This game was a cluster. This game was a kerfuffle. This game was a fustercluck. But now let's go push his base. Let's take one Zergling out of our army and have it go scout the other bases. Oh, there's a base there. Okay, so guess what? Let's go kill that first. All right, go ahead and A-move this area. And he's got 3 Voiders trying to fight like 45 Hydras. All right? All because he wanted to cannon rush my main base for like 10 minutes. Okay, is there a base over here? Let's go check. There is no base right there. It's okay. Cool. Let's go kill his natural now. So now we can move our units again back into the base. Let's get a infestation pit and a hive so I can go to tier 3 upgrades. Let's move our army in like right here. Is there any retention here? A move. There's a couple of disruptors. It's all good. Okay, our army's kind of breached, so let's A move here. Shift A move there. Have my overseers follow Hydras. And why am I going to do that? I need to fix my economy. Fix that. Fix this. This is good. Send some more Hydras down, or some more drones down there. Economy, we definitely need some more drones. We're back up to the 74 range right now. Now we're into the 81 range. And now we're into the 84, 85, or 86 range. We just fixed our economy in seconds. And then I can go back to spreading creep. Go back to spreading creep. And then I can go into making another round of Hydras and making another round of Lings and all that shit. So this game was one of those games where people freak out and they die, essentially, because they base everything on the fight right here. They base everything on the fight. And all we did to this guy, is we made him waste more time and more time and more time and more time. And in this guy's mind, he's like, I'm getting you. I'm getting you. I'm getting you even more. You're going to die. And he's only focused on killing one base. He is just focused on killing one base. And suddenly we have 3 bases over there that are just everywhere. Right? Shit's everywhere. Like he's all about cannon rushing us right now. Vibe, tell him to sit down before he leaves the game. No, I don't care. I think a lot of people will get mad about Cannon Rush, and I think Cannon Rush is totally fine. Cannon Rush is part of the game. It's so easy to beat as well, if you know what you're doing. Like, you have a lot of options as Zerg. This is not even the only option you have to beat Cannon Rush with Zerg either. I will do other options as well as we progress as you know, through the leagues. I'm sure I'll get cannoned again at some point, and we'll do more defenses. I don't always have to do this one. But look at this. Look at this, right? Just look. Our opponent is cannoning the crap out of me right now. He made a gateway. He's making a chrono boosted zealot to walk in my mineral line. To be fair, if you don't have a drone outside your main, it's all focused on that one fight then. Okay, well look at this though. Let me burst your logic right there. He's cannon rushing me, right? And I have no drones outside my base. 0 drone. That's an overlord. I did not drone scout anything. No drone scout. I just canceled the hatchery. And the drone's out. How is this? What I would ask is how is this not available? How is it not available to just cancel the hatchery and go somewhere else? And now a lot of you are freaking out and you're like, well, what if you fucking can't rush as your third base, right? Making a hatchery and canceling a hatchery is a 75 mineral cost. Making a pylon is already 100 minerals by itself. Making a cannon is 150. And canceling a cannon costs 37 minerals. So think about it. If I have an overlord, I literally talked about this earlier in the game. If I have an overlord follow my base, I cannot be surprised by cannons because an overlord will see them. Okay? An overlord will see the cannons. And if he fucking builds a pylon and he builds one cannon, I can cancel my hatchery and go build my hatchery again in a different location. And it is more expensive for Protoss to deny my base than it is for me to attempt to take it. Every single time. If he makes more than one cannon, it's even more expensive. Even if he cancels the cannons. Because you don't get a full refund. And you got to think about it like this. If my opponent fucking cannon rushes this base, I cancel it. He cannon rushes this base, I cancel it. He cannon rushes this base, I cancel it. He cannon rushes this base, I cancel it. Let's say he cannon rushes 4 bases in a row. And I keep canceling and I keep going to the next base. Meanwhile, my overlord's constantly just like, I'm a golf cart flying around just checking for the cannons. How the fuck is this guy not going to break to Ravagers then? Because if my opponent is going to invest, if I'm going to invest probably like 300 minerals, 75 times 4, running around the map, trying to build a hatchery, but I never can, so I lose 300 minerals and resources lost because I don't ever get full refunds. If my opponent loses like 800 or like 700 because he's making pylons that can't be canceled, and then he's making cannons as well that have to be canceled that actually cost even more. So if he's losing like 700 when I lose like 300, or if he's losing 600 when I lose 300, how the fuck is he not going to break when my Ravagers come out and just break his fucking cannons and batteries over here? He's going to have even less, and his battery cannon will break so easy if I just focus on breaking them with making Ravagers and breaking cannons. Like, you can't do everything at once. You cannot do everything at once. You can't. You cannot do everything at once. This is where everybody freaks out and they don't know how to play the game. You're like, I don't fucking get it.
Tried to buy Vibe coin and it wouldn't go through.
I don't know, Waffle K. I would, I'm not sure. I have nothing to do with that. I didn't make that site. I didn't make rally.io, so I have no idea why you're having a problem with financial there. I don't know if like your card is not working or some shit, or if that's what you want to do. I would just say maybe, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Probably message someone at that site, like a community help or like customer support or some shit. Someone else could give you a way better actual answer because I have nothing to do with that. I'm sorry, but thank you. I appreciate you wanted to buy Vibocoin, and I'm sure you will be able to if you want to at some point. But much love, man. Sorry to hear that. And thank you again for the Prime for 3 months, and also Berg, thank you for the 24 months. Much love, dude. Zolitude, thank you for the 3-month resub as well. What's Theory, thank you for the 200 bits. Therium, shout out to you again for the 135 Vibocoin dono. What a fucking boss. Anyways, watch the supply now. So we kind of walked through this game a lot. And again, the concept of this whole build, guys.
I'm just checking for cannons.
That's right. Yo, Golf Cart, thank you very much for the 5. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you very much. So what's going on right now?
Oh,
an important thing to know that's going on right now is that we are not
loving the stream. Thanks.
Yo, Hugazerg, thank you very much for the 21, and Panic, thank you very much for the 31. By the vibe, greetings. Thank you, Panic.
Oh,
greetings back to you, dude.
Yeah.
Greetings, bro. Greetings.
Brother Vibe, greetings.
Greetings. Thank you very much, Panic. Hope you guys are doing well. So if this guy think about it like this. Concepts Remember how I said for like gas first or pool first means more aggressive build, more defensive build? Here's another concept. If my opponent chain cannon rushes us after base, after base, after base, after base, you know what that means I should do with my main base? I should be more aggressive. Because he's over-investing somewhere else so I can break his proxy easier in my main. You have a limited amount of money, right? However, if my opponent does not cannon rush me anywhere else, I should not be aggressive in my main. I should be defensive in my main because he's over-investing in my main then. He's really containing my main base. So instead of pushing my Ravagers to the limit and getting them killed faster, I should just slowly whittle down whatever's there with Corrosive Bile and run back to the cover of Queen and Spore or my Creep or whatever I have, right? Play conservative. Corrosive Bile, run away. Corrosive Bile, run away. Corrosive Bile, run away. Don't really overdo it. Concept. If we understand that concept, you understand so much more about the game. You can like start to understand like, oh, well, it makes more sense if we do this or that. So we saved our drones there. We just literally every time a zealot hit a drone, this is, I guess, I talked about this before, but I'll talk about it one more time. So a zealot walks in our mineral line. Oops, I went too far. So the cannon finishes. We have to pull our mineral line back. And a zealot walks into our mineral line, right? Annoying. You're like, oh my god, it's a zealot in my mineral line. This sucks. If I move the zealot right now, you know what would happen? My drones would surround the zealot on this side as well. And that means I'd probably be really close to being in range of that cannon. And I do not want to get shot by a fucking cannon. That's really bad. So instead, if I just grab my drones and go, hey drones, mine this patch right here. You know what happens? The zealot will chase me towards this patch. And if I then tell these drones to move the zealot when the zealot is like right there, instead of right there, I'm super far away from the cannon and I don't have to worry about the cannon anymore shooting my ass. So I do that. I run away. I then move him when he's up here. And now he's surrounded because he's in the middle of my mineral line. And now all I have to do is I have to grab the drone that's currently getting attacked by a zealot. I can clearly see it because I have health bars on my units and I can see what health bar is not green. And I can also see what way the zealot is focusing towards. He's like smashing the drone on the left's face in right now. So I can click, I just single target one click on this one drone. And then so I can left click the drone, right click a mineral patch. And what happens is this drone stops fighting the zealot. And the zealot stops attacking the drone. And he switches to another drone. And then look at another drone. It's getting attacked, right? Same exact thing. Click this drone, click a patch. Now look at my next drone. You can see where the zealot's swiping his fucking claws towards, and you can see the drone that's currently losing health. Same exact thing again. Take this drone, right-click a patch. And notice how I didn't lose any drones. Yes, they got their asses kicked, but they will regenerate, and they can still mine at 100% efficiency, even though they have red health. But that zealot was just 100 minerals given to me, and I killed nothing. He wasted a little bit of my mining time, but I have an expansion going up, and he hasn't even started an expansion. He's fully invested into all-inning the crap out of me. And now, again, we play conservative with Ravagers. And we focus priority on this cannon right here. And why are we focusing this cannon? Because this cannon is making all these drones unable to mine the mineral patches. Because if I go down here, this cannon will kill drones on these two patches all day. And I don't want that to happen. I don't want to lose any drones. Because they'll keep dying, and it's really bad. So I go down to the bottom, and I prioritize killing the cannon. There we go. And now I can mine happily again. And now I just do corrosive vials. I don't ever run near the cannons. I never run near the cannons. I literally stay defensive the whole time. I never engage cannons, and I never engage batteries unless it's with the corrosive vial. And here's why, okay? Here's why. Here's why. A cannon and a corrosive bile both have about the same range, okay? But here's the interesting thing to know that a lot of people, again, don't know about StarCraft. Range of a building and range of a unit is based off of the center of the unit, okay? So if this cannon says that it has 7 range when you attack something, it's coming from the center of the cannon, and then it goes outwards like that. If it shoots this way, it does not start there, it starts there. From the center and goes out. It starts from the center and goes out of it. But here's a crazy thing about something like corrosive bile. If I corrosive bile a cannon, I don't have to corrosive bile a cannon directly in the center of it to hit the cannon. I can corrosive bile a cannon on the edge of the cannon over there, and it makes my corrosive bile hit a cannon at like 0.5 to 1 range longer than what the cannon can shoot. So if my corrosive bile and the cannon's auto attack are the same range, but I don't shoot the center of the cannon and instead I shoot the side of the cannon, I'm out of range of the cannon. Which means I can indefinitely all day cast corrosive biles at cannons and not get attacked by cannons. Which is what we're doing all the time. I'm never actually auto-attacking the cannons, ever. Because if I auto-attack cannons and they auto-attack me back, Ravagers are really squishy and they will die super easy. See how I corrosive bile and I back up, corrosive bile and I back up, I corrosive bile and I back up. Now let's take a quick look at the economy. Look at that economy, guys. This dude is not expanding. He's making battery, cannon, Stargate, cannon. He just fucking doesn't want to expand. He doesn't give a shit. Look at my expansion. It's got 10 drones on it. Look at my next expansion. I'm expanding again. And why? Because I have a lot of money. I can't spend my money properly because my base is being kind of fucked up at the moment. So if I have a lot of money, let's just expand again. And let's just keep making drones over here like a boss. And at first, I was still making drones in this base. Notice how I have 25? I was making drones because I did not know how aggressive this guy wanted to be. We can assume he's going to be aggressive because my Overlord's telling us there is no natural here. But I did not really fully understand how aggressive he was going to be or like with his units. Like I didn't know he was going to make Void Rays, for instance. We saw that once we saw a Void Ray. But I didn't know if he was just going to make mass cannon battery and just waste all of his money on that. And that would be totally fine. It's all good. So we made drones on both of our bases. It's all G. But then as soon as we realized, okay, yeah, no, he's making multiple stalkers and he is starting to become a problem because my Ravagers are starting to die. What did we do? We just started making more Ravagers. And it's not a big deal. It's all good. And I would love to have taken that gas, but this fucking cannon is covering that gas and it would kill it. So I'm you know, he's trying to do everything he can to fuck me over, right? And now he's got voids. I have no preparation for voids. So what do I do now? I start making spores. I don't have any queens, really. I have one queen that's almost dead. So how about we just make spores now? It's all good. And again, am I attacking into cannons? Am I auto-attacking all over to the Stargate? No. I'm corrosive biling cannons, or I'm corrosive biling his army if it's like in the area and I just need to get him off my buildings. I am not actually attacking his buildings. I am always corrosive biling and backing up. And now look at that drone count again. Drone count's looking pretty good still. It's 16 on this base, and now this base has 3. I'm still cruising with drones. Look at that probe count. Not so good. Look at that supply count already. We're doubling him. Do you think a Protoss that is seeing this going on? Do you think a Protoss that is like this? Like his posture is so fucking aggressive, and he's like, I am breaking this Zerg down right now. Do you think at any point in time, do you think he was thinking to himself, I bet this Zerg has double my supply right now? Yeah, he's probably got double my supply. He probably wasn't thinking that. He's probably thinking, your main's so fucked. It's about to die. And like, look at the resources lost. We're like washing, right? It's not even that bad. And the reason why is because, yes, he's doing a lot of damage to us. He's killing drones. He's killing spores. He's killing gases. He's killing a couple units here and there. He kills a queen sometimes. But he's losing fucking batteries and cannons like crazy because he keeps building them in my face, and I just bile them down with rapid fire, and I run away. And I always bile the edge of the building if I'm near a cannon, by the way. I never touch a cannon. I only bile the edges of cannons. I never bile the center or get greedy. And now take a look at that supply again. Take a look at the drone count again. Like, it just maintains. It's annoying, but it's maintaining. And before you know it, now we have a third base over here. And this base is now fully saturated. This base is fully saturated. Things are starting to get a little crazy on our side of things, because this base is almost mined out, guys. But check this out. So is this. This dude has fucking 8 probes out of 10 on this base, and he just transferred 5 to this base. This guy's economy sucks ass. It's so bad.
Under attack.
Look at that supply right now. And he's still building batteries in my base. This is what you call an overcommitted investment. Now, if all we had was the main base, we definitely could not afford all of this. If all we had was this one base, there's no way we could afford everything that we're doing. The only reason why we can afford it is because our economy is crazy. And he's still making voids. He's still making batteries. He's still making stalkers. He's making more batteries again up here in a second. Like, it's all over the place. This guy is everywhere. He's about to breach the main. And look at our army, right? It's getting to the point to where this is becoming... The reason why this base is mattering less and less and less over time is because look at the patches. They're all getting pretty low. The gas over here is getting pretty low. We've mined out the majority of this base. This is no longer the power of of what we have. This is now the power of what we have. This is now the big shit. So ultimately, our army ends up dying. Like right about now, our army just dies. And even though our army dies, I called, what did I call? 56 supply or some shit right now? I think I called something like 56 supply. I can't remember exactly what I said. Or like, I don't remember. I said 48. I don't remember what I said. You guys could probably tell me what I said. But look at this fucking supply advantage. It is insane. And now we're maxed out versus a guy who has 70 supply. And right now this Protoss is probably like, what the hell? How do you have this? I don't understand. I made 50 batteries in your main base. How the hell do you have this army? And it's because, again, we understood his game plan and we countered his game plan. We understood he was overcommitting my main base and he was not even paying attention to the bottom right of the map. And we just rotated and we stalled. We literally stalled here. It just wasted his time. Obviously, we killed shit. We lost shit. We killed shit. We lost shit. But at the end of the day, we wasted his time so that we could set up drones over here and then eventually go into like Hydras. And now it doesn't matter what we do. It's just A move. You can just win by the game by A moving. Because this is not the same supply. Nice. Hopefully that makes sense, guys. Hopefully that makes sense for you. Okay, we gotta start going through games maybe a little bit faster. This is insane. We're like 4 hours into this video almost, and we're not even like a third of the way into the league. This is let's maybe speed up a little bit. Or maybe I'll just have to make a lot of parts. I don't know, these promotions are taking forever. Is a new build order in Diamond just massing Hydras? I never said that. It made sense that game because he was going Void Rays. Okay, we got a Terran player. We'll do another macro game. Fuck it. Another macro game. Vibe, what if you couldn't make an expansion? Someone asked me that earlier, and I literally answered that question already, but the real question I have to you is why is that a thing? Why could I not make an expansion? It doesn't exist. You can always expand in that situation. Your drone is already on the other side of the cannons. Your overlord is covering your natural. You see the cannons as the pylon starts. It's not even like a surprise. The real question is, if you ask me, Vibe, what if you can't get an expansion in that situation? The question I ask you is, how the fuck do you not know you're getting cannon rushed until cannons are done and then they're containing you? Your scouting needs to be improved. That's the real question. I don't mean to sound mean. I'm sorry. But, yeah, no, there's no reason why you could not get a drone out of your base. It's always going to happen.
Just got D2 using a build from one of your coaching videos to save my PVZ. Thank you for the education vibe and hope to play you on ladder someday. GL with B2GM.
Yo, thank you, Gas. Much love, man. Appreciate you. Okay, let's go ahead and build a pool. Let's build a gas. Let's rally my hatchery to the gas and start making a few drones to saturate that gas with. We have 2 drones per patch. Our mineral line is looking amazing. Super good. Okay. And don't worry, guys. All the people that keep saying, what if this, what if that, what if this, what if that. We're going to have so many more situations throughout. Like, guys, we're going to probably play like 100 games of Zerg before we get to GM, so. Or like 200 games of Zerg. There's going to be so many games of Zerg that you can watch. There's going to be tons of examples of tons of things. So if I answer your question right now, I'm sure I'm going to be answering it again in probably an hour or, you know, maybe next video. It's going to, lots of repetitive information, which is why I'm trying to avoid answering questions that don't really need to be answered right now. Just be patient and you will get all your answers. Okay, so he's got a Reaper. We decided to make, we're making Lings this game for the purpose of the Reaper. We're doing another Speedling expand. Okay, let's go ahead and take our third. Reaper's running away. Let's take our third base. Okay, he's got a SV.
Sometimes I see people grab 2 workers on the same side in the worker split and send them both to the far patch. One bounces. Is that an accident?
Okay, let's go ahead and make another queen. What? And send them to the far patch, but one bounces. What does one bounces even mean? I don't understand what that means, dude.
Get coins at rally.io.
Thank you, Malp, for buying 300 Vibe coins. I would say this: if you're not, if you're confused about drone AI, just go watch the drone AI video that I made, and B2GM again. I already if you pay attention, the answers are in that video. They're in it. I promise. Oh wow! Thank you for the bits. I appreciate you, man. You know, I was talking about like the threshold, like 40% or below the red zone, your drone will bounce. Above 40 in the green zone, your drone will stay or go to that patch. That's why your drone is doing that.
Not enough energy.
Okay. We're going to make some extra lings now to play. These are now safety lings. We can take an overlord and we can fly into his base. And we can find out what kind of a build our opponent's going for. Let's go ahead and make a couple more queens. We're doing a Speedling expand against Terran. Okay. Which, if we're just making Speedlings, if our opponent goes for certain types of units, like, for instance, a bunch of Hellions, it's really scary for Speedlings. So we saw he already made a 3rd command center because we confirmed this already, and now we confirmed there's a base there. Now we see Hellions with a reactor, and we see an armory with the Tech Lab starport. This could, but there actually is a unit being made in the armory or the starport, so you can tell by the lights flashing. So it could be a Banshee or something like that. So let's go ahead and make spores, just because it could be a Banshee. It could be a Raven too. We don't know. It could also be a Hellbat timing. Because there's a Roach Warren, or there's a armory. So let's make a Roach Warren just to be. We'll do a Roach Warren this game just to be safe and make it super fucking simple. Okay, so we're making drones. We're making drones off of Speedlings. Okay, now he's got a bunch of fucking Hellions here, so let's make whatever units we can to defend ourselves as he's here. Run our Lings away, grab our queens and come help. And if he runs into our base, we run at the Hellions. Okay, he's making Hellbats. So we're just gonna go for it. I'm not going to micro this super hard. We're just going to make more Lings. And we're going to run our drones away. Have the queens chase. Lings A move. And Queens, they move towards the Hellbats. Drones run away from them. The Hellions are dying, so let's make drones again. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Super basic micro there. Nothing too crazy. Okay. Let's go ahead and fix our economies now. This base is looking pretty good. We should probably take another base again, because our opponent just threw away an army. And it's because our opponent threw away an army, we can make now, I would say, what if he does it again? Let's make a round of safety roaches, because it's very possible that it could happen twice in a row now. It could totally happen again. So we just made 6 safety roaches. And now we're going to drone up to 3 bases fully saturated, at the least. Let's also now send a Zergling out to go scout his 3rd bases for locations. And let's go see where our opponent is trying to expand at, you know, like what location. I'm assuming it's probably here, but let's also see how many workers he has. But again, we're trying to get fully saturated 3 base right now. And look at this base. This base is already mining really well with SCVs, and he's making more Hellions. So I would say this. Because our opponent's still making a lot of SCVs and he has a good economy, a golden rule of Zerg now that we're actually starting to understand the game a bit more, a big, good golden rule of Zerg is going to be, let's try to stay 1 base ahead of my opponent, okay? In terms of just overall economy. So what we're going to do is let's add some tech in. Let's do our composition. And now we have our safety roaches, which we made earlier. And now let's saturate a 4th base. We're saturating our 4th base because our opponent went for a 3rd and he threw his army away. And we've confirmed he's taking his 3rd really fast. And it's all greedy boy shit like that. So if he attacks us, it's going to be very weak. It's not going to be like full-fledged, all-in, like hard to defend. Okay, what's our current economy looking like? We have 81 drones. That's looking juicy. Let's get melee and carapace. Now that we have a 4th base saturated, let's go ahead and do something like make a macro hatch. The reason why we're doing that is because lings are cheaper than roaches. And a big part of our composition is going to be lings. Okay, if he pushes us, he's pushing us. You know what we can do now? Let's make roaches. He's pushing us in that moment where we're not feeling fully good here. So let's make roaches. Just make roaches. Let's back up, make roaches. We need overlords as well. Let's go forward. Push them with roaches. Grab my queens. And have the queens help kill the banshee. And roaches come help kill all of his units. Roaches come help kill the units. This is now what we'd like to call battle mech. I'm not even focus firing. It's not a big deal. Notice how it looks scary for a second, but we start beating the shit out of it. That's what happens when you have a good economy. We're just A-moving it with our army. There's no micro at all here. Okay, what's our drone count look like again? We lost a few there. Make 3 more for that. Make 2 more for this. Make some more for this base. And now what's our economy? 86. We're fucking juicy again. Let's go and transfer some, let's build a new base over here. And get ready to transfer drones to the new base because we're oversaturated in the main. And now let's go right back into what we were doing before. We don't need to make roaches anymore because we just pushed them away. Now that position of the game is now kind of over. Now let's go back into what we wanted to do. Lingbane Hydra. And for those of you who are like, Vibe, why didn't you fucking go Lingbane Hydra right there? I don't understand. I didn't even have access to it. Now we can. So he's pushing me again. Let's A-move him. He killed my queens again. They're spinning creep. Let's go ahead and chill for a sec. Back up. Make Hydras, make Lings, make Banes. Again, we're not worrying too much about composition and stuff like that. We're just going to go Hydra Ling Bane against this. Hydra Ling Bane is a solid army in general. Try and spend creep. Get upgrades. Get an infestation pit as well so we can eventually go into a hive. Get a bunch of links. Okay, he's pushing my natural now. So let's move to our natural. Move towards our natural with our whole army. Keep making units the whole time. Am I freaking out? And am I not making units? No, I'm making units the whole time. Is my base dead? Yeah, guess what we'll do? We'll remake it. What's our drone count at? 82? That's still pretty good. Let's go ahead and spread some creep. Spread some creep. Let's go ahead and spread some creep. Let's make some more hydras. Let's make some more lings. Injector hatcheries, injector hatcheries. Get some creep timbers going this way. And the Terran's coming on the right side, right? So let's go ahead and go attack that. So here he comes. Let's go like this. Move Commander Army past him a little bit. And now just go for it. Stutter step, A move, 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 stutter step. Back up. because he ran away. Not a bad fight. It's all good. Inject our bases. Take our hive. Inject our bases. Drone count is looking pretty good still. Let's take another base down here because more bases are going to mine out soon. Take another creep team around this side. And now that we're maxed out and now we're finally able to start developing a little bit of a bank, let's actually make some banelings. So we're finally making banelings at the end of this because this guy is no longer like running his fucking army down my throat every second and I have a second to breathe here. Okay, so inject our bases, inject our bases, inject our bases. Transfer another drone down to this base to try and expand again because the last one died. And here we go. Watch this. Send some army down there. Green box some army. Send it up here. And fucking A move. We're literally A moving. Hands are off the fucking keyboard, guys. I just told my army to go a little bit to the right and a little bit to the left. And why did I do that? Because he was going all over this fucking place, all over here. So I went this way and this way. Give myself a better initiation of a concave. Look at the supply. Remax that shit. Now let's go hit bases that probably exist. At the same time, let's take one Zergling out of our group. We can literally grab this Zergling and hit like Alt 2 on it because it deletes it from group 1 if I do that, and we put it in group 2 by itself. Let's have this thing attack the side of the map now because we haven't really done a good job scouting because this guy's been so aggressive. So now let's go figure out where bases might be, and let's pound on this base right here. We walked into it to get good surface area, and we just insta-killed that shit. Now let's move to the next base. Now my opponent's over there. He looks like he's getting ready to possibly fucking base trade me. So you know what we should do? Let's get a lurker done. Let's get melee and carapace upgrades. Let's go ahead and inject our bases. And our army is still going hard here. Let's push, push, push. Keep making units at the same. Am I macroing? Yes, I am still macroing. Let my army do whatever. My army's fighting. It's got a good concave. It's doing whatever it's gonna do. You know what it's really doing? It's trading. My army is trading with him. I'm losing shit. He's losing shit. GG. Oh wait, shit. He said love the content. I didn't say anything. I feel like a dick now. My bad. I'm sorry, dude. Yo, if you're here, Dine coming. Much love, dude. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for your support. You're a fucking boss. Thanks, man. All right, so let's talk about this game. What happened in this game? What the fuck happened here? What the hell happened in this game? And Dine Comment, sorry for not responding to you. If you're listening to this on YouTube at some point, or if you're watching this on Twitch right now, I'm just always talking to chat and I'm always explaining shit. So I honestly didn't even realize you said that. I wasn't reading the game. My bad. Okay, so we're making our hatchery. Same shit as always. We're expanding. We're going into. And again, if you want build orders, if you want legit exact point for point build orders, download the replay pack, guys. You can get the build orders super easy. It takes so much fucking time breaking down like 500 build orders. It's so easy for you to do it too if you just take a little bit of initiative. I know a lot of people are going to be like, where's my fucking build order? You got it, I promise. You can just download it. Okay, so we go hatch, pool gas this game. It's all good. We can go hatch gas pool. We go hatch pool gas. It's not a fucking big deal either way. We start saturating our gas with 3 extra drones. Once again, this is a speedling opener. Dun, 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 dun. Our overlords are scouting across the map. Our first overlord goes into his natural. Our second overlord waits until our natural is done, so we're not going to get bunker rushed or something like that. And as soon as our natural is done, we then start going down across the map to go behind his main base to give myself a mid-game scout so I can see what his follow-up is if it comes down to that, if my first overlord dies, which it did die. And this is again why when people are like, Vibe, what about cannon rush? Why could you not get a drone on your base? Your second overlord should be covering your fucking hatchery at your natural while it's building when it has a vision net that's like that big. Because the hatchery has a lot more vision once it's done versus when it's currently under construction. But if your overlord has a humongous vision net, which if it sits here, could see a cannon rush in any area of this whole base. Or bunker rush. So if my second overlord covers my natural until it's basically about done like right here, around this area, I could then move it out and I don't have to worry about getting proxied. Without knowing about it. Now I see he's got fucking... I saw a Reaper cross my overlord the first time. I see he's got a command center. I see he's got reactored reactored factory with a barracks. Now learning how to rebuild. Let's learn how to rebuild for a second. When a Terran player makes a reactor and they make a factory, I want you guys to know something. If the health bars of the factory and the reactor, if they look similar, you know what that means? It means he's probably going to go Hellions. And if the reactor is like right here, if it's like almost done and the factory is like right there, like we're talking like 1/5 of the way done, or like, you know, like only like 10% of the way in, or some shit like that. If the factory is really fresh and the reactor is almost done, you know what that means? It means he's probably going to go for Marines. And how does this make any sense? Please explain. What the hell are you talking about? A factory has a longer build time than a reactor. A factory's build time is 46 seconds. A reactor is 36 seconds. So if a Terran player builds a factory first and a reactor second, the health bars of the buildings will start to pair up as it goes, because the reactor will catch up and it will eventually finish right around the same time. So you can tell it's going to be for a... the reason why that is it's a factory focus. And if someone's going for a factory focus plus a reactor, it just makes sense that they're going to make something off of that reactor with a factory. Otherwise, why the fuck are they making a reactor after the factory if it's going to be for Marines? That could happen, by the way. I'm not saying it can't. It could, but it's very unlikely. It makes the most sense that it's going to be for a reactored factory, and what that means is you can make Widow Mines or you can make Hellions off of a reactored factory, 2 at a time. And let's be real, if someone's going to be playing against Zerg, 9 times out of 10 or 99 times out of 100, it's going to be for Hellions. Hellions are a super good opening unit against Zerg because it can kill drones super easy, and it can also deal with Zerglings really well as well. So in general, long story short, definitely going to be for the Hellion category, and it was. Makes the most sense that it would be. Okay. Now we're trying to take our our third base. We actually get it off. It's all good. We don't chase the Reaper till our Lings die. We just care about getting the space down. Even if the Reaper was killing the hatchery right now, even if the Reaper was sitting right there poking my hatchery, I would not send slow Lings to go fight that. I would wait until speed was done to go kill the Reaper, because the Reaper could kill my Lings super easy off creep if they're also slow. Reaper can kite those things all day. So I just wanted to get my third down, and we did. It's all good, and now we're going into making drones. So everything is going great for us as Zerg. Now over at his base, we lose our Overlord because the Marine fucking catches it and it kills it. And it doesn't quite make it out and it dies. So it's dead. It's all good. We just lost an Overlord. It's not great, but it, you know, shit happens, right? Now, we make, once we get speed. So we made our, right when we made our first 2 Lings, right when we made our first 2 Queens, we made 2 eggs of Zerglings as well to pair with that. And why did we do that? Because if a Terran, like a lot of times now that we're in Diamond Plus, a lot of Terran players are going to open up with the Reaper. It's going to become really common now, which is why we're now going to actually start using Zerglings. It's no longer in Platinum where it only happens like 10% of the time, or in Gold and everything below that, which happens almost 0. Now it's going to happen more than half the time, guaranteed. It's going to be like at least more than 50%. You'll probably run into it, I honestly think, in Diamond League, probably like 75% of the time. It's going to be very common. So if we make 4 Lings right when the pool's done, these 4 Lings can help defend the Reaper and just not let our drones die.
Why is Ling/Bane/Hydra better than Roach/Hydra? Aren't Roaches more versatile?
I'm going to let you know a secret right now really fast, King Julian. Roaches is actually better. Pure Roaches would have been the best thing we could have done here. Would you believe that? Pure fucking Roaches would have been better than Roach Hydra. It also would have been better than Ling/Bane Hydra. But do you want to know why I went Ling/Bane Hydra? It's because I said we're going to go Ling/Bane Hydra, and it doesn't fucking matter. You can still make it work. It's very doable. Don't get stuck in the mindset where you're like, if I'm not doing the one build that is supposed to be the one build, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't fucking work like that. The only people who make excuses that say that are people that justify their shit fucking macro by saying their build is not correct. That's the only time it makes sense. I'm not saying you have bad macro, King Julian, at all. Thank you very much for the 3, by the way. But it's a reality check for people when you have to realize, even though Ling/Bane Hydra is not ideal against Battle Mech, which is Hellion Cycle and Banshee, it doesn't matter as long as my macro's good. it doesn't actually matter. Macro trumps all in all leagues. But yeah, mass roaches would have been better, honestly. And again, we're not there yet, so I will explain why mass roaches would be better once we're in like Masters League and we actually start going for more intense unit compositions, which is like Roach Infester and shit like that. We're not doing that yet, so we're not even going to talk about it yet. I guarantee we're going to play Terrans that go battle mech in Masters. It's going to happen. So we'll talk about it then. So anyways, we had 4 lings for the Reaper. We're going to do it all the time against Terran. And then we make another round of lings, like another 10 lings, which is like 5 larvae, because you get 2 lings per larva. Once we get speed, just in case this guy tries to drive Hellions in my base super early. Chat, you know I love you guys, right? You know I love you. But I'm trying to answer you guys' questions. I'm trying to answer 5 million questions as fast as possible. So if I'm short with you, it doesn't mean I actually don't like you or I'm mean or anything like that. I'm really not trying to be. I'm just trying to make you understand the fucking point. So I can move on to the next one. This is like 5 hours of fucking Q&A blasting my ass. Okay, and then now we see, oh, there's aliens in my base. It's all good. Let's actually go back to our scout really fast. We kind of missed the point. We got distracted. So we actually flew our Overlord into his base at 4 minutes. And why is 4 minutes relevant? 4 minutes is relevant because at 4 minutes, there's going to be a big choice that gets thrown down by the Terran. And it's going to be, is the Terran going to go for a 3rd command center? Or is the Terran going to go for more than his opener of production? So, for instance, let me give you an example. There's a build for Terran called 111. What that means is it's 1 barracks, 1 factory, 1 starport. This is a super standard build order for Terran that happens a lot of the time. Now, in 111, it does not mean it's all in. It does not mean it's macro. It just means it's an opener. It's like a speedling opener, essentially. However, if our opponent does not take a 3rd command center and he takes like 3 more factories or like 5 more racks behind 111, suddenly now it's pretty fucking aggressive. And he's going to do this between around 4 to 5 minutes. So if we take our 2nd Overlord that flew behind his base, which was the Overlord that was sitting at our natural at first, and then once our natural was done, it flew back here. If this Overlord flies into his base around 4 minutes in a macro game, I can now actually and accurately scout what his follow-up is. And the second I saw this command center, and I know this is not, he did not lift and land his main command center from here to here. Who the fuck would do that, right? And if he did, there would also be SCVs running in and out of this command center right now. Nobody would do that. And I know this is not his natural, because who the fuck would lift this off and land it over here, right? Nobody would do that. This is a 3rd command center. I can already tell it is. And then I even see another command center again, which we already know is there. Otherwise, this game is already over. And I see, okay, he's got a 3rd CC off of 111. So what does this mean? It means he's going to harass me. He is not going to all-in me. It means he's going to harass me. There is not a ton of production. Wake,
You
thank you
could
for the
make
5.
an entire series about getting out of Diamond.
I know, these are fucking long videos, and they're going to be exhausting. Thank you very much, Wake, for the 5. Logic, thank you for the 5 as well.
Big Dick Vibu smashing these micro pussies.
Thank you, dude. So the 3rd base, guys, means he's not going to all-in us. This is not 3 factories or like 5 racks. This is a 3rd CC. This is 550 minerals of an investment. So, and for any jackasses out there that's like, it's actually 400, he made a fucking orbital. 400 plus 150 is 550. So this is a big investment right here. Big investment, right? That's huge. That's a lot of investment. Now, on top of that, we also see add-ons for buildings. We see nothing on the barracks, and you know what that signifies? It's probably not going to be bio. If someone has 0 emphasis to make anything with bio, whether it be extra marines with a reactor early on in the game, or a tech lab to make an upgrade for like Stimpack or anything like that, if it's just a naked Rax that is making no units, probably doesn't give a shit about going bio, really. He still could, but he at least doesn't give a shit about going bio right now. Following it up, seeing that we have an armory really fast as well, with a tech labbed starport, this also now means there's a good chance that this guy is going to go for a Hellbat timing. And why the fuck is anyone going to go for Armory right away? There's 2 things an Armory does for you if it's not for upgrades. So normally if you're going to go bio, you make an armory so that you can unlock 2-2 and 3-3 off the engineering bay. Or if you're going to go mech, you usually make armory so you can go level 1, 2, 3 weapons. But let's think about this for a second. He's not going bio. He also doesn't have any engineering bays. He has no add-on to the barracks. He's probably not making this armory for bio upgrades. Not only that, it's way too early for bio upgrades. If this was going to go down for bio upgrades, it should probably go down at like 5 minutes and 50 seconds or like 6 minutes. Because that's when 1-1 would probably be getting ready to go to 2-2. Not 440. So he does not need an armory for bio upgrades. Now let's think about mech upgrades. It probably doesn't make a lot of sense that he's going to go for mech upgrades right now. Why? Because he has one fucking starport and one factory. If you're not going to make much units, it's probably not for upgrades. If you're going to make... Also, think about this too. If he's going to make 1-1-1 and he's going to make an armory, you don't just start an upgrade on the armory and then suddenly it's done. So if it would make more sense as well if he was going to go for like 2 factories and an armory, and then that was going to be for upgrades or something like that. If he was going to more invest into something specific on the factory or some unit, basically, out of one building, it might be more for upgrades. It would make more sense because he would actually be upgrading more of his army. But if you think about it, if he's got one factory and one starport, half of his army is fucking air, half of his army is ground. That upgrade situation there sucks ass because you can only upgrade ground units for mech or air units for mech. Yes, you can share an upgrade for armor of mech, but it doesn't make any sense to go for a aggressive opener of 1-1-1 in terms of like harassing you and then sit back defensively and wait for an upgrade that takes 2 minutes. And again, it doesn't make sense. So logically thinking about this is not going to be an upgrade. But what else does an armory do for Terran that is not just upgrades? It allows 2 things to happen. It allows... Also, these 2 things affect units off of a reactored factory, believe it or not. The first unit it affects is a Widow Mine. It affects a Widow Mine in a way where it makes a Widow Mine that now burrows into the ground. It now stays permanently cloaked unless revealed by detection. Without an armory, if a Widow Mine shoots a target and it's on cooldown, it reveals itself. So if you have an armory, it makes the Widow Mine always stay cloaked, like a Dark Templar, for instance, which can still be revealed by detection, but it never gets revealed by itself. But we haven't seen any Widow Mines. And it doesn't really make sense that he would be going Widow Mines here. It makes sense that he's going Hellions. And we actually even saw a Hellion, I'm pretty sure, a second ago. So, the second unit that gets affected by an armory is a Hellion. And it allows for the transformation of a Hellion to go into a Hellbat mode. Which makes the difference of a Hellion and a Hellbat is a Hellion's faster, more fragile. And its attack is longer, but it's like a thin line that goes forward. Whereas a Hellbat is slower, it's more durable, it's tankier, it's got a lot more HP, and it also does an attack now. It does like a semicircle arc of like cleave. So what does that do? And it also makes the auto attack stronger as well when it's a Hellbat. So it makes Hellbats shit on queens harder. It makes Hellbats destroy Zerglings better. And it makes Hellbats also, if they get if they get into the middle line, they can easily kill drones, even if the drones are like A-moved, pulled onto the Hellbats, and the drones try to fight back. The only way drones are weaker against Hellions instead of Hellbats is if they're literally running away, because then Hellions are faster and they can just cleave down the fucking drones as they run away. So in general, this means we're going to be dealing with Hellbats. That's what we confirmed, right? That's what we talked about. So I was scouting further into his base as well, just to make sure anything else is not going on, and we saw that. That's it. So we're not going to be surprised if Hellions drive up to our base, which they did, and they go in the fucking Hellbat mode, right? We already knew this was fucking coming. We knew this is what he wanted to do right here. We already knew Hellbats were coming. So what did I do here? Ideally, against Hellbats, you want to have at least one of a couple things. You want to have extra range damage, like queens or spines, or roaches. Something like that would be nice against Hellbats. They help a fucking lot. Number 2, it would be nice if we had banelings here. Another thing that would be nice is if we had a wall here where he couldn't actually get into the wall and it would just buy us some time. We don't have really any of these things. The only one we kind of have is queens, but we don't even have a lot of queens. We have 3 queens because one of our queens just died right there. So we actually could have had 4. Now we only have 3. And even 4 is not a great number to have. We honestly, in terms of, if you have Hellbats versus queens, you want to have probably like at least like 3/4 the amount of queens to Hellbats. So if he has 8 Hellbats, we want to have probably like 6 queens. That would be nice to have that many. 4 is already low, and now we only have 3 because one of them already died. So we have 3 queens versus 8 Hellbats. That's kind of scary. But we have lings, and now because all we have is lings and the roach ward's not done and we have no bane nest, we're just going to make lings and we're just going to A-move this. There's so much fucking micro stuff we can do here that we will do in Masters League, but we will not do it in Diamond because, again, it is above fucking Diamond League. So we just A-move the fucking Hellbats. We try to find the weaker side where they're not super clumped, and we see they're a little bit more spread out on the right side, so we go to the right with the lings and then A-move. And our queens are also not kiting really much at all, and they're just A-moving and dying. And all we do is we take our drones and we run away because he's focusing on our drones. And then more lings spawned, and now a lot of the Hellbats are dying. Now, remember how I talked about you want to have like 3/4 queens to Hellbat? Well, suddenly now, if it's 3 Hellbats and some Zerglings versus only 2 queens, or versus 2 queens and some lings, we're fine. That's no longer a problem. I'm 100% confident that our 2 queens will beat 3 Hellbats, especially if we have some lings as well helping still. Not a big deal. So we can go back to making drones now, and we're all good. And now this has already, and we also even have more lings in production as well because we made them because we weren't sure how well that fight was going to go. So we definitely are fine. And now we're making drones. Oops, I did not mean to hit fast forward, but yeah. But look at the drone situation, right? Our turn opponent set up a good economy. We set up a good economy. The game is stabilized. This is a standard looking game, I would say. This looks pretty fucking normal in a ZVT. And now we're scouting for third bases. We saw the third. We confirmed the third is at the third now. He's not just leaving it in the main base. He's being greedy, so we take our 4th base and we saturate it, right? So now we have a good drone count. Now he shows up, and now it's confirmed, right? There's no more questions. Before, we were like, it seems like he's not going bio, but he is still 1-1-1. But now he's got Hellions and Cyclone guys, and I'm going to let you know a secret. You can't make both of those off the same building. So this guarantees he has multiple factories. You have to have a Tech Lab factory and a Reactor factory to make this many Hellions and also Cyclones. You cannot make this many Hellions off of a Tech Lab factory while also making Cyclones. This army is really big as well. It just proves that the fact that I can already guess there's probably at least 3 or 4 factories in this guy's base now. Guaranteed more factories. Maybe 5. Because you got to realize as well, he also lost all those earlier Hellions. None of them got away and like regrouped with this army. They all died. So this is definitely mech. We now know we're fighting mech, and it's a Hellion, Cyclone, Banshee-based composition. So what we're going to do now is, again, our goal overall was to go for Baneling, Zergling, Hydra, but look at the Hydras. No upgrades are done yet. Look at the Baneling nest. It's not even fucking done yet. So and then look at the roaches. Well, our roach speed isn't done yet either, but our roach one's at least done. Our roach one is done. So what we can do is, because there's Banshees, we need something to kill them with anti-air. And if Hydras are pretty fucking terrible if they have no upgrades yet, let's not make Hydras. Let's just make Queens to replace Hydras, because, I mean, Hydras will be a good choice once these upgrades are done and they become way better units because they get more attack range and they get more move speed. It suddenly makes them a much better unit. But without that, they're kind of meh. They're not really worth what they cost. But a Queen definitely is worth what it costs, because a Queen does not need any upgrades. It starts by default as super fucking strong. A Queen only gets stronger by default as time goes on because it generates energy to transfuse with, which increases the power of this unit like crazy. It doesn't need upgrades to unlock its abilities. It just starts with it. It just needs to generate energy over time. So if we make Queens, it's going to help us a lot with the Banshees. And then if we make Roaches, it's going to supplement our army to help a lot with the Hellion Cyclone for now. Just for now. And these lings that we made are still left over from earlier. And those were safety Roaches that we made just like earlier in previous B2GM series stuff. And now you can see that we're making more Roaches. And look at the fight. Right? As the fight went on, he got pushed out. And look at the fight after it ended. He was around 68, 69 SCVs or so. We were at 80 drones. Now we're at 72. So we lost some. It's okay. And the supply count was somewhat similar. Now I'm down a little bit. But again, it's okay. It's not a big deal. We can just instantly recover and catch back up. And it's going to be all easy peasy. Why is that? Because I'm spending still. Like, we've been under aggression because some of my queens keep dying, so our money's getting fucked up because we're not able to inject properly all the time. But we're making do, right? We're just keeping on top of it as much as we can. And look at the drone count now. Once again, we're at 80 plus. Super nice. And we're not chasing him all the way across the map. We're just waiting on creep. We're sitting back defending creep because we're playing a macro game. And all of a sudden, look at this. All of a sudden, we just took a big fat supply lead because we actually got a nice inject round off, and we just made mass Hydras because we actually have good Hydra upgrades. First upgrade's done, second upgrade's almost done. So, and then also this is when we make Hydra. We make Hydra a little bit after this. So we're making Hydras like right now, for instance, when the upgrade's, again, halfway done. And we're still sitting back defensively. We're chilling, we're chilling, we're chilling. Supply lead just went in our favor. And then our Terran opponent shows up at our base, and we just A-move the area. We go, all right, let's fucking kill him. If he kills my base, yeah, that sucks, but at least we can punish his army a bit while he does that and kill a bunch of stuff as he leaves.
Hello from France. I am watching the series at 6 a.m. and get photons and hellions for breakfast.
Yeah.
Thanks for the awesome content.
Yo, thank you very much for the 10, Billy Joe. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Sick. Okay, and then now we're going into the Ling Hydra Baneling phase. And we're focusing on Banelings last. We're focusing on Ling Hydra now. Because now my Hydras are well upgraded. They got speed and range. They're good to go. And again, that was what the composition we wanted to go for from the beginning, so that's what we're gonna go for. It's all, we don't have to think too hard about it. It's all good. And nice. Now the game is looking pretty good for us. We have control of our side of the map. It's looking pretty good. So our opponent is kind of just going back and forth left and right, trying to find damage wherever he can. And this is the biggest fight of the game right here. This is the biggest fight of the game right here. My army's up here. He actually just killed these rocks. Watch how he moves his army. He's got army here. He's got army here. He's got army here. What we do is we go like this. Move, move, A move. And what that does is it spreads my army out on the left, on the right, and we A move down through multiple locations, and we pincer his army down into him. It's super easy. I just green box here. I don't even do that. I don't even green box first. You move your whole army first to one of these locations. Then you green box and you move to the other location. And it looks like this. So we move everything to the right. We green box a chunk to go to the left. Notice how I'm not even touching his army. We're both kind of just like rubbing each other right there, like bumping chests and shit. No one's actually attacking each other. It's because I'm move commanding right now. It's not a big deal. So our army gets there and then A moves. Our army gets here and A moves. And now look at how this fight's set up. His army is scattered. Our army is scattered. But our army is way stronger when scattered because our army, his army is better. The way his composition works is his army it scales better when it's actually clumped up and it kites you. Our army is very easily good at being like spread out across the screen and going all over the place because our army is a very mobile, fast, like agile army. His army is more of a power army. His army's kind of mobile too, but like, let's be real. Cyclones fucking suck ass when they're by themselves. They need to be covered by Hellions, otherwise they waste their lock-ons to kill Lings.
Dude, you're a legend. Great series again.
Yo, Spooky, thank you for the 5. Much love. So now his army is just kind of dying. We're A-moving the area towards where his last of his units are. We're not microing anything. We're not surrounding him. We're just literally fucking A-moving. And now we're going down to the bottom because we just killed his army and we're already here. So now we're going to focus on killing the bottom. Now, again, the cool trick I did here, if you didn't really catch it the first time, if I click one Zergling, notice how I only have my whole army group 1. If I click one Zergling and I tell the Zergling, and if I hold Alt and hit 2, it's called a steal command, which is what now I'm going to start teaching you a little bit more as we go. You can hit Alt 2 and it deletes the Zergling from 1 and puts it in 2. So notice, group 1 says 84, it's going to say 83, and group 2 will say 1.
It's called Frtage VBUD.
What? Thank you for the 100 bits. Much love. So, watch. It'll say 84. Now it'll go down to 83, and then group 2 will say 1 Zergling as we hit the Alt command. And here it goes right here. So I just deleted 1 Zergling from that, and now that Zergling was in group 1, and I just hit Alt 2 on it, so it deletes it and puts it in its own group. So now the Zergling can go scout the map and make sure I'm not going to miss bases that I don't know exist. And we're going to check this base, we're going to check this base, and we're going to progressively move deeper into this guy's territory as we go from here. Meanwhile, behind this, we can go into creep spreading our bases and shit like that, and making sure we're, injecting our bases and making sure our macro doesn't suck. Obviously, this is Diamond. I do expect you to do shit like this where you're like, you could be creep spreading, you could be injecting, but you're not doing it. So it's okay. It's gonna happen to you. Just try your best to keep up with it, right? It's because it's gonna feel a little different now that we're not just doing the same fucking thing every game, and we're actually kind of experimenting. But again, this is a build you could use if you want to. Is it required? No. You could do lots of builds. There's so many fucking ways you can play this game once you're a higher level player. If you know how to actually use units properly. There's actually a lot of option. And now our army is kind of over here. It's kind of stuck in the area. It's okay. It's trading. It's doing a good job trading. The army might overall die for us. It actually ends up winning the fight, barely. But even if this army died for us, we just killed an expansion, and we just traded army for army, and we can instantly remax at our base as long as our macro is on point. So overall, that's kind of how the game went. Ling Bane Hydra versus some mech action. Hopefully that makes sense again. concepts. Conceptolas. Conceptas. That's what we're all about. Let's do another all-in game. I got another Tyrion player. Let's do a Lingbane bust this game. Or no, you know what? Let's do it Nidus. Let's do a Nidus all-in. Let's do a Nidus all-in. We haven't done a Nidus all-in yet. Let's do one of those. We already kind of did some Baneling stuff. We did some Roach stuff. Let's do a Baneling bust. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do a different all-in. I've changed my mind again. We're going to do a Muta all-in with Banelings following it up. And then the next time we play, we'll do a Nidus all-in. We'll do 2 all-ins in a row now. We'll do a Muta all-in right now, and then we'll do a Baneling all-in, or a Nidus all-in after. We're just going to do a couple all-ins. Again, I'm trying to give you guys some variety. So
Are there any drills you can do to improve or ways to practice beyond just playing games?
Play with someone better than you. Make them push you to not make mistakes. Try to actually get practice partners that are stronger than you, so they make you play better than you actually are capable of, and you will advance faster that way. Because playing players that are easy to beat don't make you improve very fast. Hopefully that is a good answer for you. But I mean, there's really no substitute. Playing the game is going to give you the best experience because it's literally what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to get better at the game, so playing the game is going to help you get that the fastest. It's just if your opponents are hard or easy to beat, that changes how hard or easy it's going to be to do that. And if your path is easy, it's going to make you weak. Okay. We're going to take our rally point on our gas. Notice how we went gas first this game before pool? Guess what? Makes sense, right? We're going for an all-in. We're going to do a Mutalisk all-in this game. We're going to actually do a Mutalisk build this game. Next game will be Nidus, like I was saying. So this game will be Mutas. Okay, get our last drone rallied onto that gas. Notice how our second Overlord's watching for a proxy bunker. We're chilling for a little bit longer. And now the hatchery's about done. We can now send our Overlord up here to go scout the base eventually if we need to. And now let's make 2 queens. We made 1 drone first because we're waiting for the pool still. Now let's make 2 queens and 4 lings. So 2 eggs of lings is 4 lings because it's 2 per egg. And then we made 2 queens as well. Now my opponent doesn't have a natural, guys. So he might be all-inning me for all I know. Fuck. We'll see, right? Let's stick out the front of his base. What's he got? What do you got? You got a really fast factory, really fast Hellions. Okay. So even though we're going to all-in him, let's make a spine crawler this game. And the reason why is because we still need to make drones with this. I can't just do this off of 16 drones and be like, Mutas, that's terrible. So we're still going to open up this game making drones, but we are going to do a really fast all-in as a follow-up. And notice how I never took drones off gas. That's all good because we are planning on all-inning him, so it makes sense. So I am making drones, I'm making drones, I'm making drones, I'm making drones. It's all G. I have a spine crawler almost done. We are now going to start a layer in the main base. And notice how I'm doing a Muta build, and I have no idea what he's doing, but it's pairing up Mutas now. I'm doing an all-in versus an all-in player. It's all G. Okay, he's got Widow Mines. So we're fighting a Widow Mine player now, who just sniped my Overlord with Widow Mines. Now, if we're fighting a Widow Mine player, guys, this is no longer the category of player that's going to be doing something where it's like, oh, he's got Hellions barreling down into the front of my base. If someone opens up with Widow Mines against Zerg, generally speaking, what you should probably be focused on, or thinking that's going to happen, is there's probably going to be Widow Mines flying into your mineral lines. Now, I would say let's make spores, but the reason why I'm not going to make spores is because we rushed a lair. And if we just make an Overseer, we're totally fine. So how about we do this? How about we spread Overlords around my base now? We'll just spread Overlords around my base in all directions, and Creep will be there as well. And now it'll give me a spotter to see when his fucking little drops are coming at my base if he decides to do drops. Meanwhile, we're fully saturated, so let's take our gases, because again, we're all-inning him, so we want to take our gases now at 16 and 16 for gases 2, 3, 4. Let's also take our Spire. And then let's start our Overseer as soon as we can. Okay. Get our next creep tumor going out. Get more drones saturated on these gases. More drones saturated on these gases. Watch the minimap because we're already assuming drops are coming. They're probably on their way soon. And now that we're fully saturated on 2 bases, we're going to start making Zerglings. Start making Zerglings. We can now make, let's make 2 more drones really fast. Just the final 2 drones because we're going to make a 3rd hatchery and we're going to make a Bane nest. Keep taking creep. And notice how even though we're all inning, we're not like doing this off of fucking 20 drones. Okay, what's over here? A floating barracks is over there. All right, then. All good. Let's take 1 Ling and let's like scout the right side of the map. Let's take another Ling and scout the left side of the map. And why am I doing that right now? This dude has not attacked me yet. He is still fucking sitting there defensively. Or like, I wouldn't say defensively, but he's not attacking me. So questions are to be had, right? There's something going awry here. Okay, now we got a Spire. So what are we going to do now? We have all of our Lings, all of our Banes, and all of our Overseer will be on group 1. Let's put our Mutas on group 2 by themselves. Mutas should actually be by themselves. And we'll talk about how to micro them in an easy way. Okay? Let's actually put the Overseer as well with Mutas now at this point. So I took the Overseer out of group 1 and I put it in group 2 by itself with Mutas. Okay, let's keep injecting our bases. Our 3rd base died, so I do want to take another 3rd base eventually somewhere, but let's not worry about it yet. Now Mutas are out, and let's watch this, okay? Look at how we micro this fight. Super fucking easy. I'm going to move command my entire ground army of Zerglings at his army, and then I'm going to follow with Mutas after. Okay, so spread my Lings out. Move command behind him. Mutas go now. A move. Fucking A move Mutas. Okay. Now let's take a 3rd base again. Take another queen because our queen died, and let's go ahead and get our, our creep going again a little bit. But now we're still making Lings, we're still making Mutas, and now we're gonna go on the aggressive side of things. We are going to now be the aggressor. He's going Thors. It's all good, not a big deal. Just try not to supply block and just keep going for it. Let's push this dude. What's going on here at his base? He's got a natural. Okay. So there's Widow Mines there. So what am I going to do again? Let's right click past the command center with our Lings. And we set him off. Now let's kill the command center. Let's just kill the command center. And now let's back up. So what's happening is my Mutas are never engaging.
Yeah.
My Lings are engaging, and they're setting off the Widow Mines.
Booyah.
I'm baiting my Lings to kill Widow Mines, and then my Mutas clean up everything else after that. Yo, thank you very much for the sub. Glitched. Much love, dude. Now, do I always have to micro this way? No, I don't. But it makes sense to micro this way because why? Mutas are my priority. Lings are not. Mutas are my expensive good unit. Lings are my shit unit. So now what can I do? Let's take another Ling. Go like this. A move, 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 A move. Shift click 1 Ling out. Okay, well he just fucked up my whole rally because I was trying to go scout for bases and he just fucked it all up. So let's do it with a couple changelings. Fuck it. Changelings. 1, go on the right side of the map. Another 1, take 1 out. Go on the left side of the map. And take 1 out again. Let's send the last 2 like into his main and into his natural. I just want to see what he's doing. I want to know if I need to know if there's an expansion that I don't know about. I don't want to let this dude expand and be like, oh, I didn't realize forever. Okay, let's go ahead and get this queen at our 3rd base. Let's get another queen to inject or to start spreading creep. And let's make just maybe 1 quick round of drones. Just 1 small round of drones. And why? Because we just made a couple drones to saturate these gases. That's it. Now, let's take our Lings and let's make a bunch of Banelings. This is now going to become the kill move. So I have multiple choices here. I could, from this position, contain my opponent and just wait to kill him, or I could just fucking kill him. Like I could make drones behind this, hit that power spike, go to 85 drones, like never allow this guy to take a 3rd base, for instance, and just eventually kill him late game, or I could just go for it now. Just because, like, I'm not going to say as well that what the choice I'm making here is going to be the best choice. Definitely not saying that, but it's a choice you could make, right? Our plan was to all in him, and that's what we're doing. Just I want you to know that if you have control of the game, you don't have to actually kill your opponent. You can starve them out and still win the game. And so there will be some times where I will be in positions like this and I will starve them instead of kill them. So he attacked us with Hellions. It's all good. We pushed him back. Now what are we going to do? Here we go. This is what we're going to do. Take an Overseer. Drop a Changeling. What does he got? We're going to probably go Lings first. Banelings second. Mutas third. Why? Because this motherfucker has Widow Mines. Everywhere. Okay, so go like this. So are you ready? Are you guys ready? So by default, Zerglings are faster than Banelings, so they will go first. So we go like this. Right click right here. Just right click right there. Get him going in. And now, a move. 2, come in now. Do I care if the Banelings all hit a bunch of Thors? I don't give a shit. Kill the missile turret. And now, here's a cool thing we can do. Put my mutas on like whole position over the base. And the reason why I'm doing this, I'm still macroing, by the way. I'm still macroing. Let's fix that gas. Let's drop some creep. How's this going? Cool. It's going pretty well. Let's make some more units. And we're good. Now let's leave. Why did I put my mutas on whole position there? Because Thors do AoE damage. And what I wanted to kill there was I did not want to win the game there. I wanted to fucking kill his natural. Because if I kill his natural, it's a guaranteed win. If I try to just kill his army and kill everything all at once, the more I try to kill all at once, if I try to kill Widow Mines, if I try to kill turrets, if I try to kill Thors, if I try to kill more turrets, if I try to kill turrets, Widow Mines over here. If I try to kill everything all at once, the chance of me losing goes up. Because I'm thinning my army out all over the place and I might die. However, if I just kill his fucking natural, look at my main base. Looking pretty sad, right? Well, so is his. His main base is looking just as sad. So you know what I can do again? Because I want to be all in, I will do the same thing again. Let's repeat the process. Let's get an Overseer or a Zergling, and let's scout the map. Let's see, does he have a third base or a natural hidden somewhere else at this point? And do I need to be worried about that? I have not upgraded a single upgrade this game, and I'm not telling you that's necessarily a good idea. I'm just telling you that if we're all in, we're definitely playing like this isn't all in. We're definitely focusing 100% on making an army. This is just making units. And now our opponent is feeling like he needs to all in us, which is totally fine. So check out what I'm going to do. What am I going to do, guys? I'm going to go like this. There's 2 things I'm going to do. I'm going to move my fucking Lings into the fight, and then I'm going to A-move my mutas. Is this the best micro I could ever do? Definitely not, but it's what we're going to do. So move the Lings, move the muta, or A-move the mutas, A-move the Lings. So we initiated the fight with our Lings, and then the mutas are kind of cleaned up afterwards. Okay, and there we go. The Lings set off a lot of the Widow Mines, and the fight's over. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, my Zerg heart was hurting there a lot because I know how fucking terrible that micro is for a higher level Zerg player. But that's how easy it can be. That's how easy it can be if you just understand what your focus is and what your sacrifice is. Like, mutas are definitely our focus there. The Mutalisk is our focus in this style of a game. Muta 100% the focus. If I fucking engage with the mutas and I fly into Widow Mines like crazy with the mutas and I let all my mutas just explode and die and then I send Lings in after, I'm going to be like, well, shit. I kind of wish I had mutas right now because these Lings suck ass by themselves. They're really bad otherwise. However, if I throw all my Lings into his fight and I set off all the Widow Mines with my Lings and then suddenly mutas come in and the only thing the Terran has left to fight my mutas is like 1 or 2 Thors, I'm going to be like, wow, mutas are great. I don't even care my Lings are dead. So the point is think about it like this. If my opponent has an army that is 50% units that can hit air and 50% units that can hit ground, why would I not, like if he's got tank, Hellion, Widowmine, Thor, why would I not use my ground army, that is Zerglings, to run them into his army, which sets off his Widow Mines, so I take away half of his anti-air. All of his Widow Mines go, just shoot all my fucking Zerglings. And then, now all he's got left is, now he's got, all of his army can attack ground, but only 1/4 of his army can attack air. Only the Thor can attack air. That's it. That's all it can attack me, right? So that means my mutas are going to have a good chance to win. However, what if I engage with my mutas? What if I went mutas first? And I flew my mutas all over the Widow Mines and all over the Thors. and let's say all my mutas die. I set off all the Widow Mines, and Widow Mines AoE splash my mutas. Thor's AoE splash my mutas, and all my mutas fucking die. And let's just say hypothetically, I actually kill the Thors, and I even kill the Widow Mines, but my mutas all die. Like, it's kind of a trade. Which, to be fair, that would even be good for Zerg in that situation. Realistically, you should lose all your mutas and kill nothing, because that AoE splash is fucking insane. But let's just pretend, okay? Let's just pretend I lost all my mutas, and he lost all of his Widow Mines and all of his Thors. And then all it is Hellions and tanks versus Zerglings. I want to let you guys know a secret. Tanks beat the shit out of Hellions. Or Siege Tank and Hellion would beat the shit out of Zergling. Like, not great. Especially, not only because it's just a good composition against Zergling, but Zergling isn't even like 50% of our army. The majority of our army is actually Muta, because our focus is Mutas. And we're making Lings just as a leftover unit. We're like, we're out of gas. Let's make some Zerglings in there. Let's add a couple Banelings in there, because we're kind of like, we have a little bit of gas and we're ready to take a fight now. Let's just throw some Banes in there. It's not a Zergling Baneling focus. It is a Muta focus. This is a Mutalisk all-in build that we did this game. So prioritizing the Mutas and keeping them alive longer makes more sense, and not sacrificing them. Obviously, if we're a higher level player, there's a lot of micro shit we can do with the Mutas, even more crazy than this. But if Mutas is our focus, let's make sure we make them our focus, right? Let's not sacrifice them before the fight starts. Understanding that is a big deal. Mutas, or Widow Mines can be set off by Zerglings or Mutas. So we might as well set them off with the Zerglings. And it's not only just defensively good, but aggressively, Lings are faster than Mutas. And if Widow Mines have friendly fire splash damage, there's a higher chance Lings will get into his army and set Widow Mines off onto himself. There's so much reasons why it's just better to use your Lings in that regard than Mutas. And I feel like this one's one we don't really have to talk about a whole lot, because we kind of just did. But I guess we could just quickly go through it and see like the supply value and shit like that. But our Terran opponent was one basing me for a long time, so clearly he's going to be super far behind. Like, ever since the first attack, he just got shit on. Like right here, he was so far behind after this attack. Because look at the worker count, guys. He's miles behind me right now. He's hoping to God I don't know how to deal with tank Widow Mine. He moves Widow Mines forward. He burrows them all. He moves tanks forward. And now look at my Zerglings. All these Lings are just like, hi, Widow Mines. Every fucking Widow Mine just went off. Every Widow Mine just went off. And look at the Widow Mines. They're all super green still. None of the Widow Mines took any damage, because Widow Mines don't splash themselves. But look at the fucking Hellions and the tanks. Holy shit, like half of them are dead, and some of them are like on death's door right now. This is the easiest fight of my life to win right now. And what have I done with my Mutas? Oh, I waited for the Lings to go kill themselves and set off the Widow Mines. And now my Mutas can be like, hey, move. Easy fucking peasy. Everything's dead now, because none of this can hit air. Widow Mines are on cooldown. And tanks and Hellions cannot shoot air units. And now look at this after that fight's over. I'm super far ahead. And then same thing again. We do the same thing again. More Widow Mines. We set them off with Zerglings, and we go with Mutas after. Kill the command center. We just starve this guy out. We starve him out. There's not much he can do if he has no economy. And then we do it again. And I put my Mutas on hold position, that way they don't clump up. They don't like go into turrets, and they don't chase Thors all day. They just kill the command center. You could also focus fire the command center. That would also work. Again, our goal was to kill the command center. I didn't really care about the Thor that were here, or the Widow Mines that were here, because we set off the Widow Mines with our Zerglings, and there weren't enough Thors to really be scary. Like, one Thor or two Thor, not that scary if you have like 20 Mutas. Not that scary. Especially if you're not clumping your Mutas up. If you are clumping your Mutas up and you're attacking towards the Thors and you're flying over turrets and more Widow Mines, suddenly that's really scary. But our focus again is to kill the planetary. And we do. And we leave. And now look at this guy's economy. It's fucking garbage. Look at that economy. It is so bad. And again, this was a full-fledged all-in from us the entire time. We were super all-in this entire game. We stayed low drone count the entire time, because we just kept making Lings and Banes and Mutas the whole time. And now when this guy finally attacks us at the end, look at the supply difference, right? We're going to smash his ass so hard. So we lead with Lings again, and we follow with Mutas. The Lings go first, and they set off the Widow Mines, and Mutas follow in second. And then it's over. Easy peasy. Easy, motherfucking peasy. Easy peasy, boy. Easy peasy. Good God, this is gonna be such a long league, dude. My throat, I feel like I'm already talking so hard that I'm gonna lose my voice. Okay, this game will do a Nidus all-in. Whatever race it is, I don't care. It's a ZV random, right? Do we care? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't give a fuck. So if it's if we're gonna do a Nidus build, let's do the B2GM opener, and let's go from there. Because B2GM opener, it is kind of like it also could. If you don't take a third base, it's basically a Nidus build. Okay, so he says he's Terran. Thank you. I mean, do I believe that? I don't. It's whatever. If he is or isn't Terran, I don't care either way. He could be, but he might not be. You don't believe people. Whenever someone says what race they are, just know that you want to be able to at least play versus what random is, not just what race you think they are. Don't be the guy that says, I have to know what race you are, otherwise I don't know what I'm doing. You have to like be able to make shit work and be able to play against random. And what we're going to do this game is we're going to do B2GM build, which is a 2-base layer with roaches and with queens into a Nidus instead of a third. And we're just going to make fucking roaches all game from that point on. Just non-stop roaches, 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 roaches. Nidus roaches, Nidus roaches, Nidus roaches. So, to be fair, this is one of the times we're not getting gas first, but it's okay. Again, this is B2GM build we're falling back into. It just makes, and the reason why it makes sense is because a Nidus is a delayed all-in. It's not a rushed all-in. So we're not getting speedlings or something this game, things like that. We're skipping all those kinds of things. And again, if you're confused about it, if you're like, okay, I fucking don't understand, just fucking download the replay and copy the build order. It's totally fine too. You're more than welcome to do that. It's all G. And just know, once again, I'm going to say this again because I know some people are going to feel probably pretty overwhelmed. I know I've done a different build almost every game, but I'm going to keep doing a few builds here and there. I'm going to keep reflecting on some builds repeatedly. But just know, these builds are all optional. You can literally pick one or two of them and then stick with them. You don't have to do all of them like I'm doing. You can literally be like, oh, I really liked Vibe's 4th game in his Diamond 3. I'm going to really get good at that one. That's fine. That's great. I totally recommend that. Pick a game you like and get better at it. But I definitely think you should listen to this entire video, though, because I give you so much information about how to micro properly. So like this game, for instance, I did not make Zerglings. So here's a way I can get around this if I didn't make Lings. Let's make fucking spores as my drones are about to die. Spore crawler. Spore crawler. Cancel spores, but go mine minerals again. Okay, let's inject our hatcheries. Take a layer. Take another queen. And let's make a roach warren. Or no. Too early. Too early. What are we talking about? We gotta wait for the inject. We needs to wait for the inject. Okay. Where's this Reaper going? Let's try and use this queen to cut him off. He's going over here. Let's cut him off over there. See that shit? Boom. If he was going up here, I could have run my queen up top. It's all good. Okay, now make drones, and then now let's make our roach warren. Let's make our Evo chamber. And our second Evo chamber. Okay, and here's where the build deviates. I'm going to keep making queens. I just made a 4th queen right away before taking a 3rd base. And here's where another place where the build's going to deviate. I'm going to make a Nidus instead of a +1 weapon upgrade. Okay. Let's get roach speed though. Let's make another 2 queens and get some overlords as well. Make 2 queens. And now notice how I have an Overlord on the right side of his base and I have an Overlord on the left side of his base. So here's what we can do. Because he has a Marine guarding the left side of his base, it means it's going to be really impossible. If you ever have your opponent is aware that you're going to Nidus him and he's already got units waiting at the Nidus point that you want to initiate, never fucking initiate in the main. Because the Marine is going to guard him there, never initiate in the main. Always use it as a follow-up. So here's what we can do. Inject our hatcheries, grab our queens, put them into the Nidus worm. Rally point my hatcheries to the Nidus worm. Nidus out in front of his base right now. Make injects, load into the Nidus worm. Make a queen. Make an inject, load into the Nidus worm. Make a queen. Make an Overlord. Get ready to make roaches again in a second. Now unload roaches here and queens and stuff and go attack this. And now take our Overlord if we can. Hopefully we can get it off. Oh my god, we didn't get it off. So we're committed now to the front push only. That was actually a good... we can actually take our second Overlord, just do a second one behind the base over here, I guess. And let's move our Overlord to shift command down here and go get ready to set up in the back of his base. Okay. We can make a creep tumor so we can keep going faster. And let's just keep pushing in the front of his base. He actually did a really good job killing an Overlord. Okay. Now keep going. And now here's a cool thing we can do too. Let's run up the ramp. Oh, okay, he's letting me in the base. Okay, well that sucks. Get our queens up there to help the roaches so we can transfuse them. Let's make it also, let's now make a Nidus worm like in the base because we're covering it. And let's just try and transfuse roaches that are currently taking damage. Now we can transfuse queens that take damage because again the battle cruise is there. So all we're hitting is T click, T click, T click, macro, macro. Load queens and Nidus. Make new queens. Make new roaches. Go back to army. Unload Nidus. Don't stop macroing. And there you go. There's a Nidus all in. There is a Nidus all in. The whole time we were doing this Nidus, guys, are we just microing the entire time? No, you might not realize, but we're hitting 5SR, 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 5SR repeatedly. I am fucking making roaches over and over and over and over. Tons and tons and tons. Lots of roaches are being made. This looks scary. Yeah, it's pretty strong. It's super strong. And is this going to be the build you want to have? Like, remember how I talked about as well? I highly recommend you have a Nidus, or not a Nidus. I highly recommend you have an all-in build, and I highly recommend you have a macro build in your repertoire. Do not be the guy that's like, all I know how to do is all in. And also, don't be the guy that's like, all I know how to do is only fucking macro. Because if you only do one build every game, and that's all you ever do, it's going to typecast you as a weak player as well. Because not only if you play multiple times of the same opponents, which it's going to be kind of rare, but it can happen. If they always know you do the same thing, it gives them more of a chance to abuse you. And also, here's another thing. If you only know how to do one thing in StarCraft, if you only know how to play defensive play and sit back and do nothing else, it means you're going to be really weak when you try to actually attack somebody. So let me tell you this. This is what I'm talking about, okay? It pairs well together. If you play an all-in build, if you do an all-in build, but let's say you only do all-ins, you all-in less than you macro. Because you macro and you're good at macroing, it's going to make your macro cycles of your all-in builds better because it's your habit and you're going to be good at fucking macroing while all-in, which is really important about how to all-in people. That's why I just said 5SR, 5SR, 5SR while loading the Nidus. Grabbing queens, injecting my bases, loading them into the Nidus, making new queens. It's important to be able to do that because if you don't do that, and if I just Nidus the first time with like 5 queens and 10 roaches and I never build anything else after that, I'm probably going to lose the game if I don't actually flood units after. So macroing during an all-in is super important. But now if you're an all-in player, or if you're a macro-focused player, or I said the same thing twice. If you're a all-in focused player who macros, let's say you're in a macro game, but let's say you all-in a little bit more than you macro, it's going to increase your micro about how you actually control units defensively or aggressively. Like, these are both skills that are good to have because you get more micro practice with all-ins and you get more macro practice with macroing. They're both good to have to develop your skill set as a player in StarCraft. So I'm saying it's good to have one of either once you can actually macro by default to a decent degree. I did not want you to do it in fucking silver and in gold and in plat when your macro by default was garbage. Because if you try to all-in someone in those leagues, you always are the guy that's like, all right, I'm going to attack you with 10 roaches for fucking 6 minutes. Like, what? You could have had 70 roaches. No, I want 10 because I just don't want a macro. I don't like it. Like, don't be that guy, right? That means you're going to lose every time. That guy will lose every game in Diamond Plus because his macro is garbage. Okay, so we're doing our build, right? We got our Roach Worm, we got our Evos, all that jazz. All that jazzola. Loading up our Nidus. Nidusing out into his base. He did, like I said before, he did a really good job killing Marveloid, so I couldn't actually get a second Nidus into his base. This would be huge if I got it, though. And the reason why it's huge if you get a Nidus here is because you can compromise the mineral line really early here. And then you can also compromise the mineral line really early here. And it makes it really hard for Terran to deal with that if they have no mining. You can also, here's another thing too you can do. If the Terran overcommits to defend the front of his base by having all the units come to the wall because he's freaking out, you can actually Nidus and compromise the production by as soon as your Nidus is about to pop, you just load your Nidus up here and you just instantly transfer over to here. So you teleport from here to here and you just start unloading all over the fucking buildings, and every unit that starts trying to spawn just like dies immediately. And then like the factory, the starport, the barracks all die, and the Terran has no production. He's like, fuck, well, what do I do now? So Nidusing the main is like a kill move. But this guy, like I said, he did a really good job using Vikings to stop it. So that was good by him. But it doesn't matter, right? As long as you know what you're doing, you can still make it work. Just, why did we win this game? We did not win this game because of strategy. I'm telling you right now, strategy-wise, this guy actually countered us because he actually did something that fucked our build up. He killed our second Nidus position before it was ready. Barely. He barely, it was like the timer just was like barely off for us. So he strategically he beat us. But macro wise, we fucking destroyed him. So even though strategically our build got fucking ruined because we're supposed to Nidus the main, we just walked up the ramp and just pushed through because we just had so much stuff. And our opponent only had a couple Hellions. He didn't really have any units to stop it. And he waited for a battlecruiser, which got destroyed by like 7 queens or so. So, yeah, you get the point. Where's his tank? He didn't have a tank. Like, he made a tank at the very end and then it died, but he made Hellions. He went Hellion battlecruiser. And Hellion battlecruiser is, like, okay, I guess for the strategy, Nidus all in with Queen Roach beats Hellion battlecruiser. That is fair. But the way he played it to deny the Nidus was really good. But then it didn't matter because we just had so much, we just ran through his base. Macro superior. Macro good. Yeah, we gotta go for 200 more MMR. Oh my god. It's like another 10 games. 11 games probably. It's a lot of fucking games in one go, dude. Doing this much Q&A the entire time. It's gonna be like an 8-hour session of Diamond 3. Okay, we'll macro again this game. We will macro again this game. This game, let's go for a... So last game we went for Ling Roach into Ling Bane Hydra. This game, let's go for Ling Bane into Ling Bane Hydra. Ling Bane Hydra is a really good composition for just like teaching newer Zergs how to play. Because it's an army type that will teach you how to like just manipulate the map to your advantage. Wait, why am I doing that with my first overlord? Go down across the map. Make this into 2 parts? No, I think I'm just going to power through. I'm going to make Diamond 3 one video. I'm just going to power through the next 10 games. Or so. Fuck it. I just hope Diamond 2 to Diamond 1 is not as big of a difference as Diamond 3 to Diamond 2. It's 500 MMR gap. It's fucking huge. I think Diamond 3 to 2 is only like a 300 and more gap or something. It's a little bit less. Alright, let's go ahead and take our pool and our gas. Okay, let's go ahead and take our natural. Take the natural. El natural. Let's take an overlord again. And now, let's put our next overlord like around the front of our base. It's all good because this overlord's about to leave. And why is this overlord about to leave? It's because this hatchery is fine. Nothing's attacked it yet. I see no proxies. And now that it's almost done, now let's bring this overlord over to this. Oh, look, we're getting proxied, right? Oh, shit. Sound the alarms. Well, guess that's why we have it. That's why it's fucking there. Change of plans, boys. We're making fucking lings. Let's grab some drones. Grab drones right now. Make lings. Rally my hatcheries to the front of my base. Make queens on both my bases. Tell my drones to run at these marines and A-move them. Make lings. Run over here. Attack this marine. Okay, now look, seems like we're fine, right? So let's tell our drones to got my minerals again. We've defended the proxy. Why did I defend that so fast? My overlord was in the area. So now we're good. Now we're going back into droning, and now we're going to go back to a normal build. And now we saw the units coming from this side, so let's go check and see. Yep, he's still making units on this side, so let's A-move this area with our lings. And it's only 2 marines. Well, now it's 4. Now it's 2 again. Seems like we're doing okay. Let's just let our lings go ham for a minute. You know what I'm making right now? I'm making drones. Okay. I'm making drones, guys. This guy's wasting so much time fucking around with this. And I can make lings at any point in time when I want to. It's all good. You know what we're going to do instead? Wait, oh, oops. I need to fix my main mineral line. That's a little bit of a fuck up. There we go. It's actually way too early to take our 3rd base. I don't know why I did that. How's this going? Oh, I still got 2 lings there. Sick. How's it going now? Okay, looks like it's finally dead. So now that it's dead, you know what we can do now? Let's make another fucking round of lings. Make another like 10 lings. And look what's going to be with these lings. They're going to have speed soon. We'll make 12. Fuck it. We just had one more larva sitting there. We made 12. Now we're done again. Look at my base. Well saturated. Look at this base. Pretty well saturated. Let's go back to making drones again. And why am I making drones? This is so not threatening right now. Okay, speed's just about done. Now let's actually take a 3rd base. Because these bases are going to be fully saturated in just a moment. Fully saturated. Fully saturated. 3rd base is started. Let's take another queen. And now let's go A-move. We have speed now. Let's A-move this area. What do you got? He's got nothing. Okay, let's A-move his natural. Maybe we can get here before the bunker's done. If we do, it's probably game over, just so you know. Okay, let's go ahead and we can start our layer because we have enough gas to do it. We can put 2 drones on the gas that's oversaturated. How's this going? It's going pretty good. We didn't even micro that. We just A-moved the area and our lings got there before the bunker was done, so they crushed it. Now, let's just not let him take a natural. Let's not get too greedy and try to break the main. But instead, let's just scout the main and just try to deny the natural as long as possible. Now, let's go do a baneling nest. Let's keep making our a couple queens for more creep spread. And let's make our gases now so we can go into a proper economy. Okay, our units actually just died to Hellions. I didn't micro that at all. It's okay. You know what we can do now? Just fucking make more lings. It's all good. Barracks just died. That was scouting my base. It's all G. Okay, let's go ahead and transfer some drones to these gases as well. Take some more lings. And now let's make a Hydra Den. And let's make like 2 Evo chambers right here. Just to like wall this off a bit. Cool. Now let's take a queen and go to our 3rd base with it. Queen in the main, queen in the natural. And now we have a good amount of, I would say right now we have about a good amount of lings here. I would say this is probably enough to keep us safe if a couple of Hellions harass us. But now, you know what we could do? Let's saturate our 3rd base. Meanwhile, let's go check and see, does this guy have a 3rd base? Like, is he trying to be really greedy now and be like double expanding to get back in this game? Because you know what happens if he does? We fucking kick him in the nuts and we break that 3rd. And we just push him back in a 2 base situation where he's super far behind. Now let's keep making drones. Make drones. Make the droney boys. Meanwhile, we're making creep as well with another queen. There's no third anywhere on the map that I just saw. So yeah, he's on 2 bases. Let's tell one Ling then to go run into his natural. Let's go confirm what's going on at that natural. Is there a bunker? Is there a tank? Is there just Hellions? What the hell's happening there? Okay, now he's attacking me. So what are we gonna do? Let's bring our Lings over here. Help the queen. Hey Lings, go attack those Hellions. Cool. Now let's go ahead and expand again because we're fully saturated. I have way more drones popping right now. What's happening over here? Oh, the Lings actually won the fight. I didn't micro at all, right? We just A-moved it. Got him out of there. So this base is now fully saturated. And there's a bunker. There's a bunker at his base. But now we're fully saturated on 3 bases. So now let's do a safety round of units. Kind of like what we've been doing before. Just to be extra safe. So let's make Hydras. And let's see what's going on here. He's going bio. I just confirmed bio, right? We saw Marines walking to a bunker and a full bunker. So lots of Marines. So now let's make units, like we said before, safety units up to about 120 supply. I just made like 13 Hydras or so. And now let's make Lings all the way to 120. It's like one more inject from where we're at right now. Okay. Let's get more creep going around the place wherever we can. Creep is looking pretty good. There we go. We can spread this creep tumor, spread that tumor, spread this way, spread this way, spread this way. And we got this creep tumor up here. Sick. Make more Lings. What if this guy attacks me? Do I know he's going to attack me or not? I have no idea. I have no idea if he's going to attack me. But guess what? If I make units just a little bit to a safety amount, like a good healthy amount of units to where it's not too much, but it's also just enough to like not die, which is around 120 supply like we keep talking about before, I can now make drones. And if he attacks me while I'm in the... He's got a third. If he attacks me while I'm making drones, I will not die. Guaranteed. I will crush that fucking army if he attacks me while I'm making drones, and then it will launch a counterattack for me. But if he doesn't attack me and he sits back defensively, well, guess what? I'm not sitting here making units all game. I'm macroing, and we're going into a higher drone count to 85 now. Let's make... And now that here's a cool thing too. Whenever we do Ling builds, every time you get a 4th base saturated, you need to do something. You need to add in a fucking macro hatch. Because if you don't, you're never going to be able to spend your larva. Because Lings are so cheap on the resources and expensive on the larva. Let's also get an infestation pit because we started 2-2 and we want to be able to go to 3-3. Okay. And drone count is now at 87. So let's take these gases. Let's take another base again. Spread some creep. And look, he's attacking us, right? Oh no! We're getting attacked, guys. Let's go ahead and A-move this area. And look, he's probably going to go to the main base. So let's go like this. Green box some of my army, go to the main. Some other of my army, go down here. Let's make units now, too, because I'm already fully saturated. And now he's in the main base, right? He's got a bunch of medevacs in the main base. And am I freaking out? No, I'm going to green box this army, and I'm going to A-move him. And now what's going to happen is he's going to fly down into this army that I already left here previously. So I'm going to pop a bunch of medevacs because I have a good fucking army. And that's a lot of dead medevacs. So did I freak out there? Definitely not. I just set up a fight defensively that made sense based off the fact that we shut this dude down and we have a good position in this game.
Mineral field depleted.
And now that we're about to be hive, let's go ahead and set up our hive tech stuff. We'll keep spreading creep as well while we're waiting. Keep making Lings. Keep making overlords. Keep producing all of our shit. And also, am I attacking him right now? No, because the power spike is at 200, not at 163. Even though I just killed some medevacs. I mean, that's fine. That's great that we killed medevacs, but it's still not our power spike. Because we're still waiting on upgrades. We're still power spiking up, so we don't need to attack super fast. It's okay. Okay. So, keep making Lings. We can make a couple more overseers. I feel like we might be missing some overseers. And look, he's attacking us again. This guy just doesn't want to fucking stop attacking. Do I mind? Definitely not. Attack me all day, and I will fucking ruin your face repeatedly, right? Okay, so there's a Marine hitting that. Let's just go fucking kill it with some Lings. It's all good. I'm still growing to the power spike really fast, and I'm almost there. And he's still here, so guess what? Right-click some of my army over here. Right-click my whole army there. Green box a big chunk of it. Right-click over here. Now look at my power spike. I'm maxed out. 200 supply. I can start adrenal glands. I can start 3-3. I can start an Ultralisk Cavern. I'm 200 supply. Let's fucking go hammer this army right here. 2 locations. Okay, he ran away. He's right there. Okay, so hit this spot. Just A move it. Look how small that army is compared to our army. Our army is ginormous. This Terran's getting ahead of himself. He's playing way too aggressive. So now that he's being aggressive and he's throwing, like, it's going well for us. Let's get our army together. Go through the wall here. Now A move towards his ball here. We can move into it, and then A move it. Make units in the process behind it. Make a bunch of lings. A move the 3rd base. Go back. Inject our bases. Inject our bases. Inject our bases. Fix our economy off that base. And now what can I do behind this? I can remax also on like Ultralisk. Vibe's getting cocky. I'm not getting cocky. I'm just proving a point. It's about not panicking. It's about not panicking and having a like it's the biggest thing, the hardest thing I'm trying to teach. The hardest thing it is to teach people about StarCraft 2 is to teach people how to understand what the hell's happening. Like, let me explain this really fast. If you don't have an understanding of an economy, you have 0 chance to understand what is happening in the game. That's a fact. So Bronze to Plat was all about teaching you how to understand an economy. And if you can make it to Diamond by understanding an economy, now you are at the base bottom of the barrel about understanding a game of StarCraft. And if we can understand that our opponent is behind in the game because he failed a proxy 2-Rax bunker rush, and then not only that, like, think about it like this, okay? Think about this. Let me give you some step-by-step process here. And it's about how I was not overreacting by how we split our army. Okay? That's it's all justifying why I felt confident to send some army in my main and leave army at below my 4th. So think about this for a second. If our opponent oh Jesus, my camera's on. If our opponent pushes us at the natural with a proxy bunker rush. Okay? Look. It fails. We destroy it. We now have a natural we have a natural that's saturated and we're mining off of 2 bases. Our opponent has not even started a command center. Okay? That is number 1. That is the first thing our opponent has done in terms of putting him behind. Now, the second thing our opponent has done in terms of putting him behind is he still never expanded, and he kept making Marines off these fucking barracks. For like, I'm not even kidding, like a minute. The bunker rush, guys, it failed at 240. Remember 240. At fucking 340, he finally abandons ship and starts leaving the base. He still has not set up his natural. Yes, he's taking it in his main base, but it's recently started. It's 28 seconds ago. It's not that fast. It should be like done by now, ideally. Like, look at my fucking base. It's fully saturated. So that's the second negative thing he's done. He waited way too fucking long after it was already, like, it already failed, and he kept just pushing it into the failure. It's like he was basically, his build was already in the wood chipper, and then he decided, you know what, maybe I'll clog the wood chipper by putting more into it, and then he just watches all the shit fall apart in the wood chipper, and he's like, okay, well, I guess that was a bad investment. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that, right? So he double negatives are 2 things already have gone poorly for Terran already in terms of being able to control the game from now on. So he's really far behind already at this point in the game, which is why the supply is so far in our favor, right? Now get ready for this next one. The next thing is this one right here. Shit. Sorry, it was yeah, I went too fast. It's this one. This is number 3. He tries to set up a super delayed bunker. Again, he failed the proxy at 240. He starts a bunker at his natural at 410. It's very delayed. There's no reason why this bunker has to be this fucking late. There is no reason why this bunker has to be so fucking late. But what happens as a result of it being so late? The Marines die. The SCV dies. The bunker dies. The command center has to lift again. That's the 3rd thing in a row now that has happened that has put him so far behind. Now, finally, the last thing that made us feel like we're totally fine to not overstack our army was this right here. It's the third base. So, I mean, he lost Hellions there too. Hellions or whatever. I don't care. But because it was a bit of a wash. He killed my Lings. I killed his Hellions. It was a little bit of a wash. It gives us the advantage when we wash, when we have a better economy, but we'll not talk about that. It's not that big of a deal. That was the most minor thing that's happened so far. But look at this. He takes a third fucking base, dude. He sets up another bunker. We saw he was going bio. And then before he drops me, he sets up a third, and we've confirmed it with a Zergling. Because we left Zerglings at his third bases. And now my opponent decides, after all these things that have put him behind in terms of the aggression early on, and now he's gone for a double expand third base, he decides to do a doom drop into my main base with 4 medevacs. This is, you cannot take 4 negatives and make a positive out of that. You cannot, you have no right and in no realm should that attack ever do anything if you're that far behind. In no fucking way should that ever do anything. I hope this is making sense. My opponent has dug himself a hole repeatedly, like 3 or 4 times. And then he decides, you know what? Doom drop time. Time to do the big, risky, aggressive move where all my medevacs are going to fly in your base and they're all super exposed, but hopefully I'm just going to overpower you. No, it's never going to happen, right? It's never going to happen because my supply is crushing my opponents, and it should be because of all the advantages we've had throughout this game so far. So when we spot this, I have without a shadow of a doubt, am I worried that I can split my army in 2 halves to have half of it sit here and have half of it sit here. And why does this make sense? Because think about it like this. If this Terran player flies into my main base, what's the only other thing he can do? He can commit deeper into my base and fly through more of my units and more of my queens and stuff and have a higher chance to die if he goes this way. Or he could retreat back to where he came from and ideally get out where he came in. Also, I'm going to have a base setting up here, so I want to guard it. So if I leave some of my units here, and if I leave some of my units here, not only do I shut him down as he gets to my base, but I also shut him down as he tries to leave my base. So he flies in the base with a doom drop. And now what I do here, look how my army's in a big single file line. Why is it a single file line? Because I went through a doorway that makes a single file line. It's a bit of a traffic jam. So how do I fix that? I can literally green box this army right here and go move command right there. And then re-green box everything and go a move. It allows my army to have, like, instead of having just a big line, the back line's going to keep coming, but I can make the front line turn around for a second and then group up with like a double line. It increases my concave in front of the engage. It allows my army to group up a little bit. And if my army groups up at all versus a bunch of Marines when I have Banes on creep with speed, yeah, I'm going to run over his fucking Marines. So notice how I pull some of my Banes back and my Hydra in the front. I wait for a second and then I go. I just tell them to stop for a second and then I go. So I let them group up for just a second. And then as they go in all together, look what happens. All the bio's like, Jesus, retreat, get out of here. And it retreats, right? It starts leaving the base. He gets out of dodge super quick. He takes some extra damage from my hedges up here. But now this hatchery's protected. And this other group of my units is just chilling. Ready to kill. Because of all the advantages I had up to this point, I knew this drop was going to get fucking destroyed. There is no reason why he should ever have dropped me with a Doom drop being that far behind. This is someone who plays risky StarCraft and doesn't really fully understand his position in the game. He's hoping that I just suck, essentially. That's the only reason why this decision would ever make sense. So all these Hydras just sit here and just pound these fucking medevacs to death. And that's very rough to see, right? Because now that's another dig that hole deeper, right? It's even more behind now. And our macro sucks ass right now, for sure. I should probably speed up my macro a little bit, even though we're in diamond, because I honestly might want to do double macro hatches. Realistically, I think we're gonna start doing that because my money is fucking super high. And if you ever play a game like that yourself, here's a cool thing too. Now that we're in Diamond League and you have an idea about how to manage an economy, right? You know what I just said? You could fucking make that same decision for yourself. You could be like, oh God, I have a lot of money. You know what I should do? Let's get a macro hatch. Because if you're busy doing a bunch of other shit and you're not spending your money well enough, just get a macro hatch. And you fix your larva problem a lot better that way. We're also maxed out now too, so it's all good. And there's just not enough Terran. He's down by so much supply. And then he's just super dead, right? And now that he's losing bases, he'll never have enough economy to keep up with us, ever. It'll just go deeper and deeper down into that hole, and then he'll die. Sup, fam? Having trouble with siege tanks and marauders. 7 minutes. Well, I'm maxed out at 9:30. I'm upper plat, diamond. Should I still follow B2GM build in platinum? Yes. I would say to you, Dusty Past, if you're having problems macroing and you're dying in Platinum League to pushes, go back and watch some videos of like some replays of mine or a video of mine and make sure you're actually like pay attention to like when don't even just pay attention to just 9:30, because I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're maxing out as Zerg at 9:30, that's fucking slow. 9:30 is slow. 9 is the fucking max we're looking for in Plat, right? 9 is the max, and I'm gonna tell you a fact. You can actually max at like 8:20 or like 8:30 with B2GM build if you do it fast. So 9:30 is not good. That's like our gold max out. So if you go back and you just make sure you're not missing the beat on like early developing stages of the build, and you're not getting something wrong, and you're like, oh shit, I was doing it this wrong way the whole time. Go check it really quick. Go reinvest it. Go reinvest your time into just making sure you're not doing the build wrong. The overall concept of it, like you're not developing it in a bad way, in an inefficient way. And that would probably be the best thing you can do for yourself right now. Instead of just getting a whole new build, especially one like a Zergling build that's going to make you have to deal with way more distracting things that go on in the game. Okay, we're against another Zerg player. We'll macro again. This game will go for a 3-base Roach max out off of Speedlings early game, okay? So we'll get Ling Bane and we'll go into a 3-base Roach build. So we're going to do the same build we tried to do the first game, where we go for 4 gases, mass Roaches, 3 mineral lines. Okay, let's get 1 drone extra on the gas. Get our gas saturated quickly, because again we're going for Speedlings, so we want to prioritize gas a little bit more this game. As an opener, we don't want to be super behind on Speedlings, that would be not great. Okay. And now we are setting up our natural. Okay, have you expanded? You are super late on the expansion. So if you see that, guys, just know that's full first. Why is my expansion done and his is fucking just starting? Or sorry, his is not just starting, but his is not even done yet. What's happening here? I don't understand. Make a smart color. Send 2 Lings to his base right now. And also we need to take a drone off of that gas. I should have taken a drone off gas earlier, but we didn't. It's okay. Am I making mass Lings though right now? No, I'm not. I'm making I'm still making drones. And now what's happening here? He's got a bunch of Lings. Okay, he's not letting me in his base. Let's run away for a second. Let's go back in. I'm making drones again. What's happening over here? Let's try and inject our bases. We already did. Okay. He's got 2 drones on the natural. He's making more Lings. I just saw more Lings popping out. So what's going to happen? We're getting fucking all in right now. So what are we going to do? Let's throw down 1 more inject on our hatcheries. Put our queens on the ramp and make mass Lings right now. Put our queen on the ramp. Put a queen on the ramp. And get ready. In about 5 seconds, he's going to go... Just big army's gonna flood out of his base. Get ready for the March of Lings. Yo, Hannah, thank you very much for the raid. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. He's either running around the south end or he's doing it right here, right now. So if he's going around the south end, it means he's probably gonna be at my base from like a ninja. And if he doesn't attack me, guess what? I made it around to safety Lings, and I'll go back to making drones. I will just go back to making drones instead of sitting here with my thumb up my ass being like, all right, well, what? I don't know what he's doing anymore. So it looks like he doesn't actually want to attack me. So we actually got a misread, and it's okay. Let's just go ahead, take our 3rd base. Let's keep the fucking supply block. And let's go ahead and make drones again now. These units can easily deal with, like, here we go, right? There he is. He's got a 3rd. We got a 3rd. All G. Okay. Keep making drones. Let's make our layer. Let's get one more drone on that gas. Let's now get our roach horn and our evo chambers. So, did we freak out all game and go, oh my god, what are we doing? This guy's all-inning us? No, we only did it for one round of units, and then we stopped because he didn't actually attack us. And then we went right back to droning. And we're okay. Things are going swimmingly right now. And I'm not going to lie, guys, there's a good chance this guy might have all-inned us if we didn't build a spine crawler. His build going early pool is definitely different than us going for hatch first. And how do I know he went pool first? Because his fucking hatchery was like 20 seconds late. That's not normal. Okay, so now we have Lings and Banes. So these are now our safety units. So you know what we're going to do? We're not going to make safety roaches. We are not going to make safety roaches because we have Ling Bane already right now. We will still get roach speed. We will still get roach weapons. But we will not get roach until we're fully saturated on 4 gases. I don't give a shit where you take the 4th gas. Just take a 4th gas. It could be in the main. It could be at your 3rd. And we're going to have 3 fully saturated mineral lines and a 4th gas. And then we make roaches. And why are we doing it like this? We're maximizing our economy and time. That's all we're doing. Okay, he's killing my overlord with some queens. It's all good. Let's send one more Ling down across the map to his base. Let's see if we can actually see if maybe we'll see his composition or something. Transfer some drones to that gas. And let's now take one more drone and take another base because we're fully saturated. We're not going to saturate that new base, but we're going to take it because this base will start mining out soon. Now we're going to make roaches. What happened there? A spine crawler killed my Ling. I didn't really see much. It's okay. It's all good. Okay, make roaches. Make the roaches. And I'm putting roaches in group 1. Eggs 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 group 1. Repeatedly. Let's have our 4th queen start connecting our bases with creep because our creep looks pretty shitty right now. Creep looks no bueno. Let's definitely fix that. Keep making overlords, keep making roaches. Okay, he's attacking this base up here. Let's go ahead and stop that from dying. Go defend it. Take another creep tumor over here. Okay, let's get a level 2 weapon upgrade in a second here when that upgrade is done. Keep injecting my bases. Keep making overlords for supply. And he's got a bunch of roaches, right? We're both going roaches this game. Cool. Keep making roaches. Nice, nice, nice. Take more creep again. Make more roaches. And what we're going to do, what the goal is for this kind of a build is we're going to try and give ourselves as much surface area as possible on our roaches. And we're maxing out on roaches really fast, and we're going to give ourselves a ton of surface area. Five, it's 6 minutes and 30 seconds and you're nowhere near maxed out? What are you talking about? Because it's the fastest roach at max you can ever do is like 6:30 or some shit. You gotta realize I actually made a lot of Lingbane and Spine earlier this game because it looked like he was gonna win us, right? So this is not like mass drones into mass roaches. Okay, now we're maxed out, so let's go attack. Let's go push. Right now. Let's go. There's a blue thing up there. What was that? It's Zerglings. That was a nice catch. Okay, we can take one Ling like we did before. Alt 2. A move the bases on the map that we don't currently see. Let's go to his base right now. Now let's transfer drones that are mining out and go to the new base. Transfer drones that are mining out and go to the new base. Get up there. Fuck up this guy's base right now. A move. Move command. Attack. Move. Attack. Move. Attack. Move. And look at the fucking Roach Max. Making jacks. Making jacks. Making jacks. Get our creep. Get our creep. Get our creep. Get our creep. Go back to the army. It's a fucking lot of roaches. Vibe, macro this. guy, seems like your max out is very weak in Diamond League. But it's not drones in the max. So, look at the early game, right? We could tell there was some fishy shit going on with our opponent's build because he didn't have a natural at the same time we did. It was off. Look at the pool. Look at the lack of hatchery. Look at the gas. This is someone who was most likely going to speedling all in us if we did not build a spine crawler. And because we built a spine crawler, he probably thought to himself, never mind. So he takes a third, we take a third. And once we realize he's not attacking us, it's all good. And then he finally shows up with whatever littlings he made. But at the end of the day, look at this. We played safe. He played potentially aggressive, and we played safe. And what happened? The game more or less balanced out. The game more or less balanced out. And why did it balance out?
Yeah.
Because even though we made a spine and we made a bane nest and we made banelings, and he didn't make any of those buildings until now, for instance, the reason why it balances out is because our opponent undervalued his economy early to go fucking gas pool right away. So we had an advantage early, and then we lost our advantage when we played safer with banelings and spine. So it kind of like we were ahead, and then it kind of trickled back a bit, and it mostly balanced out. Mostly. I wouldn't say it exactly did. I still think we have a little bit of an edge. We have extra drones and we have extra supply. It's a little bit of an edge. Not the biggest, but it is a little bit. But it really comes down to how are we going to play in the mid game now. And in the mid game, I have safety Ling Bane. So if this guy actually Ling floods me, I don't give a shit. I am not even worried in the slightest because I have Banes. And if this guy actually were to go Roaches, after going for a opening of a Speedling fucking one base and do a delayed natural, if he then goes Roaches, I am 100% confident that I could make Roaches as he shows up at my base or as he crosses by an Overlord. And then I could be like, oh, let's start making Roaches. And I would be fine. Totally fine. I would have enough to overpower him as he gets to my base and like turn the fight around and like turn it around back at him. Because I have more economy to build it with. If he were to go Roaches. And then someone says, Vibe, what if this guy would have went Mutas? Remember what we talked about the last game against the Terran who went for like the fucking Doom Drop? And I was like, how did I know that I was okay against the Doom Drop? How did I know? All the reasons we talked about. Well, look at this game. This guy went for a fucking pool first in a gas. Early Lings. Didn't quite attack me. But then I made some Ling Bane and we trickled back. This guy is not ahead in the mid game. He also fucked up his mineral, like he fucked up his mineral economy a bit in the early game. So I know that we are either really close or I'm either a little bit ahead. My build has overall been a little bit more efficient than his has been up to this point. Now, if this guy would have gone for mutas, I want you to understand something. The fastest mutas you could possibly fucking make on like 2 bases would be right around, getting mutas started right around 6 minutes. And this is not the fastest mutas you could possibly make, because you know what the fastest mutas you could possibly make does? You go for a hatchery first, you get gas as you like have your queen started, and the second your queen's out, you instantly go for a layer. You do not, and this is off of 2 bases. This is not 1 base meta, which is fucking garbage. 1 base meta is so bad, you can just group your queens up, make spores, and you win the game. But 2 base meta, which is actually threatening, you cannot get speed with that, and you need to go for a layer early with that. This guy did not do either one of those things because he got speed early, so I can already tell if he were even to go mutas, which could be a thing, he will not have super fast mutas. And you know what's going to happen? He'll have mutas by the time I have a lot of roaches. And if I see mutas attacking like an overlord or some shit like that, and let's say I have like, let's say he's on like 100 supply of muta. Like he's got 100 supply in total, or like 110 of like muta ling. Which is what it would look like if he had that much supply of, you know, if with his current upkeep of his base, the way he developed his build, if he then went, oh, I'm going to go muta now, he'd probably have like 100 to 110 supply of muta ling. Because he did not greedily go for it. He went for Speedling opener first. And then I saw this second. I saw this with a scout of a Ling. Okay? So if he would have gone mutas behind that, he would have had about 100 to 110 supply of muta Ling when I would have had probably 180 plus of roaches. And you want to know what happens there? He has to either base trade me, which he'll never win because I could just make like 10 spores at once, and then some of those spores will go up and those mutas will die while his whole base dies to roaches. Or he decides to try to defend his base, and there will be like 13 mutas trying to kill 50 roaches, which will never work either because I will kill his hatcheries and his drones faster than his mutas will kill my roaches. Mutas were who gives a shit in this game because his opener was not suited well for fast mutas. And I took 0 damage. If I took damage though, let's just say hypothetically, the way he opened, you know how he attacked me with lings later? And when I took my third, let's pretend I didn't even respond to that and I was like, mass drones. And I literally only made drones. And let's say those lings that he made actually killed like 25 drones because I made no units. And I made no spine. And I just lose 25 drones like an idiot. Then, yeah, if he goes mutas
Ready to work.
then it's kind of scary.
Also, thanks Bob Zombie for gifting me a sub a few days ago, less than 3.
Yo, E5, thank you for the bits, dude. Much love. Shout out to Bob Zombie. But yeah, if you if I actually put myself in a position where I'm in a negative spot, then mutas become more of a problem. Because then it's not going to be 180 supply of roaches versus 110 of mutas. It's going to be like, if I go roaches there, I'll have 120 supply of roaches, and he's got 110 supply in mutaling. And now he actually can kill all my roaches before they do serious damage to his base. And then I'm like, ah, shit. Again, this is how you need to be able to read a game as a Zerg player. If you don't understand any of these concepts, and it's not even just a Zerg player, it's every player all the time. And I don't expect anyone to like be like, oh, I understand everything right now, Vibe. You've explained it perfectly in this one video. I'm going to do it all the way to Masters. So hopefully over time it's going to start clicking and being like, ah, okay. It's starting to make sense about what your opponent is capable of. Things like that. And if my opponent goes mutas right now, I don't give a shit. His opener was weak, and I don't care if he goes mutas as a follow-up. Because look at the supply right now, guys. Was I fucking joking? Look at the supply right now. This build is solid. 4 gas roach with 3 mineral line saturated. Look at that. He's going fucking roaches too. Do you see this supply? His opener was, again, he had a little bit less of an edge than I did, but he played way too safe going into the mid game now. Because look what he's doing. He's freaking out, being like, what if my opponent goes mutas? He's making more static D. And look, just these little deviations of him now only being like 10 supply behind before, and adding in some extra queens, adding an extra static D. Drone count is still similar. I'm not fucking around. I'm just going mass roaches, and I'm crushing the supply count. And now when we push, it's just not enough, and it's a snowball effect. The roaches, I just run him over. This is why roaches are so good. And in terms of upgrades, he's got 1-1. I have 1-1 as well. It's equal upgrades. And we're stutter stepping into his army to give all of our roaches maximum surface area. Because again, we don't want to have a ton of roaches running around like idiots in the back, with only the first like 12 roaches shooting. We want to make sure all of our roaches capitalize and get in there. And look at the supply. It spirals out of control super fast. This is a very strong ZVZ build for macro. A lot of Zerg players that just know how to make roaches will beat you. If you mess around too much in the mid game, you die to roach players. And again, anybody who wants a build, I am not against builds, guys. I am definitely not against builds. But if you want to build, if any of these games you're seeing appeal to you and you're like, ooh, I like that, I highly recommend you just honestly download the replay that corresponds to the game you want, and you're good to go. Like, just copy that build order, and you are so solid there. And then just, again, practice understanding the game. Because a build order means nothing if you understand nothing about the game. Because if someone ever deviates your build, you fall apart, and you're just like, what do I do now? I have no idea. You don't want to be that guy who has no idea and never even tries to learn an idea about what's going on. Because if you're that guy, you always lose. And again, replays are free in my Discord. I upload replay packs for B2GM as soon as I finish the league. So as soon as I'm done with all Diamond League for all 3 races, I'll upload all Diamond. And then when I get to Masters, I'll upload each race individually. because it's going to take way too long in Masters to do them all together. Okay, so we're against a Terran player. You know what? Let's go back to that build I did a minute ago. Let's do the build where I went for the 8 roaches with 200 gas, and I do an all-in with roachling. Let's do that build again. So, here we go. I'm going to go to 18 supply. I go 16 hatch. I go to 18 supply. I'm going to get 16 into 16 on the mineral line. I'm now going to go gas before pool because I'm all-inning this game. So I can prioritize getting speed and roaches a little bit faster.
We require more minerals.
I'm now going to rally my hatchery to the gas.
More minerals.
I can now also rip one drone off the gas, or off the mineral line and put it on the gas, because it's going to give me a full, quick, right when the gas is done, 3 out of 3 saturation. And I can take one more drone and put it back to where the drone was on the mineral line that I ripped off. I am prioritizing the gas because I am all-inning this guy. Okay, let's go ahead and move our Overlord up. Are we going to get bunker proxied? Looks like that's a no. And now I'm going to make another drone. And now when the pool's done, we're going to make 4 lings, 2 queens. Why are we going to do that? Because this guy might attack me with a Reaper. And we don't want to lose drones while we wait for queens to spawn. If this was Protoss or Zerg, I would not make lings. So 4 lings because it's Terran. And now I'm going to make speed upgrade ASAP. I'm going to move my Overlord over a... Just get the fuck out of here because there's no cliff to hide over in this map, I guess. And now we're going to make drones to 33. 33 drones. I will also sit defensive with these lings. I'm not going to be aggressive because if a Reaper shows up, I want to guard my drones. Just like that. Okay, let's make a Spore Collar with this drone so it doesn't die. Lings are going to come over here and shoo away the Reaper. Okay, back on the gas properly, or back on the mineral line properly. And we now have 33 drones. Now I'm going to make a Roach Warren. Now I'm going to make a 3rd base. He's back in my base again with that Reaper. Try to make another Spore Crawler. Cut off this Reaper up here and try to kill him before he sees the Roach Warren. Nice. Now let's take our 3rd base. Now let's take a 3rd queen so I can eject that 3rd base. And now let's make 4 Overlords and get ready to rip drones off at 200 gas. 2 of 3 of them. The reason why I leave one on is because it gives me the ability to transition if I ever have to. It gives me an option, but I'm not focused on it. So we have 3 Overlords. Let's make 1 more Overlord. Grab 2 drones off right now. Send them to the natural. And we're good to go. Okay, now we're making roaches. Excuse me, sorry. Make roaches, make roaches, make roaches, make roaches. We're currently at 4, now 5 out of 8. Let's go ahead and make a creep tumor and then send this queen to the 3rd to inject the 3rd base. Inject these other bases. We are now at 7 out of 8. Now we're 8 out of 8 roaches. We have 8 roaches, guys. So now what am I going to do? I am now going to flood across the map with masslings following. So now let's start going across the map right now. Let's go. So this is the Roach Ling all-in that we talked about before. We can make like 1 more Overlord as well because we're actually getting kind of close to supply blocking. Nothing's really died this game. We weren't really attacked at all, so very much besides other than a Reaper. And now let's let my army group up, get the roaches over here, and then we're going to fucking bust them. Keep injecting, keep injecting, keep injecting. 5SZ, shift 1, 5SZ, shift 1. Am I not macroing? No, I'm fucking macroing a lot. Get my army going, 5SZ, shift 1, and let's fucking bust this shit open. Let's go right into the base. It's open, right? It's wide open for the taking. And go. Get my roaches in there more. Green box my roaches and go in there more. 5SZ, go, go, go. Group with these units up. Go, go, go. Go in there, guys. 5SZ, shift 1. Inject, inject, inject. GG. So, we don't got to break this one down a whole lot just because we've already kind of broken this build down before. But it's the same concept, right? We macro while we all in. We macro while we micro. We multitask. We do not fucking stop producing units. If I just do the initial wave of roaches and just go have 1,700 minerals in the bank because I'm like, ah, shit. I forgot to inject and also spend any larva possible. Chances of us losing this game go up a lot. However, if I macro the whole time while I'm attacking my opponent, our chances of winning the game go up a lot. Because we actually are using our resources properly. Vibe used no pillow last night and said it was amazing. I don't think it was amazing. I definitely wasn't very comfortable, I'm not gonna lie. But I could breathe more. And I didn't have a super painful neck, so it actually helped a bit. But it wasn't, I don't like it though. I hate sleeping just on my back and no pillow. I'm like, ugh. I'm not the biggest fan of it. But I might do it again tonight if I can't breathe again. Fucking can't ever breathe, dude. Sucks. Vibe, what kind of roach sling? What kind of all-in is that? Roach ling question mark? Yes. Okay, let's go ahead and do another macro game. This game, let's go for let's go for Roach Hydra. Fuck it. We'll go Roach Hydra this game. We'll open up Lings into Roach Hydra. Or you know what? No. I'm just kidding. Let's open up let's do B2GM again. Let's actually, because we've done Lings so many times. Let's do a B2GM style opener into Roach Hydra. We'll do basically B2GM in Diamond, but we'll actually micro now. Because I want you guys to still be able to play a little bit of B2GM if you want to keep going. I'll give you the win. What do you mean? Is he going AFK or is he gonna quit the game or some shit or what's going on?
We require more minerals.
I mean, eventually our Overlord's gonna get to his base, so we'll see what's going on. I assume. Maybe he's just moving me with drones right now. So again, we're gonna go 18 pool, 20 gas. We're not gonna take a gas early this game because we're skipping Zergling speed. There's no need to mine gas super quickly if we're gonna skip Ling speed. Okay, let's go ahead and take our gas. Nice. Okay. Let's go and get our gas saturated. What's going on over here? Let's get our carpool queens. Okay, he does have a natural. Okay, so he's expanded. Alright, so let's move our overlords down. Let's have one overlord go to the right side and one overlord kind of go to the left side a little bit so we can kind of see the exits of his base and we can see if he moves out of his base at all. We can have another overlord go to like the middle of the map. Scatter overlords around the middle of the map essentially to see what's going on.
Do you ever feel bad in Diamond with all the tryhards you school hard?
No. I actually don't really feel bad for beating people in B2GM. I'm not gonna lie. I actually love drinking their tears. No, I'm just joking. I don't feel bad, but I don't feel good about it either. I don't enjoy actually beating people in B2GM. But I do think this is the genuine answer. I think I help way more people than I annoy when I make this series. So I think it's worth it when I do it. Like it justifies me to feel like it's worth doing. Because I think the guy I beat in Diamond, he loses one game, right? He loses fucking 20 MMR. 20 MMR is not forever. You can get that back in 20 minutes or like 6 minutes. But if I teach him something, if he actually goes back and watches it, he can learn something and suddenly he can gain 300 MMR, 500 MMR, 1,000 MMR based on whoever the hell you are and what league you're in and stuff like that. Like there's so much potential for you to gain as a player for one loss per person that I've run into. And also, I would kind of feel bad too if I did this like every month. If I was like, yeah, we're just gonna keep doing B2GM repeatedly. That's just all I do now is B2GM every day. Like he's massing lings on me. We're making roaches, so we're gonna make safety roaches and eventually take our third. It's all good. But if all I was doing was making B2GM series repeatedly again and again and again and again, then yeah, I'd feel bad. I'd be like, okay, I probably should like I feel like people get the point. I probably shouldn't make it this often. Okay, he's going literally all in. So what are we going to do? Put another Evo chamber behind my queen and wall that shit up.
There is no better Sunday morning than woke up and see Vibu B2GM as Zerg. Eat
Yeah.
chef.
Yeah. Yeah. Put my queen. Alright, you know what? Put a roach in the doorway. That way my queen can actually still inject the hatchery properly. So he's got a lot of lings, guys. We saw a massive ling flood there a couple times come out. So now, let's go ahead and take our third base. And we made a pretty decent amount of roaches. So let's take our third. Let's put a bunch of roaches at the third base with the third. Put another queen in the doorway. Put more roaches up here at the third. And we can leave it just a couple roaches back home to defend my queen at the doorway, just in case we get attacked again. And now let's make drones. Like, we have a lot of roaches. Okay, he's attacking me again, but guess what? I have roaches at this base. Here's a cool trick you can do. Right-click your hatchery. Suddenly now, if he goes for the hatchery, it's going to not get surrounded nearly as easy. Look at this. Okay, make sure you don't chase him, right? Just stay near your hatchery. And now look, what if he goes to my natural? Well, if he does that, or if he kills my drones in the transit, that's kind of a problem. We need to go stop that. Okay, we're good. Okay, keep making drones. Let's make a hydrogen. Let's get 2-1 upgrades. And I would say, honestly, right now wouldn't be a bad idea to start making Overseer. Let's just throw a changeling into his base and see what's going on in his base, essentially. Okay, let's get more creep going around the map. Look, we're already fully saturated on this base. This is super nice. Let's drop a changeling at this base. And let's go not only scout his third, but let's also scout his main. Third base for the mineral line, main base for the tech investment. Current drone count currently is right now at 67. We're fucking perfect. Let's take another base. Let's now start making a few hydras. And he's going roaches. Okay, so what does this mean? If it's a ground-focused army, let's definitely focus majorly on roaches and not 100% on hydras. We're gonna definitely die if we go too heavy, hydra heavy. Okay, we gotta rebuild that. That's okay. Go ahead and build it again. And let's send our army down to go defend that. It's all G. Keep injecting. Keep spreading creep. Okay, let's split my army in like halves. That way we don't have our base exposed to one side or the other. Because for all I know, this guy could have banelings running at my base, and I don't want that to happen. That would suck.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get an infestation pit. Let's go ahead and keep spreading our creep. Spread that creep. Get a queen over here to not let the creep tumor die. Spread the creep. Sick, this overlord's gonna die. That's super nice. And we can spread more creep over here. Inject our bases. We can make another round of hydras a little bit because you know we can. And our drone count's still around like 66. We're gonna leave it there this game. We're actually gonna stay because this is ZVZ specifically. We're actually gonna start going down to 3 base saturation instead of 4. And the reason why is because again it's a very roach heavy composition, and the more roaches you have, the better your army's gonna be. If you make too many drones, there's a chance you're gonna die in ZVZ. So ZVZ is now the unique beast. We're going to stop going for 85 drones in ZVZ. We're going to start going down more in like the 60s. Only in ZVZ. Every other matchup's still going to be about the same.
As someone who is near masters while trying in diamond while having fun, I would literally leave in this ZVZ.
Why?
Like where kids play this death grind.
What? Why would you leave here? Are you talking about if you were like the other guy? Who was doing lings and shit? Okay. So he's attacking me right now, right? So let's go right now. Go for it. We have Roach Hydra. Give myself a little bit of a better concave. What's going on here? Let's move a couple drones to help the queen. Get our units kind of stutter step into it so all of our units can fight back. And now, drone count's still 66. We lost no drones there. And now we're going to go ahead and remax on roaches and just go. Go ahead and, by the way, thank you very much for the bits, Doge dude. Much love, man. I appreciate you. I think our queen that was creep spreading died. Okay, our roaches are crossing the map. Let's get over here and let's hit his base. Now that we're actually microing, we don't need to, per se, like, split our army up and be like, okay, let's A-move from 2 sides. Let's just fucking concave our shit out. So go like this. Run up the ramp a bit, and now move forward. A-move into him, stutter. 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 Why are we stuttering? Because we have a superior number of supply. We have a lot of shit right now. A-move
It's
now.
all G.
GG. Yeah, it's all G, Fly Rev. Hell yeah, brother man. Hell yeah, brother man. How you doing, dude? I don't see Hydra's question mark. There was like 15 of them in our army. Oh my god. Chat. I fucking love you guys. Okay, so yeah, this game was a B2GM style. We literally just did B2GM. This was 100% B2GM right here. So it still works, in ZVZ at least. The only difference that B2GM was that this is no longer in Diamond Plus is we're going to try to avoid going to 85 drones. And again, the reason why that is because if you go to 85 drones in ZVZ, it's really easy. Like, if you guys noticed, a lot of times when we go Roach Hydra and ZVZ, we would develop these massive banks that we would be able to remax with immediately on every time, but we'd have these big banks because we mined a lot. But our bank would be depleted a lot if we made a lot of Hydras, but if we ever made a lot of Roaches, the bank would be like really high. Now in ZVZ, a lot of times you do make a lot of Roaches. Roaches are kind of like a main unit in ZVZ. It's just how it goes in early game and mid game ZVZ. You're not really ever going to experience what late game ZVZ is in Diamond League, I'm not going to lie. Because like that's way too advanced. It's really hard. There's no fucking way a diamond player could ever properly do that. Which is like Lurker, Viper, Hydra. There's no diamond levels can do that.
Vibu blind.
But
how do I know if someone has any hydras?
You see them. I don't know. If you're blind, I guess you're fucked. You can hear the spit. It's not acid sounding. It's spit sounding because it's a big bone coming out of the Hydra's face. But it's really roach heavy in ZVZ. So if it's really roach heavy and roaches are cheap, we can easily get around having 66 drones instead of 85 or so. So we're doing one base less of economy in ZVZ. Generally speaking. Okay. And we're both going, like you can see, we're both going roach heavy. Notice how we both kind of stopped droning at 3 base, and we're both roaching our asses off. We're both maxed when he attacks as well. The only reason why he lost his fight is number 1, his upgrades are 1-0 and we are 2-1. And secondly, we actually have Hydras behind our army. We in total have 13 Hydras and he has literally 52 roaches. He just has roaches. So if he's just got roaches and we have Hydras and roaches, roaches do less DPS than a Hydra, but Hydras are squishier than a roach. They die easier. But if my Hydras are in the back line and they're not getting attacked, the extra DPS just DPSs over the roaches because it's for 2 reasons. Not only does a Hydra do a little bit more DPS overall than a roach does, but it has more range, so it allows more of a concave to take a fight than his roaches. Because some of his roaches in the back line might be like waiting to get in range to fight my roaches, but my Hydras can shoot even further, so I'm actually getting more uptime of all my units attacking at once. Which is why we won this fight.
Thanks for making this series again, Vibe. It gets better with every iteration.
Yo. Mon Capitan, thank you for the 5. Much love, dude. And there you go. All my Hydras are in the back just like pounding these roaches, which is why we were both maxed out at 200, and now it's not that close anymore. We're definitely commanding a lead here, where we're 200 again versus someone who's 130. The Hydras are super good. Like, I'm not saying you have to go Hydras every game either. It's just an option, right? If you want to be the Roach Hydra guy, it's an option. Now, this is important to know, okay? This is important to know. This is super important to know. If you are the Roach Hydra guy versus a Roach Ravager guy, I want you to know something. Roach Ravager, when it comes to straight up auto attacking, Roach Ravager is worse than Roach Hydra when it's just auto-attacking. The reason why Roach Ravager is worse than Roach Hydra is because Ravagers are larger units than Hydras are, so they block more of the concave. They take up more room in the concave, and they do less DPS than Hydras do. They have a lower attack speed than Hydras do, and they also do damage comparable to a Roach. They do more damage overall than a Roach does in terms of auto-attacking, but because of their size and because of the fact that a Hydra's DPS is just insane, if it's straight up auto-attack versus auto-attack, Hydra Roach is going to beat Ravager Roach. Now, that doesn't mean that Ravager Roach is worse than Hydra Roach, okay? That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying if it's straight up auto-attacking, Hydra Roach should win. So the way you should take a fight, if you're going Roach Hydra, what your goal should be is for as big of a surface area concave as you can find, okay? Because you want to avoid as much of the corrosive bile as possible, because the corrosive bile is the kicker here. That is the big problem for you to deal with. Now, Roach Ravager, what Roach Ravager wants is it wants to fight you in choke points as much as possible. Because if you fight Roach Ravager in a small area or a choke point, if you do not move out of corrosive bile... Oh, thank you again for the bits, Doge Dude.
As a not Roach/Hydra guy, he is telling the truth. You gotta get over the map.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doge Dude. Much love, man. If you're Roach Ravagering, what happens is corrosive bile does AoE splash damage, and it's a 7-second cooldown, and it does a lot of fucking damage. If one corrosive bile hits one unit, it's 60 damage, which is huge. That's like as much auto attack damage as the Ravager does by default, almost. Like the Ravager do more auto attack damage overall than that on one unit, but 60 damage on one unit for corrosive biling it is a lot. Now, if a corrosive bile hits a clump of units, you can hit possibly 3, 4, 5 units maybe if you get really clumped up units, but probably 4 or 3 usually, maybe 2. You're going to hit a lot of units, though. That's the point I'm trying to make is you're likely going to hit multiple units, which multiplies the damage. So if you hit 2 units, it's 120 damage because it hits 2 units for 60. If you hit 3 units, 180. 4 units, 240. It's a lot of fucking damage. It is more damage than any of these units can auto-attack for by a lot. So the way Roach Ravager works is if the opponent's army is super clumped up and you corrosive bile into it, if your opponent just eats the corrosive bile, that's bad for the fucking Roach Hydra, good for Roach Ravager. Means it does a lot of fucking damage. Another thing is if your army is way too clumped up for Roach Hydra and you get corrosive biled by Roach Ravager, if you have to move around a lot to avoid getting hit by corrosive bile, and while you're moving around, going forward, going backward, going forward, he's going to be auto-attacking you the whole time because he doesn't need to move around. You're the one moving around because you have corrosive bile cast on top of you. So it's bad in two ways. If you're too clumped up and you're having to avoid getting hit by biles, it's also bad. And you can tell where a bile is being cast, by the way, because I don't know if you guys know this, but you can see an orange circle on the ground. Watch this. See how there's orange circles on the ground? That's how you can tell in about 1.5 seconds, or like 2 seconds, a bile is going to go and just hit that spot. It doesn't hit instantaneously, so you have time to dodge it. But yeah, it's scary if you get hit by it. It does a lot of damage. So you have to make a choice. As the Roach Hydra player, you have to really be decisive about how you want to take a fight.
Yeah.
Do you want to kite backwards out of biles, or do you want to stutter step forward and be pushing into biles? And another way you can decide whether or not this is a good or bad choice, do you have the advantage or not? If you have the advantage, you're more than welcome to push forward and stutter step into biles. And like stutter step through the biles you try to dodge the biles by stutter stepping through them forward, so that as they get cast on you, by the time they land, they're behind you because you're stutter stepping, stutter stepping, stutter stepping. Thank you again for the bits, Doge Dude. Much love.
I've got so many Doja coins, lol. You are correct, random Twitch person.
Okay. Thank you, man. Much love. But if you don't have the advantage, you probably want to like stutter step backwards. Kite, essentially, is what it's called. You want to kite away from his army, and then get out of the bile. Like, so get out of the biles by leaving, increasing distance between you two, because there's a chance you're not going to win the fight there because you don't have the advantage. You might even, especially if you're at the disadvantage. But again, the best thing you can do for yourself with Roach Hydra is give yourself the biggest concave possible, so that every time he corrosive biles you, you don't have to move your entire army. You might just green box a tiny chunk of it and go, move this little bit here, move this little bit back or forward or whatever. That's the best thing you can do with Roach Hydra. So the bigger the concave, the better for Roach Hydra. The smaller the concave, the better for Roach Ravager, because corrosive bile is fucking insane. That's how this army kind of pairs together, and how either side wants it to play. So we have a decent concave, not the greatest. I'm not gonna lie, this is not a great concave for us. But the reason why we just shove into him is because we have the advantage. So we're gonna stutter step into his face, which is why I am so aggressive here. And I stutter step through all the biles, right into his face, and I kill his whole army really quickly. And then it's just too much, and he dies. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, hope it makes sense for you guys. We're getting closer. We are 115 MMR away from being promoted. Holy God. Fucking Diamond is huge. I really hope the rest of the fucking... like, Plat 1 to Diamond 3... or, sorry, Diamond 3 to Diamond 2 is, like, this big leap. I'm curious to see what Diamond 2 to Diamond 1 is going to look like. It's definitely not going to be 500 again. Or, like, 400 MMR again. Because, at that rate... GM would be like 6k MMR, and GM's only like 5k. So I feel like it's going to be smaller. It's probably going to be like 300 or 200. But it's a lot. This is a hurdle. It's a mountain to climb. But I hope you guys have been enjoying it so far. I hope you guys have been learning shit from it, and you're like, wow, this is pretty interesting, the way Vibe is breaking down these games. And you know, again, you can pick any of these styles. You can pick multiple of them or one of them or whatever. Just get one and get better at it, and try to get comfortable with it. And I will be doing them. I will be doing more and more styles throughout Diamond and Masters. Masters will have styles that Diamond has as well, but it's going to be microed really well. I'm going to be microing like a fucking boss in Masters League. In Diamond League, we're still microing kind of meh. I'm not gonna lie, we're still doing kind of meh micro. It's not that crazy. It's like it is micro, but it's kind of basic micro. In Masters, we're gonna be doing some more advanced shit. What race was this guy? Was he Protoss? I don't remember. I have to check. Okay, let's get our drones going. Go to his base. Are you Protoss? You're Protoss. Fuck it. Let's do a Night Assault. Let's do a Night Assault. I haven't done that one in a little bit. And I don't think I've done a Night Assault in Protoss yet either. So same concept if we do a Night Assault. We'll get 2 Overlords, one on both sides of his base, and we'll set up, we'll get the setup in front of his base first, and then we'll set up the second one back behind his base after to draw him out of position to then fucking kill him, essentially. So we lure him into the wrong place and then kill him afterwards. But still, our second Overlord's not going to go right to his base right away, even though we plan on Nidusing him eventually. We're going to scout for Cannon Rush because it could deviate the game to make it to where we can't Nidus anymore. If this guy Cannon Rushes, it's not going to be a Nidus game anymore. Or if he like all-ins us, essentially. Because then we have to deal with the all-in instead. Okay, so let's chill at the natural. Probe's in our base right now. Probe went this way as well. It went that way. Okay, it came down, so we're not worried anymore. We see his ass. Don't you think that game would have been gone better with like 3 safety spines around 1 minute 30 seconds? Definitely not. Sounds awful. He's cannon rushing us. Okay. So we are getting cannon rush, guys. So we're not Nidusing anymore. It's another cannon rush. Let's go ahead and because he already walled me into my base, let's go ahead and respond to it with a Ravager response. Let's see it. Is he going to fake it or is he going to commit to it? Okay, it's real. It's actually real. So let's go to make a gas. He made another pylon, and now there's a cannon. So now that he's fully invested into this, let's cancel this hatchery, and let's go take another hatchery somewhere else. Not a big deal. Let's go ahead and build a hatchery up here. Have the Lord follow up here. Make a roach warren. And here's a cool trick, okay? Check this out. I want to build a queen, right? But we have too much supply. So if I make a gas, make a queen, I can get a queen out by oversupplying. Let's quickly check and see if he's building production here, or if it's just cannons. Okay, it's actually a gateway. So this is a production cannon rush. So against production cannon rush, there's multiple kinds of cannon rushes, but against production one, let's make a double gas so we can get multiple ravages out, like more ravages out faster now. Okay, are you cannon rushing this base? See, this is why I escort the base, guys. It's a game of chicken. Everyone's always like, "Man, what if you can't? What if he cannon rushes multiple bases?" Let's see it. Who's a fucking chicken? You gonna build cannons, or am I gonna have to cancel this hatchery, or am I gonna let it finish? Chicken, chicken, chicken.
Vibu, I have one complaint.
Okay.
You're too cute not to have cheese covering your nips every game before Masters.
Let's cancel and just take this next base. It happens to be a gold base, which is cool. And I canceled it because he made a cannon, and I feel like I wasn't fully ready for it. But you know what's happening? Guys, you want to know what's happening every time he cannon rushes me? It weakens. It overall weakens his proxy. His proxy is being weakened once again. You know what this means? I'm gonna fucking own this proxy. Make a couple drones so I fully saturate, and now let's, you know, keep bombing this cannon and pylon outside of the range of getting shot. What's going on here? You making a cannon? No, not yet. Okay, let's go kill that stalker that just popped out. Notice how I just walled him in by walking to the gateway? That was pretty fucking legit. That was probably above diamond, I'm not gonna lie, but yeah. Now what's going on here? You gonna make cannons? He's gonna make cannons. But you know what? I'm gonna let it finish this time, and you wanna know why? I have guaranteed now broke this guy's base. I broke open here. It's over now. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna run my Ravagers up here to kill these cannons now. He's trying to cannon rush me at a new base. All over again. Okay, we just lost a Ravager, unfortunately. Let's go that probe so he can't keep building cannons. There we go. And now let's just kill the cannon. I'm still making drones the entire time. And here's a cool trick as well, okay? So while I'm waiting, okay, don't freak out. Look at my gas. I don't need this much fucking gas. I do not need this much gas. So what I can do is just make drones. Okay, well, that drone just died. It's all good. Keep killing the fucking pylons. Queen's gonna die. It's okay. Do I give a shit? No, not at all. Okay, this is all dead. I'm making drones, guys. Look at my drone count right here. Holy fuck, it's super oversaturated, right? Let's grab a bunch of drones, because I was making drones the whole time. I already felt like we weren't under pressure. Why wasn't I under pressure? Because we were breaking his cannons as he's trying to build his cannons. Oh, wait, there's a stalker there. Let's just attack it with fucking drones.
Oops, all Masters.
I mean, if he wants to fucking warp in stalkers here against my drones, drones can beat the shit out of stalkers. That's okay. Okay, let's just mine our natural. Fuck it. It's already almost done, and it's fine. Okay, let's go ahead and get a layer. Let's go ahead and... what are we gonna do with this build, right? What do we want to do? Do we want to go Ling Bane Hydra? Do we want to go Roach Hydra? Let's just say fuck it, and let's go Ling Bane Hydra. So let's get a Baneling Nest, 2 Evos while making drones, because this guy... Why am I not worried about what this guy's doing right now? Oh, look, he's still attacking me, right? He's super fucking aggressive. Okay. Am I still worried? Not at all. You want to know why? Even though I wasn't prepared properly, how about I start making roaches right now? I'll just start making roaches now, and I will fucking demolish this nerd. So here, we'll run away. Hold the drones out for just a second. Or drones, you can help me kill this stalker even. Okay, and now we have roaches spawning. Get the roaches in the fight to help kill the zealots and stuff like that. And now I just made 18 roaches, guys. 18 motherfucking roaches. I am not even worried again. Go back to making drones. Does it look like he's going to win this fight? Definitely not. I know I was going to Nidus this guy, but again, he fucked up my whole build by all-in me first. Now let's break this down. Let me talk about this really fast. This is Cannon Rush 101. Cannon Rush 101. Okay, so he's running around my base. He's like, I am scouting the Zerg, and I see an expansion. And now I'm going to cannon rush you. This is why you need to pay attention where the probe goes. If this probe goes into Fog of War and he disappears for like all of 12 seconds, and I'm just like, why does it not come down the ramp? Does it really take 12 seconds to go from there to there? Or my Overlord's vision is actually already right here, to be fair. It's from there to there. But let's say my Overlord was like way the fuck up here, okay? And my vision of my Overlord was like right there, the edge of it. and this probe left my vision there. And then like 12 seconds goes by, and I'm like, why is he not there? You don't want that to happen. You do not want probes to go MIA for 15, 20 seconds at a time. That's really bad. Because for all you know, he's fucking building pylons. And he could cheese the shit out of you. So we know he's building pylons right away because our overlords they're savvy to the sitch. They know what's going on. I'm in the area, right? So I'm cool, cannon rush. This guy's triple pylon blocking my base in. Nice. Now sometimes people like to meta your ass and they're like, just kidding. I'm gonna cancel all 3 because he's hoping like I cancel my hatchery or something like that. It's a game of chicken. I ain't no puss. I will fucking go all the way to the end. I won't turn that wheel. Yo, Doja, they give it the bits again, dude. You're too nice to me, bro.
Diamond is 101 confirmed.
Thank you, bro. So he ends up canceling 1 pylon and he builds a new one, and this is the reason why he does that. Anyone who's like, Vibe, why did he cancel only 1? I don't get it. It's because he wanted to make a door. He doesn't want this to fully wall, but he does want this to be a pseudo wall. He wants it to be a temporary wall that can be canceled, because he does want the probe eventually to go back in my main base, but he wants to make it a situation where if I do pull my drones to attack it, my drones get stuck on pylons and I can't go down the ramp, so that he can make a cannon here and it will guaranteed go down. So right now in this guy's mind, he's thinking to himself, heh, I've guaranteed that I'm cannon rushing you now. Then he's just like fucking drooling on his legs and shit. So now watch, he'll cancel it. He'll cancel the pylon now because now he wants to go to my main base. And if he sees probes, or if he sees my drones come up here, he'll just rebuild the pylon. He wants to eventually not have it up. And when the moment comes when he will actually not keep that pylon up is when these cannons are done. And it doesn't matter if drones get pulled because the drones will die. So, there's 3 kinds of cannon rush, guys. This is above Diamond League. I'm going to tell you right now. This information is above Diamond League. We're going to get cannon rushed a lot, though, and we'll talk about it a few more times throughout the whole series. But there's 3 kinds of cannon rush. There is macro cannon rush. There is minimal pressure cannon rush. And there is maximum pressure cannon rush. Okay? Those are the 3 kinds of cannon rush. And what does this mean? Or rather, okay, it's kind of an awkward way to say it. Let me say it like this instead. This will make more sense. There is fake cannon rush. There is real cannon rush. And there is real committed cannon rush. That's probably the better way to explain it. That's going to make more sense to people. So what do these cannon rushes, what do these types mean? Someone who fake cannon rushes you, the first one, a fake cannon rush is someone who makes it look like they're cannon rushing you, but they don't actually cannon rush you. All they want you to do is not understand what is going on, and you overreact, and you're like, oh fuck, cancel hatchery. And they're like, bro, I just built a pylon, and you canceled your hatchery? Okay, thanks for canceling your fucking natural because I built a pylon, and I'm not even building a forge. That's a fake cannon rush. It's people who are trying to meta you, but they're not really doing it. They're just being cheeky. A real cannon rush, or what did I say the other one was? Just a straight cannon rush, just a normal cannon rush. Okay, a normal cannon rush. Doju, thank you again for the bits.
The mind game cannon rush is pretty up until Masters 2.
Thank you, man. A normal cannon rush is someone who just makes cannons and pylons. That's it. Okay. No, the macro cannon rush. That's what I said. Sorry. The macro cannon rush. I just want to make sure I'm saying the same thing for you guys to understand what the fuck I'm talking about. A macro cannon rush is someone who makes cannons and pylons only. Okay. So you have fake, you have macro, and you have committed. A fake cannon rush is, I just explained it. A macro cannon rush is someone who only makes cannons and pylons. And that is all. And what it does is they just want to cannon rush you for real a little bit, and then they want to fall back with a quick nexus, and they want to actually expand out of it, and they just want to stall you out a little bit while they actually... It's like the opener of the game. They're trying to fuck you over while they expand, essentially. That's a macro cannon rush. And macro cannon rushes only have cannon pylon. And macro cannon rushes not only could be a cannon rush at your natural, it could also be a cannon rush at your 3rd, it could be a cannon rush at your 4th, at your 5th. Macro cannon rush doesn't mean only cannon rushing one base. It just means they have no intention of having gas with it. Now, a committed cannon rush is the last beast, the ultimate beast of cannon rush. And that is someone who is going to actually proxy production. It does not matter what kind. It's going to be 1 gateway, 2 gateway, 1 gateway robo, straight to robo, a Stargate, Stargate with a fleet beacon, Tempests and carriers, what void rays, whatever the fuck they want to do. Committed cannon rushes are cannon rushers who use gas with a cannon rush. And those are definitely the fucking hardest cannon rushes to stop. Now, if someone builds production with their cannon rush, gateway, robo, or Stargate, that falls into the realm of committed cannon rush, which means they're not expanding. Low chance that they're opening up with a Nexus early at their base. They're instead getting gas. They're going for a forge. They're going for cannons. They're going for pylons. They're going for gateway, robo, whatever the fuck they're building, and they're making units out of those buildings, and the cannons are designed to cover that point and guard it while they pick on you with production units. So that's committed cannon rush. And that's why I pulled a drone right now off my mineral line to go find out what kind of cannon rush I'm fighting against, because I just confirmed it's cannons only at the natural with my Overlord. But my Overlord needs to fly to the 3rd base because I want to know if he's going to cannon rush this as well. I need to know. Obviously, carriers is not... Guys, don't fucking worry about the carriers, okay?
Printf is actually terrifying. He is a god and I have no clue what to do about him.
Those dude, thank you again for the bits, dude. So, do people proxy carriers? Don't worry about the carriers. Oh my god. It's just an example. It's an example, okay? It's a example. And no, not really. No one really proxies fucking carriers. I'm just giving you an example. It's just calling units with gas costs. Don't focus on that point. Jesus Christ. Now, we're getting a fucking gas saturated in our main base. It's all good, but I take 1 drone off because, again, my Overlord has to scout this to see if this is going to get proxied again with more cannons. But I want to know if this is going to have production at it or not. And how do I know if here's another cool tip, okay? Vibe, how did you know that the gateway, if he had one, would be there? Huh, smart guy? Because my Overlord was here until a second ago, and there's no pylon here, guys. There's no pylon on the low ground. And this pylon on the high ground is currently being fully maxed out with the cannons there. So there's no fucking way someone could Protoss could build a gateway here. Or whatever. Where my Overlord still sees, by the way. He could not build a gateway there because the pylon is too far away and the cannons are blocking a lot of the area where you would want to build there. The only way he could build in this area with production is if a pylon went down in this area. And if a pylon went down in this area, I would probably tell another Overlord that I could make to go up and around and scout that. Because there's a chance he might actually proxy production there. But if he builds a pylon there and I build an Overlord, we both have to wait for that Overlord and pylon to finish to actually start production, right? So I have time to scout it. Plenty of time. Now, there are pylons up here, and I have no idea what the fuck is going on this side of my base. No idea. My Overlord is going up and up to my 3rd. So if I take a drone and I go look at this area, I can confirm what of the 3 kinds of cannon rush we're dealing with. And here's the crazy thing as well. I already know it's only 1 of 2. I already know it's only 1 of 2 kinds of cannon rush. And how do I know that? Because look at the minimap and look at my opponent's natural. My first Overlord sees legit nothing in this dude's natural.
Just popping in from YouTube to say thanks for B2GM. Best SC2 educational content since Day 9's Newbie Tuesdays.
Hell yeah, dude. Thank you very much, Yogi, for the 15, dude. Holy fuck. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I feel honored that you're comparing me to Day 9, but Day 9's a god, so I don't deserve it. Thank you very much, though, dude. I appreciate you. Much love. But check this out, guys. Our opponent has no emphasis on a wall at his main base, and he also has no emphasis at a wall at his natural. Not only that, he has no nexus. Generally speaking, if your opponent wants to go for a macro cannon rush, they're usually going to build like their pylon and their forge at their natural. That way, if I run a bunch of units past his wall here and I go across the map, he at least has a wall that can guard the natural if his plan is to expand. And he doesn't have an expansion by default. So I can already tell it's not a macro cannon rush because it's pretty committed. Or I mean, sorry, because it's because I was about to say something else, but it's relevant. I'll say it in a second. I can tell it's not a macro cannon rush for one reason, because there's no natural here. The second reason I can tell it's not a macro cannon rush is because this dude has already made cannon, cannon. This is fucking committed.
yeah.
This is a lot of cannons.
13 months. B2GM is an amazing series, it's taught me a lot. Love ya, dude.
Thank you, 39.
Viboof muta vibu heart.
Thank you, 39 Stripes. Much love for the 13, dude. I'm glad you're having a good time learning some StarCraft. But, guys, I'm going to tell you something. If someone's going to fucking cannon rush your hatchery and you cancel it, they're not going to keep making cannons. They're going to cancel the cannons if it's a macro cannon rush. They're going to let, like, maybe one finish. They're not going to make 3 cannons to be like, now you can't take a natural, because it just makes no sense. It's too expensive, and you can't expand properly when you do that. So the fact that this dude is making a lot of cannons, he has no natural, this already feels weird. Feels like a committed cannon rush. So I can already tell it's not a fake cannon rush. It already feels like it's not a macro cannon rush. So now I'm trying to confirm that it's a committed cannon rush. So a drone runs up, and I spot production at my base. Yep, there's a gateway. There's a big fat gateway right there. Not only is he making a gateway right there, he's continuing to cannon rush future bases. This is 100% committed. And am I worried about this? Fuck no. I'm not worried about this at all. What am I going to do as a response to this? I'm going to now take my second gas for real, because he might make a second gateway somewhere else. I don't know. He might actually make a robo behind this when the gateway and the core are done. He might make a Stargate behind this at some point. This is fucking committed, which means I need to take it seriously. There's going to be units here with pylons and cannons and batteries. So I'm going to go double gas. I'm going to make Ravagers. And I'm going to start breaking his shit down. And I'm going to keep baiting him to make more cannons and more pylons at more expansions. And I'll just cancel when he does it. So he wastes more and more money, which weakens his proxy over here. And now, once I feel like I'm actually in control of the game here, and I don't have to worry about this anymore. Like, there's no battery here, guys. There's no battery. So I'm in great shape, because I can break this down super easy. And why is there no battery here? Because he's fucking cannon rushing multiple bases. You cannot do that. You cannot go for a committed cannon rush and play it like a macro cannon rush. You can't. And why can't you do it? Because it fucking falls apart in 2 seconds. He literally lets this die because he doesn't actually set it up properly. So this straight up dies. Stalker dies, Pylon dies, Gateway dies, all the shit over here dies, everything dies. This is terrible for Protoss. Look at the resources lost already. This is fucking awful in terms of units lost. And the only reason why it even went up a little bit is because I actually just lost a Ravager to a cannon, because I didn't realize I ran so close to that cannon. It's whatever. But yeah, this is super good for Zerg already. Now, what am I doing behind this? Am I still feeling threatened? Not a whole lot. I'm actually making drones right now, so look at the drone count already. We're still in the lead, and we're making more, and it's all good. It's all gravy, baby. Yo, thank you very much, Zia and Zia, for the Prime. And these Ravagers are once again trying to just kill cannons outside of range of cannons. Just like that. He uses his last battery energy to try and heal the pylon to let it last longer, but ultimately ends up dying. And I'm still making drones. This is not threatening at all. And if here's the thing, he made another gateway. He's trying to still cannon rush me. If it was threatening, I have the ability to make Ravagers with gas and stuff like that. I have a lot of gas right now. But because I'm actually crushing this really hard and it's not threatening, I should actually stop mining the gas, which is what we ended up just doing just now. And I pulled off my mineral line to go saturate another base. But look, he's fucking attacking me again. So I'm like, okay, how about we fucking attack you with drones? And we killed 2 stalkers with drones, and it's all gravy. And then we're like, hey, you know what? Let's just saturate here. It's all good. It's whatever. But look at the worker count. Look at the supply count. We are crushing right now. And again, what am I doing? I am trying to make drones because this guy is not threatening at all. And if he keeps attacking me, I will just make roaches when that happens. But for the time being, this is not threatening in the slightest. He still doesn't have a natural, though. He still does not have a natural, though. So look what he does. He comes over here and he proxies more pylons and he warps in more units again. So all I got to do is run away for a second, start making roaches, and look. Watch the supply. Just watch the supply from right now. I have not been making roaches other than the first few Ravagers when I first broke his shit. And since I broke it so easy, I didn't keep making Ravagers. I don't want to make 9 Ravagers when my opponent falls over like a fucking wet noodle. I just would rather drone there because I'm not feeling threatened at all, and I'm trying to macro. But now that he's really threatening me again, and I'm like, okay, he's warping in units in my fucking base, and I just made a bunch of drones. Now I gotta start making roaches again. Look how fast our supply escalates over his.
But what is the difference between a Florencio macro/cheese diamond
Look at that.
cannon rush and a print style committed rush?
Doji, thank you again for the bits, dude. Look at that shit. We were doubling. Now we're more than doubling. Now we're almost tripling his supply. Now we are tripling his supply. Like, it can just fucking turn around in a second and be like, all right, let's just start making roaches. And why can I get away with that? Because I got a ton of drones. I even just lost a ton of drones there. I just pulled like 10 drones that died there. So I actually had like 40 plus drones right there a second ago. It doesn't, like, we're totally fine. This guy is throwing away money like crazy in this game. He is fucking throwing away money like crazy. So I didn't, like, well, again, we'll talk about it more in future cannon rushes. But knowing how to identify a fake cannon rush, a macro cannon rush, or a committed cannon rush is a very big deal. Those three are three different types of cannon rush that you need to understand what the hell is going on. And if you react by like double gassing versus someone who's macro cannon rushing you, you're just going to fall behind. Because you're going to make way too much shit and you're going to do nothing with it. Because by the time you get across the map with Ravagers while he's playing defensive, while he's macro cannon, he like made one cannon at your base, and he's got like 3 cannons and a pile and a battery at his base and void rays. You're going to be like, ah, fuck, this feels bad. So you don't want to be going crazy versus like other types of cannon rush. And again, we're going to fight many more cannon rushes, guys. I guarantee it. It's just a Protoss thing. We'll fight more of them. And when we do, we will react to them otherwise. We'll break them down, identify what they are, and react to them differently. We went double gas that game. I went double gas that game because he went committed cannon rush. I do not double gas versus every cannon rush. I only double gas versus committed cannon rush. That's a big deal. And and also he played the committed cannon rush incorrectly, which is why I didn't even need to use my gas. He broke in seconds because he tried to play a committed cannon rush like a macro cannon rush, which is incorrect. He wasted way too much time cannon rushing multiple bases, and he didn't even cover his proxy in the first place. The initial gateway in my main base, and it died in literally the first 10 seconds after I engaged it. That should not ever happen. Okay, let's play a macro game, okay? Let's play a macro game. Hopefully I'll get another Protoss, and I'll try to Nidus all in the next Protoss I play. But for this one, let's just play another macro game. Let's do another macro game. I want to give you guys, honestly, a lot of macro games.
Diamond is cannon rush lead.
Apparently. There's a lot of cannon rushes here. But notice how we don't care about any of them. We're going to crush those cannons like crazy, boy. Give me those cannon rushes and fucking own them. Alright. Has this entire stream been Diamond 3 Zerg? Yes, I have to grind 500 fucking MMR. 500 MMR while doing replay analysis for every game. It's taking forever. And I'm going to have to do the same thing for Terran, and I'm going to have to do the same thing for Protoss. Because they all have to get the same amount of MMR. It's going to be brutal. It's okay. It's okay. I think this is going to be one of the longer videos because Diamond 3 to Diamond 2 is... That 500 MMR is a huge fucking difference of MMR. We're almost done though. Oh, wait, no, we're going macro games, so let's not prioritize gas over minerals. Let's prioritize minerals over gas. We'll slowly fill in the gas, and now we're happy. Happy, happy, happy. Okay, base is almost done. Let's send our Overlord to the back of the main. This will become a scout in the future. Alright, now let's get a couple Zerglings. Let's take 2 drones off gas. We do not want to go crazy on the gas. We just want speed, so we can cover ourselves properly. Okay, we're getting shot by a Marine, and we saw it's, you know, a command center. It's whatever. It's an expansion. So we're happy about that. Run our Lings back to creep. Let the Reaper commit to creep, and let's attack him again with our Zerglings. And now wherever the Reaper goes, let's go opposite and take our 3rd base. So he's running up here, so let's go down here and take our 3rd base. Let's take our 3rd. Now get our Lings to come back so they don't all just die for no reason. Because once the third's down, that's all we cared about. We're not actually trying to kill the Reaper. We're just pushing him away so he doesn't punish my drone trying to take a third base. The third base is important to us. Okay. Now we're making drones. We're chilling. Let's go ahead and let's make a couple overlords go to the choke points of the front of my bases. This way, if this guy actually goes Hellions or something, we can see it from before it hits us. It gives us vision in this area, and it gives us vision in this area to be on point and defend ourselves properly. Keep making drones. The next wave of larvae we spend will be on Lings, because Ling speed is just about to be finished. And send our queen now to our third base to start getting ready to inject our third base. Keep making a queen at the natural. There we go. Now we make Lings. Make one drone extra for the gas now because we're fully saturated on 2 bases. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to saturate 2 full mineral lines, and then we're going to retake our gas with saturation. We're going to make some Lings now just in case this guy attacks us. Keep injecting our hatcheries. And now we can go into a layer, and we can go back into making drones, sorry. Off of a decent amount of Lings here, with like the safety Lings. Now, 4 minutes. Let's scout his base. Let's find out what kind of a build our opponent's going for. If he's going for macro, we're going to saturate 4 bases. If he's going for a timing attack and aggression, we're going to go for 3 bases. We're still going to take a 4th either way, but we're not going to saturate it. Okay, let's get our Lings over there and attack these Hellions. We can use our queen to help as well. Hey, queen, go help that. He's got a third command center. See what that stands for? It stands for macro. So what are we going to do? We're going to take a 4th base and we're going to saturate it. Okay. So now we're fully set. We're going to take gases 2 and 3 as well. So we've only got 1 gas so far. We're going to take gases 2 and 3 around halfway saturated to a little bit more than halfway saturated on this base. And we can now also throw down another base because we're still making drones, and this is going to saturate super quick. Behind this, let's go ahead and make, with more drones, a Baneling Nest. Let's go ahead and make a couple of Evos. And let's go ahead and also start a Hydrogen somewhere on our base. It's all good. We're still making drones. Okay, we're going to go to about 66 drones. Just like we talked about in B2GM. 66 drones, boys. 66. Get a couple guys here. Oops. There we go. How many drones we at? 63, 64, 65, 66. We hit the checkpoint. Okay, so let's spread some creep. Let's make a couple overlords now because we're about to supply block. Transfer some drones away from, get on that gas, transfer away. There's a Hellion hitting that base, not a big deal. Transfer a drone to that gas, another drone to this base, and now transfer drones to these gases. Let's now take our melee and our carapace upgrades. Let's get Baneling's speed upgrade. Let's go kill these Hellions with our Lings. Let's remake 1 drone that died there and remake 4 drones that died on the mineral line. Okay, and let's have more Lings that we are making, that we just talked about how we were making. Let's have them come down here and defend this base. So get on top of these Hellions and move towards them. Get out of here, bro. Get our queen down here to start spreading creep in this area. And now let's get Hydra upgrades as well because we have enough gas to do it. And again, we're a good drone count of 60 or so. Let's go all the way to 120 supply of Hydra Zergling. 120 supply, just to be safe. Again, later on, we'll start making this even more extreme on like the greedy side about how to really understand a build. But for now, we're just trying to understand what we can get away with. And right now, for now, if our scouting's not super good, we can definitely get away with some safety units off of this point in the game. Now let's go ahead and take another hatchery because our money's getting kind of high and we're making Lings, so we're definitely going to get a lot of larvae. We definitely need some more larva action. And we're about done on our unit phase here. So there we go. 122. We're happy, happy, happy. Let's make a few Banelings just to be extra safe in case this guy pushes us because we don't know. And then let's make drones now to 85 because we're already at 120 supply of units. Sweet as, dude. Okay, we're going to spread creep in the meantime while we're waiting. Make some more drones. We're at 82. We're almost done. Let's expand again because we're getting a lot of drones again. Keep taking more injects. Let's make sure upgrades are going to 3-3. Let's get an infestation pit because we're about to start 2-2. So start 2-2 right now. Boom, boom. Hive is going to get ready to start after that's done. Current drone count is at now like 88 or something. Let's make a couple gas is here. And now we're going all units all fucking day. Okay, so we're going to stop making hydras around like 20 hydras or so, because we don't want to make too many hydras in this army, because hydras are supposed to just be a supporting unit. They're supposed to be behind the lings and behind the banes. You don't want to like have mass hydras blocking your lings and banes because the concave of hydras is way too big. So we just make a good amount of hydras, which is roughly about 20. It gets us to the point where we're looking to be at. Let's saturate our gases here properly. Saturate our gases here properly. Start our hive now that our infestation pit's done. And let's go into a lot of ling bane now.
Spawn more overlord. Mineral field
Okay.
depleted.
Keep spreading our creep wherever we can.
We must place
The creep is looking a bit sparse in some areas, so let's pull the queen off. And let's start increasing our creep spread. Okay, look, the Terran's attacking us. Oh no. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna get our ass up there, and we're gonna go fuck that up.
mineral field.
Let's go attack that right now. Attack that shit right now. Make lings while we're doing it. Inject while we're doing it. Inject while we're doing it. Inject while we're doing it. That was a great fight for us. Make lings while we're doing it. Why are we making lings and why are we not making hydras? Because our hydras aren't dying. Our hydras are in the back line the entire time. They're not actually in harm's way. Let's retake creep that died during that fight. Retake creep, retake creep. Make some new banes because our banes kind of expired. Make another creep tumor up there. We can spread the rest of our creep in the other spots of the map. Creep, 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 creep. Okay, and now let's probably fix some of our creep on the middle and the right side of the map. It's also looking kind of fucked up there, kind of messed up there. Let's fix those. And now let's go ahead and start a ultra cavern. Transfer drones off the main base that are oversaturated. And our money is mostly spent pretty well. Not bad. Natural needs to be fixed with economy. Drone count currently 84. Looking pretty good. I just made 2 more to go to 86. It's all good. And yeah, keep spreading creep. Keep spreading creep. We're just waiting for the max, right? And look, boys, we're about to max. Let's also get a couple overseers too while we're at it. We're about to max out. We can inject again. We can start 3 upgrades. We can start adrenal glands. We have hive tech upgrades coming in right now. We're now maxed out. And now let's take one Zergling. Let's hit like ult 2 on it or something like that again. And let's go check top right of the map right now. Let's go see how many bases our opponent has on top right. And let's focus on the bottom left area. So we don't see a base there. Is there a base here? There is not a base here. Our goal right now is to kill economy, not worry about anything else. We're trying to kill economy, and if a byproduct happens where an army happens to show up like this, we can fight it. It's all good. But we really want to kill his economy. That's the main goal. Like, he was in the middle of nowhere right there. That was a great fight. But what we want to do now is we don't want to go into his main base. We want to go to his third base, and we want to fucking own his mineral line. Remake a bunch of Zerglings at the same time. Remaxed immediately. Inject. 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 Transfer drones to a new base. Get ultra upgrades, because we're going to go have the ability to get ultras now. Let's kill these bases up here. And look, there's a base right there too. Oh shit, boys, you know what we should do? Let's make a bunch of banelings right now. And let's get ready to bust that base. While we're waiting for, you know, this next fight to happen. And if this guy guards his natural and his main base with all these new units he's making, it doesn't matter if he has no money if I break his expansions. So if the next base engages like this, and we're like, alright, let's break the planetary. Cool. It just insta-dies with Banes. Well, guess what? I can remax again with whatever I want. And now the Terran is super dead because he'll never be able to get out of his base. Ever again.
Inject while we're doing it.
And then meanwhile, behind that, we could be like, let's make a creep tumor there. Let's make a creep tumor there, and a creep tumor there, and let's make another one like right there. And then now after we make those creep tumors, we could be like, hey, Queen, come inject that base from now on. Inject that base. Inject that base. Inject that base. Transfer some drones. Blah, 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 blah. Take a base there. Because bases are getting fully saturated again, right? So that's the idea about what's going on. What we're playing, the concept of the army we're playing with is, again, there are 2 kinds of armies inside StarCraft 2. And this is going to become something that becomes a lot more prevalent in Masters or maybe higher Diamond. We're going to talk about it every now and again in lower Diamond, but yeah, where the games are kind of ending before they're really beginning to a degree. But here's a concept, okay? There are 2 kinds of armies inside StarCraft 2. 2 kinds. There is mobility, and there is Deathball. Now, the differences between those 2 armies is mobility is an army that is very, very, very replaceable. It is very fast. It is very flimsy, but it can also attack a lot of different places on the map really quickly. Also simultaneously. An army like Ling Bane Hydra is a very mobile army. Now, an army that's like mass broodlords, mass lurkers with hydras, armies like that, those armies are less mobile, more deathball. They definitely have a higher chance to win a big fight straight up in the front, but they have less power at like always like running around the map like crazy and killing base after base after base. So if we're playing an army that is high mobility, if we can understand that this is a mobility style army, what we can do with it is we can kill expansions as a priority and then follow up with killing an army. Now, if our opponent happens to be in the middle of nowhere, not turtled behind his base, we could definitely kill his army because that's a great fight for us then. Because that means Terran has no cover anymore. But let's just say hypothetically, Terran's army was like standing back here and there was like 5 tanks back there. I would not want to fucking fight that area. I might be like, all right, let's turn around and go this way. And let's break this base instead. The planetary that we killed earlier. Because if he's going to turtle behind a bunch of buildings, let's just break an economy. Because that's what our army does. It goes left, it goes right, it goes left, it goes right. It breaks economy really fast before your opponent can relocate if they're using really high power units that are slower, like a siege tank. So mobility is the goal. That's what we're trying. Every time we go Lingbane Hydra, what we're trying to do is kill economy first, kill army second. The only time we ever want to kill army first is if it's literally exposed in the middle of nowhere. Especially if it's on creep, then that's super good too. And there's going to be even more shit we're going to do as well with Lingbane Hydra later on. Like we're going to actually do counterattack pressure, multi-prong pressure. But for now in Diamond 3, we're not going to do multi-prong. We're just going to do straight up one army fight at a time for the most part. It's going to be very rarely ever multi-pronged. I haven't done multi-prong yet. So yeah, hopefully that makes some sense so far. Again, give me a Protoss player. I want to do a Nidus all-in. I tell you, I'll just Nidus on the next player I get. We haven't done another one in a while. I'll show you guys another example of a Nidus, and we'll see how our opponent reacts to it. I kind of don't want it to be Terran, though, because we already did it to Terran. It's a Zerg. Okay, that's fine. So Nidus all in. This game. Nidus all in again. Let's go. You're not the actual vibe, are you? I am. I am. I'm making B2GM. I'm that guy Amazon probably made HQ2 for. What? I don't know what that means. Nice. I'm not sure what he means. He seems like a nice guy, though.
We require more minerals.
I don't want to say nothing. I feel like it's more rude. You know what I'm saying? Gotta say something. So again, this is going to be a B2GM style opener into a Nidus all-in. That's what the plan is. Our second Overlord is going to sit out in front of our natural because we don't need to worry about proxy buildings this time. We're worried more about proxy Ling, or like not proxy, but just Ling flood early, like a 12 pool or something like that. So Overlord's in the front of our base now against the Zerg. Second Overlord's going towards his natural first to see where his hatchery is. Good luck, have fun, duder. Take our gas at 20. Make sure all of our patches have 2 drones at least on each patch. His hatchery at his natural is a little bit behind mine. Just a tad. So not too much of a concern, but it is a little bit behind, right? It's a little bit behind. So we need to start paying attention to the minimap now. This is something that I would say, do I need to make a spine crawler? No, not necessarily. but we need to pay attention to the minimap just to make sure we don't get fucked by a Ling Flood. So we need to keep tabs on that. Don't go too far away from the ramp. Make sure we're watching it. And make sure we don't get Ling Flooded, because this could mean this guy has done an awkward build that is not super standard. Okay, let's fix our drone as well. This one has 1. We need to go to this one with 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 on all patches now. Super good. And if he starts flooding me, that's not a flood. If he starts flooding me, we could definitely just make, what's it called? Our wall, right? We could just make our evil wall. And our rich one and stuff, or a little bit earlier than we otherwise would have wanted to have made it. Let's get our second queen to the top of the ramp here. We want to kill his Ling before he gets to my main base and sees my lair. Okay, he went for a drone, so he didn't get to see anything. It's all good. That's nice for us. So our second one of our overlords is on its way down to give us vision of the natural area. Now in ZVZ, you know how in ZVT and ZVP I told you it's better to Nidus in the front of the base than it is in the main? In ZVZ,
Vibu,
there's
you
a chance you can
an
just do...
amazing job breaking down the process of iterative improvement at SC2.
Yo,
Much love.
Thank you very much, Alpix Ariok. Thank you, man. Thank you. So in ZVZ, I appreciate the 1,000 bits, dude. In ZVZ, honestly, just go for the fucking main right away. And the reason why in ZVZ is because in ZVZ, there's no walls in ZVZ. So there's no point for us to do the front of his base to like lure him to the front of the wall. In ZVZ, we just want to get in and fuck his base up as soon as possible. And the faster we get into his middle line, the better, because we can actually kill his drones. So let's make our Nidus. We have a fully saturated natural and a fully saturated main with 3 gases pumping. I have more drones popping right now. We're making more queens.
What is it called? Units. Maybe. Welcome to Vibu Greedy Boy School.
That's right. Okay, we have Lings trying to poke us. Not a big deal. Now, make roaches. He's killing my queen with, or my overlord with his queen. Make roaches. Now the Nidus is almost done, and now it's done. So let's do it, boys. Let's drop that Nidus into his fucking main base right now. Now let's put our queens into it first. And the reason why we put our queens into it first as well, if you're wondering, is because it gives us a chance to transfuse it. Let's rally our Nidus, or rally our hatcheries to the Nidus, and now just fucking unload the Nidus right away. Unload, unload, unload. Try to transfuse it like we just did. Make a new one. And we did get enough out before it died to actually set up a stage here that might allow us to set it up. Now he's focus firing the Nidus, which is smart. We might not get it off there. Let's try to build another one. He's doing a really good job defending this, I'm not going to lie. And if this next one doesn't go up, the next Nidus is going to go up in front of his base instead of at the side of his base. So we're going to go, next Nidus is going to be here. So now we're actually going to go to the front. That was a very good defense by our opponent here. And our Overlord's still going to chill in the area. So now we're actually going to turn it into what we did against Terran and Protoss. We'll resort back to the old strategy of luring the opponent to the front of the base and then following up with the Nidus in the back of the base. So let's go. We have a lot of units in this Nidus. And now we're putting another Nidus in the main right now. Group my army up together right now. And he's leaving. So if he leaves, we actually don't need to chase. We don't need to go back in the Nidus. If he leaves, we can take advantage of something else, right? We could take advantage of like units that get staggered like this, possibly. And just have our Nidus keep unloading up here. Group my units up together again. Let's try to make another Nidus in the main base. Transfuse a roach. And it seems like this time it's actually going to go up. Or he's going back early. Okay, well we'll just kill the third now. So we'll put a new Nidus up here. Because if he keeps leaving to go kill it before I'm actually ready, we can just go defend another base. So now we'll actually defend this Nidus. And then unload as soon as we have shit coming out. Let's inject. Load the Nidus. Okay, looks like it's going to die. So now we can make another Nidus here. And just unload this one. This guy's actually playing really fucking well, I'm not going to lie. I am super surprised. This is fucking diamond. Wowzers. Okay, let's try and do the main base one more time. Make another Nidus because it's dying.
We require more Vespene gas. We require more.
Okay, so it's not really quite working, right? So he's actually fucking holding on pretty well. And we're spending so much resources trying to Nidus him again and again and again and again. So let's resort. You know what we can do now? Get out of the, cancel the Niduses. It's over. It's not quite happening for us anymore. Let's abandon ship on that. Let's go back now into going into roach speed, weapon upgrades, 4 gases, 3 base saturation, and that whole jazz, that whole shebang. So we're falling back now into our previous style of 3 base, 4 gas, mass roach. And now he's actually pushing me, so we need to make more roaches. Okay. Let's go ahead and move forward, and maybe we can pick off some of his units right now. Okay, let's kite back to our base. And we might actually be dead right now. Maybe. Okay, we'll just let... That base is going to die. And now, here's the thing. Here's another idea. If all else fails, and you're like, oh, fuck, we might die right now. Our opponent's, like, outside of our base. You could very well Nidus him again. If he leaves and goes home, though, you could go back to trying to expand again. If he's going to go home, we can double expand. He's kind of sitting there. He's kind of just waiting. Who is this nerd? It's crazy. This nerd's crazy, boys. Okay. Yeah, he did a really fucking... Jesus Christ. This is not Smurf. This is normal. He did a really good job. Honestly, he fucking owned it. Wherever the hell this guy is. A cool trick you can do with your overlords as well is you can patrol your overlords. All right, now I'm gonna show you guys some Ravager micro because we have no choice. We have no choice anymore. We have to cancel that base again because it's gonna die. I will show you guys Ravager micro. So stagger biles, okay? We'll talk about this when this game is over. We need to build a new Roachhorn because he's focus firing my Roachhorn. So what we're going to do now is we're going to turn this game into a long game. We're going to turn this game into a game where we just rely on Ravager Corrosive Bile. And we're going to hope to God we don't die. We don't have any other choice. We have no other choice right now. Let's go ahead and kill his Overlord. Let's go ahead and patrol these Overlords. Patrol this Overlord. And I would love to take a 3rd base, but holy fuck, they keep dying. Okay, so he's being really aggressive still. So we need to make roaches. Otherwise, we're going to die. Like, I have no army, really, right? My opponent's army is huge. And he's pushing me. So let's back up. And let's throw biles at him when we back up. Okay, so what the micro is we A move, we back up, and we go T-click, 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 back up. That's basically what we're doing. Okay, I'm going to try and squeeze out a round of drones, and we're going to try and stall out the fight with a bunch of Ravagers with Corrosive Bile. So attack him, back up, back up, back up. T-click, T-click, T-click. And now he's got Hydras killing my Overlords. Fucking God. Fucking beast. This guy is nuts. Okay, let's go ahead and try to build our other shit. Let's get an Overseer. This guy is kind of missing as well. Okay, there he is right there. We see him killing the rocks. Now, a good thing you can do too, if your opponent's like blinding you on the map. Here, we'll first do this micro, 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 back up, back up, back up. Bile, bile, bile. If your opponent's kind of blinding you, a good thing you can do is make a couple of Overseers, and you can just drop Changelings and check around for places on the map where your opponent might be. Just throw some Changelings around. That way we're not super fucking blind. Okay, let's take a couple drones for that, for these gases up top. Transfer 6 drones for those 6 drones worth of gas. Watch our army. Bile his army right now. Okay, so we're just trying to bile him every time we take a fight. We're just waiting and biling, waiting and biling, waiting and biling. Now we just lost a lot of drones, so let's make a round of drones. We're actually starting to hold our own side of the map, And we're not quite dying, really. We can kill his changelings because he's doing the same thing with the changelings. Have another changeling kind of chase him. Now he's making lurkers. Okay. This game is getting pretty intense here. Okay, let's keep making our gas. Okay, let's throw some biles at his army. So what we can do with the Ravagers as well is we can just be like, hey Ravagers, go corrosive bile that lurker. And we can corrosive bile down lurkers. He's coming up this way. Let's try to go up here to prevent this shit from happening. Get our situation up here. Corrosive bile where that lurker was. Make roaches. Corrosive bile the shit out of this guy's army. And just hold the line as much as we can with corrosive bile. Back up a little bit. And corrosive bile, corrosive bile, corrosive bile, corrosive bile, corrosive bile. Corrosive bile, corrosive bile, corrosive bile, corrosive bile. Just keep corrosive bile and keep making roaches. Pull our drones back. This is a lot for Diamond. Keep making roaches, guys. Keep injecting. Keep injecting. Okay, let's go ahead and get 2/2 upgrades. Keep making roaches. And now that it seems like we have a little bit of a lull here, a little bit of breathing room once again. Let's go ahead and make... Oh my god, we're getting hit with lings on the top now. Let's try and make a round of lings really fast on the third base, especially now since we're also losing drones. Let's go ahead and make a lurker den in our main base. And this guy is all about attacking us the entire fucking time. Like, after the Nidus, he's been super aggressive, right? I mean, obviously, I was the one who attacked first. But yeah. Too much micro. I actually am not going to lie. I feel like this is probably a bit fucking much for Diamond 3. It's a bit intense. We'll try and break this game down, but yeah. This game is fucking extremely crazy already. I don't know what league my opponent is in, but Jesus Christ, Diamond, like, fresh Diamond 3 doesn't feel like it. Okay, throw some corrosive bile there, throw some corrosive bile there. That way we can kill a couple lurkers we just saw burrow. Sick. Try and strange. Oh, the hatchery died. So we lost our lair. Okay, our opponent just threw his army away. So now, I would say this might be a moment in the game where we want to just kind of go for it. We're in a position now where it's like kind of rough.
This is like the undercover smurfing Olympics.
Dude, this game is ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit much. So let's push. Let's push. Let's push. See what we can do with our push now because he just threw away an entire army. So he's pushing to the top. Corrosive bile the crap out of his army up there, and try to maximize, like, make him run away. Right? Okay, now he's going Mutalisk. So now what are we gonna do? Let's start going into Hydras. Now we start going Hydra because he goes Meta. Okay, I think we actually got him right here. I think he's dead. So this base is gonna die.
Vibe has the blue units, but opponent
Stutter
is the
step.
smurf.
We're stutter stepping the, you know, the shit on the right, or the roaches and stuff. We're going further. We're just capitalizing on killing base after base after base. We can throw a corrosive bile around at the Meta. Maybe he doesn't move it. We killed a few Meta. That's nice. Okay. Jesus Christ. I cannot believe we won that game. I'm not gonna lie. I thought I was gonna lose like 4 times that game. Okay. That game was a bit much. He did a really good defense on the Nidus. He totally fucked it up. He like destroyed the Nidus attack. Okay. So. Let's break down what we did this game, okay? This game was a bit much. Let's try and talk about how we played this game out. Let's talk about how we played this game out. So, nothing really happens at the start of the game. This is, it's all G. We're setting up. Nothing is going on that's that crazy. Yo, Flyrev, thank you for the bits.
B2GM.
That's right. Corrosive Bile is a very good skill. It actually is what got me out of the situation from being fucking dead into like actually being able to hold on. So we're setting up a Nidus. Does our opponent see the Nidus? He does. The creep tumor or something fucking sees it. Like it's like literally it's in like a fucking fog spot and he fucking sees it. I'm pretty sure this creep tumor sees it barely. Because the Overlord's too far away. That's pretty funny. He barely sees it. So he heads back to defend it. And now here's an interesting tip, okay, about Nidusing someone. If you put your queens, or let me say it like this. Whatever order you load the Nidus in is going to be the exact order it unloads in the opponent's base. It is not random. So if I load my roaches first and then I load my queens second, it's going to unload roaches first and then queens second. And the reason why you want to unload your queens first, which means you load your queens first, is because if your opponent sees a Nidus like this and they try to kill it, if they focus fire your Nidus, you could actually unload your queens first, grab your green box your queens, and then tell them to transfuse the Nidus. And you could potentially save the Nidus. Like long enough for your units to spawn and kill off all the units, the rest of the units that are in the Nidus. Like, or kill off all the rest of the units that are killing the Nidus itself. Because if we actually would have got the Nidus up the first time, we might have actually killed him right away. It could have possibly happened. Because our army is way scarier than his because we have a lot of roaches and queens and all he has right now is zerglings. He is making roaches, but he doesn't have them yet. So that could have been a big problem for him if we would have kept the Nidus alive. He did a really good job defending it. That was huge. And then our second Nidus tries to go up, and he actually focus fires it again, and roaches kill Nidus pretty fucking fast because roaches do way more DPS than lings do. So my Nidus actually dies right as it goes down, and we try to Nidus a third time. And another reason why you can't Nidus multiple times like at once is because there is a cooldown on Nidus. So I have to wait 14 fucking seconds. Every time I Nidus, I have to count to 14, and then I can then throw another one down. There is a 14-second cooldown, so you cannot do it repeatedly all over the place. For anyone who thinks you can just make like 4 Niduses at once. And you don't want to make multiple Nidus worms as well. Like I don't want to go like, oh, let's just do double Niduses with this all in because it's too expensive. I wouldn't have any roaches then. That's way too much gas to make more than one Nidus worm. More than one Nidus network, the actual building itself. Because each building has its own cooldown. But it's way too much. It would be like an extra like a shitload of gas. Like the Nidus itself is 150 gas and the Nidus network exit is 75. So it's 225 gas just to make a second exit with a second network. And that's the equivalent of 9 fucking roaches because it's 25 it's 25 per roach. There's the APM for you if you wanted to see it. So we're setting up. You know, we're trying to set up. He's doing a really good job. He's actually overpowering my units every time we try. So it's not going great for us, right? Now we start another Nidus down here. And we try to keep going with it. It still has a chance to work. But this, like I said before, this guy is all over it. I mean, he is not fucking falling apart to these tactics at all. He is savvy to the situation of these Nidus tricks. He's all over this shit. Now, again, there is a lot more shit we could do with this. We could start actually... we could actually like have, let's say, hypothetically, here's an example. We could have like 3 roaches jump out of this Nidus worm, just 3. And I could rally them straight south. And I could use these 3 roaches to run into his mineral line and snipe drones. Meanwhile, I could be attacking his army with my army. And I could, if he chases my 3 roaches with more than 3 roaches of his own, like with, let's say he chases it with like 7 roaches, it increases my chances to break his army here with my big army. There's a lot more we could do with this at like a master's level. But again, we're not doing a lot yet. We're trying to minimalize what we're doing here because this is fucking diamond. There's a lot of cool shit you can do, though, with like working your opponent, like shaving little bits of your opponent off all the time. But for now, Again, his Nidus defense with the tactic we've been using, the simple one of bouncing Niduses, is really good. He's doing a really good job defending. We set up a second Nidus, he focus fires it, he fucks us over, he kills my entire army, and then he kills the entire Nidus in his base, and he fucking stops the entire push repeatedly. He was all over the defense. So Niduses are all dead, and he crushed it. So now he's got a 30 supply lead with a third base, and we just started our third base because we were very all in there, and we're super far behind. This is a very hard game to win from if your all in fails. I am not going to lie. It's super, 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 super hard to win from this position. So now what we're doing in this position is we're making roaches, we're making units, we're trying not to die, because if I don't make roaches right now, like for instance, think about it like this. My opponent still has a large army, and it makes no sense right now to make drones, because if I make drones, I can't even control my third base right now. So it's going to die if I make drones. And if I make drones from my main and my natural, I already have full saturation in my main and my natural. Like, I don't need more drones. I really don't need more drones. So we really need to make roaches so that I can actually take a third to then saturate it with drones. So this is a bit of a rough, it's a sticky pickle. It's a sticky wicket. So we try to double expand just because we're desperate, and mineral fields are depleting, guys. This is not good. This is not ideal. We're trying to make ends meet here. Our opponent is now pushing us with the big Roach Ravage army. He has 1-1 upgrades. We haven't even started 1-1 yet. Again, we all in the crap out of him. We wasted so much fucking resources in this early all in because he defended like a boss. So this is rough. And we try to make, look at this army. We try to make it work, but we have to kind of sack our third because there's no way. But you want to know what? Let me tell you something. If all our opponent did from this point was guarded my doorway of my base, paid attention to future Niduses, because that is also an option. I could Nidus him again if he's like sitting here for too long. That is also an option, which is what we were thinking about doing. We talked about it. But if he didn't allow like, let's say he had a few roaches defensively at his base and he was going to keep killing Niduses as they tried to spawn, he saturated his third base with more drones like this, and he just had like a Zergling or something, or like one roach go scout the map for more expansions. If he killed this base, we were fucking dead. The only reason why we won this game is because of this base, because he didn't scout it.
Put this sticky pickle on your OnlyFans.
Thank you, Doge Dude. So if this base died, we were definitely going to lose. But I would say he got a little impatient by not methodically checking the map. He just was like, yeah, I have the lead. I don't got to worry about it anymore. And it allowed us to actually come back in the game. And now this is how Corrosive Bile Micro is going. So there's two things about a Ravager you got to know. Number one, you do not want a Ravager to be in the front because it will die super easy. It's squishier than a Roach, and it's also really expensive. You don't want to lose it. It's super valuable. Ravagers are very valuable. You don't want to throw them away. Now, every time you tell a Ravager, and the second thing you need to know about a Ravager is every time you tell it to cast a spell, a Corrosive Bile, you know what it does after that? It sits there on stop command. The second you tell it to Corrosive Bile, it sits there on stop command. So the proper way to micro Ravagers is you alternate a move command with a Ravager Bile, a move command with a Bile, a move command with a Bile, a move command with a Bile. So when I am casting Bile, 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 but I'm also running away from him the entire time, I am literally moving my mouse like this. Bile, move, Bile, move, Bile, move, Bile, move, Bile, move. If you're watching my mouse, right? I'll hold the green box. Bile, move, Bile, move, Bile, move, Bile, move. You alternate it because you need to cast the Bile, you want to move away. You want to cast the Bile, you want to move away. You do not want to cast Biles and then just do nothing, because your Ravagers will all stay in the front and they will all get picked off and die. Now, I'm also not saying you only have to cast one Bile. You can go Bile, 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 move, Bile, 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 move, Bile, 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 move. You can do 3 at once if you wanted to. That's totally fine as well. But we're alternating the mouse back and forth with biling and moving because we want to make sure we retell the Ravagers that have now cast the spell to get the fuck out of there. Otherwise, they're going to die. So that is a big deal of what we're doing. That's how we actually stalled this game out long enough to not lose. And now, you know, we're just sitting here, saturating our base properly. We're transferring drones up to the new base that we took in the top right. And as these fights are going on, we are just biling and running away. We're constantly shooting biles at him and then backing off. His upgrades are still 1-1. We're still 0-0, but we have at least 1-0 on the way, so we're trying to come back and do it a little bit. Okay, and then we move forward and we poke him a little bit. And we have a changeling on his army, so we can kind of see what's going on. He's killing my overlords with hydras, so this is why we make more overseers to have more vision. Actually, it leaves those alive for a little bit. And now this is the super sketchy time where we don't know if my opponent's going to spread his army apart either, or if he's going to come from one angle, or what he's going to do. So this is scary as shit, right? But all we're doing, we're not trying to be aggressive. We're trying to be defensive. We're trying to not allow him to run in my base without me seeing where he's going, which is why we're making overseers for changelings. But we're just trying to bile him every time he tries to take a fight. And we try not to stand in biles of our own. Like when he biles me too, we don't try to stand in it. We try to get the fuck out of the way. And this is why we drop changelings. We're scouting because we need to know where he is. Because for all we know, he could be going up here. And if he goes up here and we're way the hell down here, that base is going to die before we defend it. It's not good. So we really need to have vision where he is. And these hydras make it hard because they'll kill overlords now. And he's now 2-1 in upgrades. We're 1-0. He has every fucking advantage. And we're definitely not looking great. We still have a chance though. The supply is actually evened out. But the game is so heavily based off of our biles, and that's it.
As an upcoming GM, currently gold player, thank you for the great content vibe.
Oh, thank you very much, Unknown Artists, for the 7. Much love, dude. Get that GM, man. Hell yeah. And again, we're just trying to back up with the biles. Throw biles on his army too, and then back up. We're trying to play so non-committal right now. We are not trying to really take fights. It's just trying to get him the hell away from our base. Notice that every time we bile, we are so passive. We're like, back up, leave, peace, back up. And the Ravagers are buying us time to hopefully get us into a position where we might not die. And now we see Lurker Eggs with our next Changeling. And we're like, oh, fucking great, this guy's going Lurkers. Now the beautiful thing about Lurkers is they actually aren't that great until they're Hive Tech Lurkers. They take a long time to burrow and their attack range is not insane. So you can actually beat Lurkers with Ravagers if they stay on layer tech for too long. If they don't go Hive Tech Lurkers, they're very beatable. Because all you gotta do to beat Lurkers is you corrosive bile them when they start burrowing, and you can kill them very realistically. Like this. Well, like that was kind of a late bile, I'm not gonna lie. But we bile and we kill the Lurker. Now it takes 4 biles to kill a Lurker. Just so you guys know, it takes 4. And how do I know that? A corrosive bile ignores armor, so the fact that this Lurker has 2 armor, it does not matter. But a Lurker has 200 hit points, and a bile does 60 damage. What is 60 times 4? It's 240. And is 240 more than 200? Yes, it is. What is 60 times 3? It's 180. Is 180 more than 200? No, it's not. So you need 4 biles to kill a Lurker. That's how it goes. So we shot 3 biles at it. It didn't quite die, and then we shot 1 more at it, and it died. Now this fight right here, same thing again. We want a corrosive bile as he sets up, right? So he runs away, he goes up and around. So we're setting up. We see him over here with our creep and our, we're trying to zone him again. And now watch how he burrows a Lurker. We corrosive bile it as it burrows. There's 2 of them. You might have missed one there under the Ravager, but there's a Lurker there and there's a Lurker there. So we're corrosive biling the Lurkers ASAP fucking right away, and then we back off. And if this guy runs into our 3rd base, we will definitely go in again. But if he backs off too, wonderful. We don't want to take a fight. We want to fucking back him up. We're not trying to take a big fight. We're just trying to maximize corrosive bile. And the reason why we're trying to maximize corrosive bile is because we're trying to scrape by any money that we can to make more drones and then actually make better units. Like we can make our own Lurkers eventually on Hive Tech. We can make more of our own Hydras and stuff like that. Get upgrades. Our upgrades suck ass. We're 1-1 still at 13 minutes. So, Ravagers are good, but we're trying to make units that can surpass them later on. Because again, once you get Hive Tech Lurkers, Ravagers are pretty bad. Well, the Ravagers are doing a great job at holding the line for now. And what we're doing right now is we're A-moving the area, and I'm just picking a side. Corrosive biling or I'm corrosive biling. And then after I corrosive bile a big wave, I back up. Because again, you know why I'm backing up? I'm waiting for the cooldown of corrosive bile. You do not want to focus on the auto attack of a Ravager. You want to focus on the corrosive bile of a Ravager. It's so much better. So we back up, wait for the corrosive bile, do it again. Corrosive bile, a lot of his units. Corrosive bile, more of his units down here. And if he doesn't back up and he eats the corrosive biles, there's a good chance he'll die. But now notice how if he backs up a lot of his units, Now I don't mind if I take a concave. If it's like 15 Ravagers or like 12 Ravagers fighting just like 2 Roaches and like 3 Roaches over here or something, I'll totally take that fight. That's an advantage for us to pick off 1 or 2 units at a time while the majority of his army backs away from the Corrosive Bile. That's totally fine. And then we actually pull off some drones because this is getting really scary. And if we lose this base, or if we lose our army, we're just dead anyways. So we pull the drones because we're like, okay, let's not die. And then as we notice, it looks like the fight's starting to go our way a little bit because the army for our opponent's kind of thinning out here. We decide eventually to pull the drones back to the mineral line after. Because we're starting to win the top side. And like it's starting to go well for us, right? The army's starting to collapse on him. So we've reestablished ourselves. We restabilized. Now, at this point, we could remake drones, but we got to be careful because this game is one of those aggressive as fuck games. It's super scary. So you don't want to just over drone and be like, I'm going to 85 drones again. You also want to look at your bases. This base is tapped out. This base is tapped out. This base is fully saturated. This base doesn't need that many more drones. I don't really, even if I do make drones, I can't really make more anyway, much more anyways, because all my bases are kind of like already there, and I don't have enough control of the game right now to just take another expansion. So we make a couple drones, and then we go back to making Roaches and Ravagers, and suddenly our opponent attacks us again. And we're like, okay, since he's being aggressive again, let's definitely commit more. Actually, this time I remember. This time, we ended up actually making drones, and here's why. I was about to say, in theory, you'd want to make Roaches, but here's why. Like, and again, you could do both. I'm not going to say either one's like right or wrong, because we actually have enough either way to make it work for the most part. But think about this. There's multiple ways to read the game. The reason why we made drones this game at this point in time is because not only did we just kill our opponent's entire army previously, but what is my opponent attacking me with right now? Fucking Zerglings. He's attacking me with Zerglings, which is super, super, super weak units at this point in the game, where neither one of us is investing into Zergling-based builds. We're both going Roach Hydra, Roach Ravager. So, thank you, Dojin, for the bits.
Please tell chat to calm down. We're doing a match game, but this was like a Masters 2 game with a bunch of dumb nonsense.
Dojin, no more bits. I appreciate you. No more. So, our opponent's attacking us with, like, a bunch of Zerglings. And what that means is that means that, for one thing, our opponent might be transitioning to something else. That is very possible. Or that means that his army sucks, right? Like, mass Lings here are not going to beat a bunch of Roaches, Ravagers from us. Like, it's just not. Our army is so much stronger than this. So if we make Lings now, or if we make drones, there might be some drones that die to the Speedlings right now. That is possible. However, these Lings are very easily beaten. Like, they're not scary at all. And if we get a wave of drones out, again, it increases our chances to get to that next higher tier of army faster as well. So you can see a lot of drones are dying. It kind of sucks. But, yeah, I'm not scared of these Lings at all. Not a big deal. And we're all good. And we can make more drones again because he made Lings. The Lings are not scary. Like, they're annoying, but they're not scary. And now he's going into the main base. He actually snipes my fucking lair, which kind of sucks, but I kill all the Lings for it, and now that feels really good for us. But because our lair died, again, we've been on defense ever since the Nidus, so we're not really fully sure about how this game is going on. And also, here's the crazy thing, too. He killed my fucking lair, so now I can't even make Overseers, and he killed all my Overseers with the Hydras earlier, so I have no Scouts anymore. You have to have a lair to make an Overseer, and we're starting to make one at our third base now, because it's not making a Queen or anything like that. So this sucks. This sucks.
I'm giving you more bits, damn it. Left curly bracket, right bruly bracket, left curly bracket, right bruly bracket.
Those dude, stop interrupting me so much, though. I appreciate that. I do appreciate the support, man, but you keep trying to interrupt me, like, constantly. But now we're going to push with the Roaches and Ravagers, right? And now it's going to be, you know, this is like kind of a gamble. Did I know this is going to work? Not entirely. The fact that he's making Lings is a good sign for us. But for all I know, he might be making Hive-Tech Lurkers, which are high in the gas. He might be making Mutas like he was. He might just be doing one wave of Lings and then going back into making Roach Hydra Ravager. I don't fucking know. The Lings definitely was a good sign for us. But the fact that our lair died sucks. And now we're actually running at his base without detection. So if he actually has Lurkers, that's going to be kind of scary. But we decided to go for it because we're kind of like running on fumes here a little bit. So is he to a degree. And it ends up working out. He tries to go back into roaches to survive, and then he goes into mutas at the same time. So he just doesn't have enough, and we end up actually breaking him. And our army's actually still on 1-1 when we attacked him. 2-2 is so close to finishing. And when 2-2 finishes, we'll be tied with him on upgrades again. So this game was a bit of a kerfuffle, but it worked out. It worked out. And now we're going into Hydras because he's got mutas. We're fixing our drone count. We're going into Hydras now. So it worked out, guys. It worked out. It worked out. It worked out. It was rough. That was an intense game. Nevik played actually really good that game. It was fucking insane. Okay, we are super close to getting promoted. What is Nevik? It's former Masters. Yeah, Nevik, if you're listening, you played really fucking well that game, dude. That game was intense. That was so many biles left and right. Bile. My God, guys, we're almost done. Such a long video. Okay, we got Protoss. Now let's do a Night Assault one more time because you said we wanted to do it to our Protoss because we haven't actually seen what it looks like versus Protoss. And to be fair, the last Zerg I played it against, he did a fucking super good job defending it. That was like perfect defense. Ling early into roaches is how you do it with 3 base.
I just want to interrupt video.
Why? Why do you want to interrupt me so much, Doge dude?
We require more minerals.
Thank you for the bits.
Spawn.
Okay, let's take our natural.
Oh, yeah.
And before we lose a game? I hope not. This is rough, dude. It's an 8-hour video. This is a fucking 8-hour video, and I have been grinding the entire time. And we haven't lost a game yet. Imagine if I'm losing games and winning games. It's gonna be like a 15-hour video. This is nuts. Okay, this probe was in my main base for a while. What the hell was he doing up there? Is that pylon up there? What the hell's going on? What is that? Yeah, we're probably getting cannon rush, guys. Okay, so cannon rush again, probably. Let's go ahead and see. See how you should watch the probes? See how you should watch the probes? Thank you, Doge Dude. So let's see what kind of a cannon rush it is. It's a cannon in the middle of nowhere. Let's do a different response this time. Let's pull drones. Let's pull drones this time, guys. We're pulling drones. Okay? So I'm sending some of my drones up, and I'm going to send some of my drones down and around. So these drones now all A-move. And these drones over here A-move. And now we have a nice surround of drones on these cannons. Okay. And now let's start mining minerals here because we have a natural. And our opponent is currently making a core. And now, yeah, it's okay. We can go into... we can still go into a Nidus or some shit. It's fine. This guy's build is super awkward. But, like, right now, am I confused what's going on? Not at all. Like, look at this. It's fucking one base, guys. He's making multiple gateways. It's pretty obvious what's happening right now. He's going to all in the shit out of us. So let's go ahead and take... Let's because we didn't take our... Or, just kidding. We did take our first gas. Just kidding. Let's saturate our gas. And we'll saturate our second gas kind of fast as well. Because we're going to get all in, so we need to make roaches faster than normal now. Let's go ahead and make our queenie weenies.
We require more.
What's going on here? He's making a zealot. He's got a cannon in his fucking base. Okay. The cannon is very this is contradictory. He's making a cannon to defend his base, but he's also making 3 gateways and chrono boosting warp gate to attack my base. And now a 4th gateway. That cannon doesn't serve any purpose. Okay, so let's make our roach warren. Let's get our queen up here to kill the pylon so he can't just warp in units at that pylon, because that's what he could do if I don't kill that. Let's make a Evo chamber. Let's get a layer at this point. Let's get creep spread into our base. Make sure there's no pylon in my main somehow that I never somehow might have seen. Let's go make a second Evo chamber so we can kind of wall this out. Again, we are getting all in right now. And now the pylon in my main base is dead. And we are on 3 gases with enough drones to make a Nidus Worm and be fully saturated on 2 bases. So now let's go ahead and yeah, let's make roaches. We're gonna Nidus all in this guy as well. We'll make roaches and overlords, and we'll start making queens. We will start making queens again once I spend all my money with roaches. We don't want to make queens still the whole time right now because I won't be able to afford roaches then. There's no way I can afford roaches if I make queens constantly right now. It's too expensive. Let's make our Nidus Worm. Make roaches. See how I'm out of money? If I was making queens as well, I would not be able to afford these roaches. 3 queens is enough to start. And then now, once I'm done making my roaches and my larva gets really well spent, and I have some overlord cushion, I can then start resuming queen production. Queens are a secondary to a roach primary focus for our economy. And now we can see our opponent is attacking us with a lot of ground units. Now here's a cool trick we can do, okay? I'll show you guys what it looks like. This is what I'm going to show you a minorly advanced defense. Watch how cool this is. Nidus Worm. Am I going to all in that? No. You know what I'm going to do? 4 roaches. Just 4 roaches. Go into the Nidus Worm. Have this Nidus rally point to the mineral line. Now all the rest of my units defend my base. This is called disrupting your opponent and making him make stupid choices. So these roaches go into his base and they just fucking go ham. I'm killing all of his probes right now. Now, if he doesn't attack me and all in me, the game's over. So he's going to. And when he does, he's going to be running into a wall of death. Now, let's also make an Overseer just in case this guy might have gone for DTs. Okay. Look. Oh my god, he's got a couple zealots. Oh, look at the wall of death, right? You're like, all right, come into my base. I have so many fucking roaches. My opponent's supply is probably like 40 when that was all going on. Like, he's 22 right now, but I bet he was probably 40 when that was all going on. He's 38. 39. Like, why is this happening like this? Because he failed a cannon rush, which is it puts him into a fucking hole. And again, it was another Protoss player who did it incorrectly. You know how I said there's 3 cannon rushes? There's a fake, there's a macro, and there's a committed cannon rush. The way this guy cannon rushed was like a macro cannon rush. He put minimal investment into the cannon rush. He made 1 cannon and 2 pylon, or sorry, 1 pylon and 2 cannons. That is minimal fucking investment. That is like a macro cannon rush. And then what did he do behind it? Did he expand behind it? No. He made 4 gateways and 4 gate all in me with a charge lot council follow up to it. That doesn't pair well together. You cannot macro cannon rush somebody and then 4 gate them afterwards. It doesn't pair well. If you're going to go for gateways and all in with a committed cannon rush, you might as well proxy your gates with your cannon rush and just go for it. And make batteries as well and shit like that. Or if you're going to go for charge lot all in with DTs, you might as well just not even cannon rush. Because it slows down the charge lot DT thing a lot. So his build didn't really pair well together. That's the reason why it failed. Super hard. But you can see the supply, right? This is why in this position, nothing is really happening. All I did, guys, was I killed a fucking cannon. I killed a pylon and forced him to cancel 2 cannons. That's all that's happened. And what happened for us? What died for us? I don't even remember what died for us. Honestly, I don't even know. But it doesn't matter. I think I canceled a gas at some point. And then I think an overlord died. I think that's what it was. I lost an overlord died and I canceled a cannon. That's what happened to us. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the stalker killed an overlord.
Okay, this is my last bitty. How do you know the differences between a macro cannon rush and the all-in cannon rush?
I told you already. I literally told you last time. Committed cannon rush has proxied buildings with it. Macro cannon rush has minimal cannon investment, and it follows up with a fast expansion. Dojude, you're such a troll. I know you don't even want to know the answer to that question. You're just trying to make me talk about random shit. You're trying to just derail the series. Thank you again for the bits. But yeah, so I mean, this guy has no chance, right? At this point, there's no way I die. This is forcing an all-in react. Like, he's already all in, and this is making it even worse. It's making it even worse for him because now he can't mine anything. Now his income is fucking 0. And I could very well just send more roaches to the Nidus. And the roaches even won the fight. Doesn't even matter. But then when he gets to our base, right? This is all he's got. This is all he's got. It's 5 zealots and 2 stalkers. It's not enough. And we have already 13 roaches and 2 queens with a bunch more roaches on the way, which is why we're at almost 100 supply right now.
Get coins at rally.io.
Yo, Logic, thank you very much for getting Vibe coins, man. What a boss. That's a lot of Vibe coin, too. Thank you for buying $104 worth of Vibe coin. Oh, baby. All right. 2 more wins, probably.
You caught me.
I did. I know I did. Toxic Dono. Yeah, literally. Miss Pussycat. Okay. Let's go for a macro game this game. This game, let's do the Ling Bane into 4 gas Roach Max again. Yeah. Do I have fun? Okay. See how good it is? Sorry, Miss Pussycat. Okay, 1 win away. 1 win away. The bar is full. Give me a promo. This has been a long video. And I can already imagine the Terran video and the Protoss video are going to be just as long. It's going to be fucking rough. I just really hope the next promo is not this big. It's such a fucking big disparity in MMR. Yo, Fly Red, thank you for the 25.
Promo game incoming.
Ooh.
I can feel it in my soul.
Ooh.
D.
Ooh.
Honestly not sure where you get the energy and the patience.
Ooh. You know, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I was getting pretty impatient in Platinum League because I was losing my fucking mind not being able to micro. It was really annoying. I was just like, oh my god. Like, I really was not enjoying tying both hands behind my back the entire time and being like, okay, well, I'll just fucking do nothing the entire time. And I'll just macro. It was getting pretty old. It was, like, too much for me. It's like, you know how when you go on a hike and your friend tells you it's going to be a really long hike and you're like, all right, I think I could probably handle it. It's fine. And then somewhere along the way, like 4 hours into the hike, you're just kind of like, can we fucking stop already? My feet hurt. I'm thirsty. I want to stop. Let's just like go home already. And you're just like, you're over it. It's kind of what it was like for me in Platinum League. I was getting to a point where I was just kind of over it. I was like, get me the fuck out of Platinum. I don't want to do this low level fucking macro only stuff anymore. Okay, let's go for let's go for a Ling Roach opener into you know what? Let's go for a Ling. We'll do this. We'll go for a Ling Roach opener in TVP or in a ZVT, and we'll turn it into Roach Hydra style. Again, there's lots of builds you can do, guys. There's lots of builds you can do. So again, we're doing a macro focus, so we're not going to prioritize gas. Oh wait, we're getting all in again. Okay, so now we're going to fucking we'll go defend the all in. So grab my drones to go attack. Stop spinning larva and save it for more drones. Or save it for lings. We can kill the bunker. We can also kill the SCV. This is why we leave our overlord here, guys. See how good it is? Let's now make Zerglings, and let's make Queens. Let's now also send these. Do not send my drones over there to go attack shit for no reason. Let's just make Lings now and wait. So many fucking all-ins, dude. Yeah, let's make an overlord because we're supply blocked. I have all these lings coming right now. And now look at my opponent. He's attacking me, right? But now I have lings and I have queens. So check this out. Watch this. You guys ready? Let me show you a cool mineral trick, okay? I'm going to mine these mineral patches and I'm going to attack him at the time when I walk through him. It's called mineral drilling. So watch. Zerglings, A-move, drones, mineral walk. Drones get through the Marines and I will A-move right as I go through the Marines. Or I just don't A-move at all because he runs up. It's okay. Okay, looks cool. Okay, drones go back to mining minerals. The rush is already over. Go back to making drones. And we're good to go. Now, there's obviously more things we could do. Like, something that's really cool, okay, is I could actually mineral walk, and he's flying the barracks away. So I'm just going to make, while I talk to you guys for a second, I'm just going to make drones, and because he's got no form of aggression now. I can run to his natural, and he's got no form of aggression. I can do whatever the fuck I want. But here's a cool thing to know. If he runs his Marines this way, I can mineral walk these patches, and I can run through his Marines and surround his Marines with drones. However, if he runs his Marines north, like if he runs up here like he did, I can actually mine the mineral patch like up here. I can click up here and my drones will suddenly go up through his Marines this way. If he runs to the right, then I could mine like over here on these patches or over here or something. You can constantly fluctuate your drone movement by where you mine mineral patches on the map. That's something we're going to do a lot in Masters. Not so much in Diamond. I just kind of wanted to give you an idea of how it kind of worked in Diamond. Just to show you, it's a pretty cool maneuver you can do to fuck over people who cheese you. Okay, so let's get a Roach Warren. And let's keep making our injects. Let's get our creep. We have let's just leave a Zergling at his natural, and we'll have. Okay, he's actually trying to run down here with a couple SCVs. Can we just straight up kill that tank? I mean, the tank is by itself, so it looks like we're gonna kill that tank. Sick. And now we'll just attack the shit around it. Let's go ahead and take our gases at our natural, and let's start saturating our third base. Okay, let's get our lair. We're making more overlords right now. We're making another queen in a second when the overlords spawn. We're spreading our creep a little bit. This space is still being denied. Let's send one Zergling around the map right now to make sure this guy does not have a base on us. Let's also now, because we're using Zerglings, let's start doing this too. We'll start doing this more in like Diamond 2 and so on and so on. And Diamond 1 and like Masters. We'll start taking Zelnaga towers to give us more map awareness and more map vision. Okay, we can see he's got Tank Marine. All good. Not a big deal. We know it's Tank Marine now. Okay, let's go ahead and get a couple Evo chambers. And we're fully saturated. Let's take another base. Now, I'm not telling you, let's saturate the fourth base while we're at it. Let's just saturate our third, go to 66 drones. Okay, 66 drones. And then let's start making roaches. We're going to go to 120 supply with the safety net of roaches. Okay, so that's the plan. Again, you're going to be surprised. If I get attacked while I just saturated my third base, I'm going to destroy his army regardless. It doesn't even matter. And the reason why is because our economy is cranking like crazy. This guy can't do anything to us right now. Understanding your position in the game. How far behind is my opponent? I'm in the middle of the game and I can understand this, right? I want you guys to start thinking about the game this way. My opponent failed a proxy 2 Rex. He then failed to... He lost a fucking tank and he failed to set up a depot wall at the natural. He lost more SCVs and... you know, he had already invested into this horrible build where he didn't expand right away. He just sacrificed 2 Rex proxy and was like, this isn't working. I'll just run away. Like, he's already like a double negative in this game right now. The tank and the depots died at the natural with SCVs, and the 2 Rex failed. Double negative. I'm in no negative at all. Because I've macroed the entire time while dealing with this garbage, right? So now, I can already tell you, because of that, 7 minutes, I'm at 114 supply. My opponent is at 52. 52 supply right now for my opponent. 52. Would you believe me or not? You probably don't. People out there probably like, no fucking way, vibe. I'm gonna call between 52 to 60, and he's gonna push me right now. Look
Okay,
at that
Montreal
army.
lol question. How do you deal with the diamond people who play the same weird
You see
cheese
that fucking
game
army
every
size?
time?
It's not big at all, dude. Look at this. We're gonna literally run his ass over right now. Run on top of the tanks, and stutter step, A move, stutter step, A move, stutter step, A move. That's number 3, guys. That is number 3. That's number 3. So now at this point, I guess I kind of went rich crazy, so we'll just go rich crazy. I mean, this is an option, right? Because I actually chose not to saturate my 4th base. I kind of forgot. I was getting kind of carried away with talking what we're talking about. But because I chose, and here's understanding the game. This is why I say build orders don't need to be like your go-to, where it's like I have to do the build order every time. I don't know what the game otherwise. If I just made a bunch of roaches on 3 bases instead of going to a 4th like we normally would with a good economy, what does that mean I should do? It means I should probably fucking attack my opponent now. Which is totally fine. It's no reason why we can't do that. So let's make a bunch of Ravagers and let's go for it. My opponent's currently dropping me with 1 medevac of Marines, but I'm 200 supply. I don't give a crap about that. I'll push his base. Let's get our army scattered around. Let's kind of scatter my army around. Go for a nice big concave. And let's push through it right now. Break the depot wall. Focus rapid fire down the depot wall. And let's just really punch a hole through the base. Crossbow some of the tanks. Crossbow some of those other tanks. And he's dead. When you know you have leads and you understand how to read that, it changes everything. So let's see what, just for fun, let's see what he was at 7 minutes, right? I called 52 to 60 supply, right? That was close. He's at 62 supply. Or right until the last second there. Then he actually went up to 74. He actually a little bit more than I thought he would. But yeah, I mean, still, regardless, that supply is very in favor of Zerg here. Super in favor of the Zergy boys. So you can if you get it correct or you don't get it correct, if you're like, I lowballed it or I highballed it, but if you understand the concept that you are ahead, that's all you need to know. You just need to understand the concept. Because there's so many times, I can't tell you guys how many times there are players that are actually in a good position in StarCraft 2. They're in a good spot. And you watch them play StarCraft 2. This happens so much when I used to be a pro gamer. And you would watch people play team leagues like Clan Wars and shit. And they weren't pro gamers. They were just like Masters players or like low GM players. And you watch them. They're in a good position. And you watch them do something. And you're like, wait, why is he doing that right now? Does this guy not realize what his position? The fuck is he doing? And they throw their position away. It's literally like you throw the game. So many times, so many people throw the game, and it's gonna happen to you. It still happens to me sometimes. I'm not even saying I don't do it anymore. Everybody does it every now and again. Some people do it way more than others. But if you actually understand how to read the game, it's so much easier to understand what position of the game you should be in. And right now, I really, in my position at this point in the game, I have a couple choices. Number one, I could just go for a power spike and go kill him, potentially. There's a chance like that could work. Or, even stronger than that, I could just contain my opponent with a super good economy. I could fucking contain his ass. Because if I have 85 drones actively mining and I never let my opponent take a third base, guess what? He's going to mine out of his main really fast, and then he'll eventually start mining out of his natural. And if he can't take a third, his income is going to be like 1/4 of mine if it got to that point, like at 15 minutes or something like that. And then he will be like, well, I'm dead because I can't make any income anymore. So there are a lot of ways we could play it out. We could do it with lots of different kinds of units based on if we use Swarm Host, if we use Mutas, if we use Broodlords, if we use Hydras, if we use Lurkers, if we use Ravagers, if we use Banelings and Zerglings, Ultras, whatever the hell we want to use. It can change also the format of what we want to do with our army. And again, we will try to keep talking about units and go over them as time goes. But again, in terms of Diamond, I'm going to try to keep it pretty simple. I'm going to use mostly A-move units. I'm not going to use... The only unit I'm going to really use that is a micro-based unit is going to be a Ravager. Like a Ravager is going to be the most complex unit we're going to use in Diamond because it is a very low-tech unit that has a lot of value if you understand how to use it. But we're not going to use things like Infestors. We're not going to use Vipers. We're not going to use fucking Broodlords and Corruptors right now. We might use, we've already used Mutas a little bit, but yeah, Broodlord Corruptor, it's very situational. It's actually got nerfed a lot, so it's a lot harder to make those work. Infestors and Vipers, those are super fucking hard to use accurately. Like, a lot of people that try to use them like crap. So we use those more in like Masters League and really break down how to use those. But yeah, the only unit we haven't really used that I'll probably start using a bit more in Diamond League is the Swarm Host. But I'm honestly only really going to use the Swarm Host for certain particular situations, which is like if we're going to siege our opponent, if we have control of the game. So it's a situational unit. We're not going to use it for like, we're just going to go Swarm Host all in, because it's a bit ridiculous. It's hard to do that sometimes. Anyways, guys, I feel like you guys get the point. I mean, we could go over this game really fast in like ×8 and just see how far behind the guy is. But legit, like after this fails, guys, after this bunker rush fails, there's no really coming back from this. This is really hard for your opponent. Vibe, you're gonna use lurkers? I use lurkers in Diamond. I will use lurkers in Diamond, but I'm not gonna go crazy with them with like multi-pronging them and shit. I will use a little bit of lurker builds in Diamond though. It's not gonna be super technical though. Like, don't fucking use Viper Hydra lurker shit in Diamond. Everybody tries to do that because they're like, well, all the European pros do it, so I should do it too, right? Fuck no, dude. You're Diamond League. You're not 7,000 MMR. There's a big difference. And look at that. Look at the supply and all that stuff right now. He's so far behind. From this point on in the game, he's just like dead. Like, you can't really do it all in like that, have it fail miserably, and then expect to be in a good spot. Like, definitely a bad spot. Alright. Anyway, so guys. Oh yeah, that's gonna pretty much do it for this game. Stream today was ridiculously long, with lots of B2GM. I think I'm gonna, for the sake of making this video a little bit shorter, let's go ahead and wrap it up. Because, I mean, we've already kind of, I'm just gonna repeat myself. We'll watch this last fight and then we'll call it. So how did I micro this fight? What did I do? Well, I have almost 100 supply more than he does. So I could have A-moved this and been fine. Because we had a good position. We were macroing like a beast. But if I just stutter step, A-move, like A-move, move command, A-move, move command, every 1.43 seconds. That's when, every 1.43 seconds is when I A-move, otherwise I'm move commanding. That's perfect micro for roaches. And all I'm doing is stutter stepping into his army. Now, if I was advanced and this was Masters League, I could actually scatter my units a little bit to avoid a lot of the AoE from the tank fire. Also, I could focus fire the tanks. I didn't even focus fire the tanks here. But if I actually focus fire the tanks, I could have killed those tanks way faster and actually salvaged more of my roaches. But even, like I said, even if we didn't micro really much there, it was just a stutter step forward. We were still so far ahead. We have such a big lead right now. There's no way this guy can win the game from here. Okay, one more thing I could say right now as well is here's how we microed this. This is actually kind of irrelevant, I guess, because we haven't really talked about how to break a wall with Ravagers. All I did was that you can A-move, move command, A-move, move command. You do it before the wall. You do not do it behind the wall, because if you do it behind the wall, your Ravagers and Roaches might be like this. Oh, let's go this way now. Let's go down here. Because there's a wall there and we're stupid. We're going to be really dumb. We don't know how to go there properly. So if I move, you can see my click right there is before the wall. If I move command and A-move and move command and A-move and stutter step into the wall, and once my Ravagers are close enough, I can just rapid fire down the depot, essentially. I can break the wall open really fast that way, and then I can walk into his base. And second thing to know, it takes 3 corrosive biles to kill a siege tank. So what I do, as soon as I get in range of the siege tanks, even though my Ravagers and Roaches are stuck on firing against the Marines, I can go bile, 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 bile on the 2 tanks, and suddenly I killed both of his tanks. So right here, I do 3 biles on 2 tanks. So I triple biled that tank right there. It's just 3 biles. I did not rapid fire it. I just went TTT. 3 Ts. I did not hold it down because I don't want to throw, 10 biles at a tank. It's overkill like crazy. Such a waste of the other 7 biles. But 3 biles lands on a tank. and tank instantly dies. More biles land on the other tank, and tank also instantly, or it was only one bile, but yeah. You get the point. Three biles kills the tank. Anyways, guys, hell yeah. That's going to be Diamond 3 for us. There should be a promo now. Let's go ahead and see it. Hell yeah. Oh, baby. But thank you guys very much for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed this. This is a long video, so I hope you guys learned a lot. This has been the initial step into micro for the rest of StarCraft. There's a lot. There's basically it's not even just micro. It's about actually understanding how to play the game. So bronze to plat was like your introductory to, like, it's like your tutorial on how to, like, start playing StarCraft. But now Diamond Plus is like you're actually playing the game for real now. So all these concepts that you hear about with higher level players talking about, now they all are starting to make sense to you because it actually applies to your gameplay, because there's no reason why you have 72 supply at 17 minutes in the game for no fucking reason. And you're like, what? I'm doing a Rainer build. And you're like, no, you're not. Rainer doesn't have 70 supply at 17 minutes. So now you're actually playing for real, and we're learning all the concepts. We're starting to, like, break down tons of builds. And again, don't feel overwhelmed about having to do all of them. It's really just me doing a variety of a lot of what you can do. Just pick a couple that you like and really grind them out and stick to them. And don't worry, I'm going to keep doing more builds and more builds as we go. We're going to do more fine-tuned, higher level shit as we get through the leagues. So you guys you'll get to see how builds develop and stuff like that. You'll get to see how, like, Roach styles develop and how Ling styles develop and how Ling Bane Hydra develops and all things like that. But much love. Thanks for watching. I will see you guys in the next video. Good luck in your games, and thanks for watching. See you guys.